All right, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. It is the 8th of June, 2025, a Sunday. We're going to go ahead and begin.
A new tornado warning has been issued for Cimarron County in Oklahoma, Dallam County in Texas.
We'll go ahead and begin our live severe weather coverage this afternoon. We are at the onset of this event. As you can hear, we do have tornado warnings now in the northwestern Texas panhandle. We're going to talk about that in a moment. That storm is still over very rural areas of northwestern Dallam County. That is way up there in the far northwestern Texas panhandle. But we do have thunderstorms quickly developing now and becoming severe from just southeast of Amarillo to north of Childress. And we are also watching a storm east of Guyman, Oklahoma. This is all up in the Texas panhandle for now. As we get into later this afternoon, this evening, and tonight, we are going to experience a widespread severe weather outbreak across the panhandle of Texas, West Texas, Northwest Texas, the Big Country, Texoma, North Texas, the Arklatex, and East Texas. In fact, we'll go ahead and just show you the severe weather outlook. This is from the Storm Prediction Center, and I don't want you to get all caught up on exactly which color or line you're in, but clearly we are dealing with an upper end severe weather threat today with a level 4 out of 5 risk for severe weather, with number 5 being the highest, meaning we are dealing with the potential of a severe weather outbreak across the Panhandle, West Texas, Northwest Texas, the Big Country, Texoma, North Texas, the Arklatex, Northeast Texas. The highest risk levels, level 3, level 4. All right, we'll get that microphone fixed. How about now? Does that end up working a little better? Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. No, it does not. Hold on just a second. It is. Let me switch that off. And if I need to, I'll just unplug it and plug it back in. All right. All right. I'll tell you, it's going to sound a little different now, but it still can at least work. Boop. Plug it back in again, see if that works, and perhaps it will. Otherwise, if not, we'll just use our secondary microphone. I'll tell you, it's going to sound a little different now, but it still can at least work. Boop. It sounds better now. Plug it back in again. Well, slap me silly and say happy birthday. Sometimes technology just wants to be unpleasant. All right, so I've got our moderator Discord open. We're going to be monitoring that mostly for the day. We've got our chats open, and now I can say, hey, good afternoon. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. Now that you can hear me, it is the 8th of June, 2025. At the cusp of what is going to be a significant severe weather day across several regions of Texas, with widespread damaging straight-line winds of 60 to 100 miles per hour, the potential for hail up to 5 inches in diameter, that is the size of a DVD, larger than a grapefruit, larger than a softball. The potential for a few tornadoes is also evident, along with heavy rain and damaging straight-line winds plus flooding. There we go. As I was saying before, my microphone decided it wanted to emulate a box of popcorn. We are dealing with an upper level, higher end risk today, with a level 3 and a level 4 out of 5 risk for severe storms in the Panhandle, West Texas, Northwest Texas, the Big Country, into Texoma, North Texas, the Arklatex, Northeast Texas, even parts of East Texas. What this means is, simply put, you've got about a 1 in 3 to a 1 in 2 chance, nearly 50-50 shot of a severe storm within 25 miles of your location if you're in this orange or red shaded area this afternoon, this evening, tonight, into early Monday morning. The potential for widespread damaging winds that could end up being a derecho. And if you're not familiar with that term, that's essentially a very long-lived line of thunderstorms that produces widespread damaging winds of 60 to 100 miles an hour, sometimes higher. And generally, by long-lived, I mean it goes for several hundred miles. And that is a distinct possibility this afternoon and this evening across West Texas, Northwest Texas, the Eastern Panhandle, into the Big Country, North Texas, Texoma, including Wichita Falls, Abilene, southern and southwestern Oklahoma, the entirety of North Texas, including all of the DFW Metroplex this evening, Sherman into northeast Texas, the Arklatex, Paris, Canton, Tyler, Palestine, Carthage, Texarkana, all the way back west through places like Mahia, Stephenville, Dublin, Abilene, Wichita Falls, Bowie, Childress, Wellington, Wheeler, Spur, Paducah, Lubbock, and the city of Amarillo. Damaging widespread winds of 60 to 100 miles per hour, embedded spin-up tornadoes, and the potential of golf ball to baseball to softball to DVD-size hail. It is going to be a heck of a day, ladies and gentlemen, and we're going to be here probably for the next 10 to 12 hours, bringing you continuous, live, life-saving severe weather coverage. So make sure you've got our website bookmarked, TexasStormChasers.com. You can watch us in the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app, and of course on YouTube. We'll also be live on other social media platforms a bit later on today as conditions warrant. So this is the risk. It's big, it's bad, it's very mad. We know that. We're going to take a look at the high-res rapid refresh model, and this is simply to give you all an idea of the timing going into this evening. And understand we could have multiple rounds of very intense storms this afternoon, this evening, and tonight, especially in northwest Texas, the Big Country, and northwest Texas, North Texas, Texoma, the Big Country. Okay, yeah, pretty much. So we're going to load this model, and simply put, we're going to let it go, and we're going to see just what all it's going to show. Now, here we go. L. Crane, thank you very much for that generous super chat. Appreciate it. So here's what the high-res rapid refresh model is showing. You can see this is showing a very intense line of thunderstorms organizing from the individual storms we now have developing in the Panhandle in West Texas. Katie Scott, thank you kindly for that very generous super chat. We really appreciate it. As we get into the early evening hours, 6 to 8 p.m., we're going to have scattered severe storms in the Panhandle, scattered severe storms in West Texas, western parts of Oklahoma. That activity is going to move southeast this evening, 6 p.m. through midnight. Northwest Texas, the Big Country, Texoma, North Texas. And understand, the strongest storms here are probably going to be producing 3 to 5 inch diameter size hail. That is larger than baseballs, softballs. The potential for 60 to 100, maybe 120 mile per hour wind gust in the most intense storms. I want to emphasize the most intense. Now, I do think a lot of these storms tonight are going to be producing damaging winds of at least 50 to 70 miles per hour. But within pockets, we are going to see winds much stronger, again, near or above 100 miles an hour, comparable to that of a tornado or a major hurricane. This is going to be similar to the events we saw last May in DFW in the morning hours, Houston during the late afternoon and evening hours, and, the derechos that caused hundreds of thousands to millions of power outages and considerable tree damage. Tonight has that potential here in Northwest Texas, the Big Country, Texoma, North Texas, Northeast Texas, and East Texas. DFW, Wichita Falls, Northeast Texas, Abilene. And I'm not saying that to scare y'all. Understand, we don't put, descriptors out like that very often. Typically, if you're watching here, I'm talking about the localized damaging wind threat, big hail, a few tornadoes. Well, tonight has the potential to be one of those big-time thunderstorm events that's remembered for a long time. Now, does that mean your house is going to get swept away? No. And to be perfectly blunt, we want folks to pay attention. But if you are already watching this and paying attention, you're in a lot better shape already because you know what is going to happen. You're going to be paying attention. You know you need to keep an eye out for weather warnings. And you know when this nasty line of storms approaches you tonight, you're going to want to treat it like a tornado and move to the lowest floor, center room, away from windows, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And guess what? It's going to be okay. We're going to be here. We're going to get you through it. You know, it's not the end of the world. It's nothing like that. So, DFW, again, we could have storms as soon as mid-evening. We're going to need to make sure we don't have any storms try to pop up across big country, northwest Texas or north Texas early, or this afternoon, early this evening. If we have to wait for storms in the Panhandle and western Oklahoma, it's probably going to be late this evening. It could be close to 10 p.m., 11 p.m., midnight. But understand, these are going to pack one heck of a punch when they arrive. And we note, this model brings those storms across all of northeast Texas. Now they're going to be weakening between midnight and 5 a.m., but they're still going to have very strong winds to damaging winds. And this model is also generating a second line of severe storms that moves towards central Texas tomorrow morning. Now that's kind of a new look here, but if that happens, we're going to have some pretty nasty hail and wind moving towards the hill country early tomorrow morning as well. So that is the expectations going to this evening. Now, we're going to be here for probably at least 10 to 12 hours. During that time, as conditions permit, we're going to look at this model data and give that future forecast. But as we start getting busy here, we're going to have to focus on what's going on in the near and short term. So if I have the chance to talk about the longer term, and we have some folks come in and ask, hey, what's the forecast for me tonight? Chat, if you could help us out and be amazing. Help answer those questions nicely because, look.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Harmon and Jackson County in Oklahoma, Hardeman and Wilbarga County in Texas.
Because we're simply going to have people coming and going quickly. This is the world of digital media. And also, another way you can help us out is as storms start approaching some areas where you may have friends and family, hey, make sure they're watching us. Share our live stream link with them. You know, we're going to be live on YouTube. We're already live on YouTube. We're going to be live on Facebook, X, all that. Our website, TexasStormChasers.com, the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. All of that, we're going to be live. And we're going to be here all evening. So help us out. Share those live links with them, and we'll do our best to keep everyone updated. And again, you can track these storms with the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app as well. June, thank you for your Texas Storm Chasers merch order. We really appreciate it. And Judy, thank you for that super chat. We appreciate that as well. So as we go into the afternoon and evening, we are most definitely going to be here keeping folks updated through the evening. So now that we've talked about what we think is going to happen going into the evening hours, and understand we're at the onset. We are going to be here probably, I mean, if this model's right, I'm going to be doing covers for at least 12 hours. We're going to be here all evening, all night. So let us switch back to the real-time radar. All right, let me press some buttons here. We'll get that going. You can see satellite. We have sun. It's humid. It's hot, big country, West Texas, and we're now starting to see some of our first storms of the day erupt here across West Texas, the Panhandle, etc. We have a tornado warning for northwestern Dallam County up here in the Panhandle of Texas, and this is still over very...
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Gregg, Harrison, Marion, and Upshur County in Texas.
And those are over very rural areas. So the reason we're not talking about this tornado warning much yet is the storm is over very rural parts of northern Dallam County. Now, this storm did produce a quick tornado up here in parts of southern Cimarron County in the Panhandle of Oklahoma, and this storm may still attempt to produce additional tornadoes as it moves southeast. It is generally on track to cross Highway 87 near Ware, southeast of Tex Line, northwest of Dalhart. So it's going to be staying over pretty rural areas. Who me, thank you very much for that generous super chat. All right, so let's take a look. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning now for a storm developing just east of Amarillo. That storm, southwest of Claude, here in Armstrong County, probably is producing golf ball size hail at this point. Very heavy rain, strong wind gusts. That storm's going to start moving southeast. We're going to have to monitor it for signs of attempting to go into low-level rotation. We have another storm west of Panhandle. That storm's going to move northeast towards Skellytown, maybe Pampa and Borger eventually, with the threat of large hail. So again, we're at the onset. We have storms around Childress, down 287 to Quanah, Goodlet. Those storms could have quarter-size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. We have some showers around Wichita Falls. There's nothing going on there right now. And now we also, way out in East Texas, have a severe thunderstorm warning for a small cluster of thunderstorms that have developed north of Longview on Highway 259. This activity is slowly moving southeast towards Marshall, Nesbitt, Hallsville, moving southeast at about 20 miles per hour with the potential for quarter-size hail, localized damaging wind gusts, and heavy rain. So we're going to want folks to be mindful of that as well. We're going to be keeping a very close eye on all this activity going into the evening hours, because guess what? We're probably going to be here for the rest of the day and into the early morning hours Monday here in the state of Texas. Sarah Henson, thank you for those gifts of 5 memberships. Definitely appreciate it, and thank you kindly. Congrats to all those who are now members. Thanks to Sarah. All right, so we've talked about what's going on right now. We've talked about what we're expecting going into this evening. And again, we do expect to be pretty stinking busy going into this evening. And I suppose we can head back over to the high-res rapid refresh model and take a look at that and show you the expectations going into the evening hours. I'm just going to load this up like we did earlier. And, you know, here we go. There's more towns on here now. But again, that nasty line of storms moving southeast tonight is going to pack one heck of a punch. Storm east of Amarillo may now have golf ball size hail. And again, these storms, as they move southeast tonight, that line, those lines are the ones that have the potential for the widespread damaging wind gusts of 60 to 100 miles per hour. A lot of wind energy tonight, and we are also worried that these storms have the potential to produce, a lot of wind-driven hail. And folks, I can't, emphasize enough why we're concerned. In fact, I'm going to do something. We're going to pull up the pivotal model here, or the pivotal model. Good gravy, sweet Mary. Oops. Here, we're just going to pull this up. Congrats. One way we look at weather models here. And while this is simply a weather model, I want to emphasize models have been extremely consistent in doing all sorts of nonsense this evening with wind. That's why we have such a high risk level. That's why we may end up with a particularly dangerous situation, severe thunderstorm watch this evening for a Derecho. Understand, this is going to be a particularly dangerous situation sort of night with extremely widespread destructive winds, wind-driven hail, and very damaging winds, and yes, a few spin-up tornadoes. So, this is what the model shows at 9 p.m. Here's 10 p.m. Now, here in North Texas, the big country, got maybe a few storms near Abilene. You can see this model thinks there could be up to nearly 75-mile-an-hour winds with that, just, south of Abilene. But look up here, folks. This model pushing out winds near 100 miles per hour here in Montague County. We're seeing winds just south of Wichita Falls above 80 to 90 to 100. Now, I don't want you to think this model has these wind speeds down exactly or the locations, but I want to emphasize this is not a night where we're worried about localized damaging winds of 60 to 70. I'm worried we're going to have a swath that could be dozens of miles long or tall along the lean edge of this line where we're getting winds of 60 to 100, maybe even higher miles per hour. For example, this is what this model shows here entering DFW at midnight. We're seeing winds of 80 to 100 miles an hour from Weatherford to Aledo to Fort Worth. Now, again, there's going to be pockets of winds in here that are 50 to 60 to 70. There's going to be pockets that are above 100. And I want to emphasize these are going to be tornado-like winds where you need to treat them like a tornado warning. So when we're talking about severe thunderstorms entering DFW between 10 p.m. and midnight tonight, you're going to need to treat them like a tornado warning where you go to the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. You put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Do not park your vehicles under trees tonight in the northern third of Texas. We're going to have tens of thousands of trees probably coming down across the northern third of Texas tonight with this extremely strong line of storms. So keep that in mind. I know we're used to parking under trees for hail, but understand, if we have 60 to 100 mile an hour winds throwing tennis ball to baseball size hail sideways, it doesn't matter if you're under a tree or not. The tree is just going to fall on your vehicle anyway. The hail is going to be sideways. It's not going to be falling vertically. It's going to be flying like, projectiles. And that in itself is going to break a lot of windows. Now, here's what this model shows at 1 a.m. You can see, guess what? Winds 90 miles an hour here in parts of Ellis, Dallas counties. 60-plus mile an hour winds all the way up through the Red River. And again, this is not a localized event. We're talking counties-wide event in terms of damaging winds over 60 miles an hour. This could be an extremely damaging wind event, a derecho. Y'all remember last year the Houston derecho and how that lives on in infamy? Tonight's derecho could do the same for North Texas, just like the event we had late May last year at 6 in the morning. Guess what? This could be as bad or worse over a larger area. So we do expect a considerable number of power outages. This has the potential to be a widespread disruption to power where these storms move, and power could be out for days in some locations. We have this line of storms continuing to move east. Look, we're still getting winds over 70 miles an hour. We could get winds of 60 to 70 to 80 as this line continues to move across northeast Texas and east Texas early Monday morning. So right now, we don't have that. What we're dealing with right now, again, we have isolated storms. We're going to see storms become more numerous this evening across Texoma, North Texas, the Panhandle, West Texas. Those are going to move southeast tonight and become a larger complex. And once that complex forms and we start seeing that bowing shape, that's when we're going to start dealing with these tornado-like winds of 60, 70, 80, 90, 100 plus miles per hour. And we're going to have embedded spin-up tornadoes. Now, tonight, we're not going to focus as much on the tornadoes because, to be blunt, the damaging straight-line winds of 100 miles an hour or the tornado of 100 miles an hour, both are going to produce similar damage, and we're going to see a lot of it over a fairly widespread area. So the blessing here is these storms are going to be moving very quickly. So they're not going to last more than 10 to 20 minutes at your location, but again, this has the potential to be a very damaging wind night across northwest Texas, Texoma, the Big Country, North Texas, Northeast Texas, and the Arklatex. And not everyone's going to see, 80 to 100 mile an hour winds, but if we don't have at least 500,000 customers without power by tomorrow morning or at the peak of this event, from Northwest Texas, the Big Country, through Texoma, North Texas, the Arklatex, Northeast Texas, I will be surprised. And if that number is considerably higher, I will also not be surprised, unfortunately. So this is going to be an event where, it's not a hurricane, but we're going to get hurricane-like winds in spots, and we're going to see the damage from it. So let's go back to the real-time radar. Let's take a look at the storms ongoing here in East Texas. Let me set my stream deck up. And so we're going to be here for it. You know, we've been covering these events here in Texas for years, and, well, guess what? We're going to be here for it all tonight, keeping y'all up to date. We've got storm chasers out and about. We'll be bringing you visuals of all of this as we can, and we're going to be doing our best to keep everyone situationally updated. So, we have a severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to be out in East Texas. We've got a severe storm in southwestern Marion, Harrison, southeastern Upshur, and eastern Gregg counties. Just northeast of Longview, up towards Harleton, there on Highway 154. This storm could have 60-mile-an-hour winds and quarter-size hail. It is moving southeast at about 20 miles an hour. This is not one of these super crazy intense storms like we're going to see later tonight from what's forming out in West Texas, the Panhandle, and western Oklahoma. But it is dangerous. A lot of cloud-to-ground lightning, some nickel to quarter-size hail, some strong winds, and more. Caroline, thank you very much for that generous Texas Storm Chasers merch order. Enjoy. And Neva Coiner, thank you very much for that super chat. We appreciate the support. Now, as we continue looking back up into the Panhandle and Northwest Texas, let's take a look at what we've got going on up here. We do have a tornado warning continuing for northwestern Dallam County. The potential of a tornado about 8 miles east of Tex Line, or about 4 miles north of Highway 87. The closest major community is going to be the city of Dalhart. This is about 25 miles northwest of Dalhart. This storm is not moving towards Dalhart at this point, and even if it was, it's moving south at 15 miles an hour, so it'd be at least an hour away. We do have other thunderstorms developing out here. We've got other storms approaching northern parts of Old Tree County, northwest of Perryton. Those could have gusty winds, the potential for maybe hail up to the size of quarters. We have a new area of storm developing now just northeast of Dumas, northwest of Stinnett, moving towards Pringle and the city of Stinnett. Those storms are probably going to start producing large hail and damaging straight-line winds soon. Down here into portions of Carson and Armstrong counties, we have a supercell thunderstorm just southwest of Claude. That storm is slowly moving southeast, the potential for tennis ball size hail, damaging winds of 70 miles per hour. We are going to need to watch it for indications of low level rotation, but we're not seeing that right now, thankfully. What we are going to see, though, we'll go ahead and continue with our severe weather coverage. Sorry, briefly lost connection there with the internet. The storm that is just southeast of Amarillo, near Claude, again moving southeast, the potential for that to produce tennis ball size hail, localized damaging straight line winds over 60 to 70 miles per hour. Storm near Panhandle up on Highway 60.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Hutchinson, Moore, and Roberts County in Texas.
Is going to move northeast towards Skellytown and Borger. That storm could have quarter to ping pong ball size hail and damaging straight line winds. Back up here, we have a tornado warning for northwestern Dallam County. That storm has the potential to produce baseball size hail, damaging straight line winds, and yeah, perhaps a tornado. Thank you, Guava Ball, for that super chat. And we've got a new severe thunderstorm warning now for these storms northwest of Stinnett. That is going to be moving off to the southeast. East-southeast at about 30 miles an hour. That storm has the potential for quarter to half-dollar size hail and damaging straight-line winds. Otherwise, let's zoom out. Again, this is all the onset of what's going to be a long day. These storms up in the Panhandle, northwest Texas, western Oklahoma, will move off to the southeast with the potential of, well, likelihood of them producing significant severe weather going into the evening. So let's take a look at the storm in East Texas. Yeah, this is going to be a severe thunderstorm moving towards Hallsville and Marshall. This storm, welcome Fat Man, thanks for joining the community here. Welcome to being a member. Same for Nannernose. We have a severe storm just northwest of Hallsville to Hainton there on Highway 154, moving southeast at about 20 miles an hour. That's moving towards Hallsville, Nesbit, and, well, City of Marshall, along with Interstate 20, Highway 80, 43, and 59. That storm localized damaging straight line winds, heavy rain, the potential for localized flash flooding. Otherwise, we are at the onset of this event. Welcome, Terry. Thanks for joining the community. And we're going to be keeping a very close eye on this activity as it moves off to the southeast. But for the near term, we're going to be watching the Panhandle and northwest Texas, watching that nasty-looking storm just south of Claude as it moves off to the southeast slowly in Armstrong County. Claude is here southeast of Amarillo. This is going to be just south of 287 approaching Highway 207. That storm could be producing at least golf ball size hail, localized damaging wind gust over 70 miles an hour. Storm over Panhandle moving northeast towards Skellytown and Highway 152. That should stay east of Borger, west of Pampa. That storm could have quarter to half-dollar size hail. Up here in parts of Moore and Hutchinson counties, this storm is going to be moving off to the east-southeast towards Stinnett with large hail up to the size of half-dollars. That's 1.25 inches in diameter, 60-mile-per-hour wind gust, and an abundant amount of cloud-to-ground lightning. Up here in Dallam County, you can see a supercell, well-organized, that is currently capable of producing baseball-size hail, a tornado, and damaging winds. It's going to be about 12 miles north-northwest of Ware, about 24 miles northwest of Dalhart, passing east of Texline by 9 miles. That'll be crossing over Highway 87 in the next 30 minutes, about 15 to 22 miles northwest of Dalhart, or 12 to 15 miles southeast of Texline, moving off to the southeast.
A new tornado warning has been issued for Armstrong County in Texas.
All right, that's going to be down here. That's going to be with the storm near Claude. David Middleton, thank you very much for that generous donation and your Texas Storm Chasers merch order. We appreciate it. All right, Armstrong County, eh? So this is going to be a tornado warning they just issued for this thunderstorm. I believe this is going to include areas south of Highway 287, coming up to Highway 207, very near Claude and south of Claude. Now, we'll load this. The warning will eventually pop up on this map. But again, this is going to be a tornado warning for Armstrong County out here just southeast of Amarillo. It's going to be for this thunderstorm. There you go. There's the tornado warning polygon now. It does not include the city of Claude or 287. Good night, Claude. Washburn, you're not in the tornado warning part of this. That's going to be a good about 8 to 10 miles south of Highway 287. But those of you on Highway 207 from south of the city of Claude, north of Vigo Park, you're not going to want to be on 207 right now with this thunderstorm. You're not going to want to be going through the canyons either. This storm's going to be moving off to the southeast at only 10 to 15 miles an hour right now, and the potential for tennis ball to baseball size hail, damaging straight line winds over 70 miles per hour, and yeah, the potential we could get a quick spin up tornado out of this. We're going to be watching that very closely, but we have storm chasers there right now. They're not seeing any visual evidence of a tornado or significant low-level rotation at this time, but we'll be watching it. So we have 2 tornado warnings right now. One for Armstrong County, areas south of Claude, near Highway 207. That storm slowly moving southeast over rural portions of southern Armstrong County. Again, very low to no population density there. Back northwest up in Dallam County, we have a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado baseball-size hail, damaging straight-line winds. That is going to be coming up on Highway 87, about 10 miles southeast of Tex Line, about 24 miles northwest of Dalhart. We'll go ahead and put some roads on here. That's coming up to Brewster Lane. Let's see, Perico Lane, up here in northwestern Dallam County, northwest of the city of Dalhart by 25 miles, east-southeast of Tex Line by about 12 miles. Thank you, Barbara Burke, for that super chat. Appreciated, and we are glad to be of service. Up here northwest of Stinnett, we have a severe thunderstorm capable of producing golf ball-size hail. Now, that is going to be about 15 miles east of Dumas. We have a hail core that extends from near Pringle to probably about 5 miles north of Stinnett, and a second hail core about 12 miles northwest of Stinnett, and both of these have the potential to produce golf ball size hail, if not larger. Thunderstorms today are going to be efficient hail producers. Conditions favor giant hail. By giant hail, I mean 4 to 5 inches in diameter. So softball to the size of DVDs, CDs with the most intense storms. If you don't know what a DVD is because you're too young, 1, thank you for making me feel old. 2, I could start talking about video cassette recordings, if you'd like, VCRs, and hopefully we don't have anything that is anywhere near the size of a VCR today, but we don't need hailstones like that. All right, so back to the animated radar. And that is what we have going on right now. Press that, press that, press that. Happy birthday. Okay, so again, we have a tornado warning for southern Armstrong County. Possible tornado would be near Highway 207, about 8 miles south of Claude. We have storm chasers there right now. They don't see anything resembling that, but we'll be watching carefully. We have a thunderstorm about 25 miles northwest of Dalhart, or about 11 miles east of Tex Line, moving southeast. That storm is capable of producing baseball-size hail as it approaches Brewster Lane and Perico Lane, just north of Highway 87, up here in northwestern parts of Dallam County. And those storms generally moving east-southeast slowly this afternoon. All right, let's check on northwest Texas. We have a couple of storms out here producing some gusty winds, some heavy rain, some lightning. Nothing that is too redonkulous right now. The redonkulous comes later when we have a Derecho moving down Highway 287. You can see maybe some small hail just northeast of Childress, up on Highway 62, just east of 83. And then maybe some storms with lightning, brief heavy rain, small hail along 287 from Chillicothe to Quanah to Goodlet. and then a storm on Highway 183, probably about 10 miles north of Vernon, Will-Barger County. That thing's moving east-southeast quickly. These are not the severe storms we're worried about. Those come later. DFW, you're quiet for now. That is going to change extremely quickly this evening as a line of intense storms moves in from the northwest with the potential of 60 to 100 mile an hour winds and wind-driven golf ball to baseball size hail, and embedded tornadoes. All right, we've got two storms in northeast Texas now we're watching carefully. We've got a storm developing about 5 miles southeast of Petty in Highway 82 in Lamar County. That is about 10 miles southwest of the city of Paris, or near Roxton to Howland. That storm's going to move southeast, and we're going to have to keep an eye on that one just in case it attempts to start dropping some hail and strong winds. Otherwise, we have a severe storm out here in portions of Harrison County near Hallsville on Highway 80. That storm is moving.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Beaver County in Oklahoma, Lipscomb, and Ochiltree County in Texas.
Moving southeast at about 20 miles an hour with frequent lightning, extremely heavy rain, and the potential for maybe localized damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour and quarter-size hail. That is 1 inch in diameter. All right. So that's what we have ongoing right now. And that activity will continue over, well, the next few hours. All right, let's go back to the Panhandle. We're going to take a quick look at this activity again. Then we're going to keep looking. We'll take a look at the high-res rapid refresh model going into this evening and tonight, and that will allow us to see what the overall expectation is for stormy mischief this evening. But again, we have a tornado warning for central and southern parts of Armstrong County. This is for a possible area of rotation about 30 miles southeast of Amarillo, about 10 miles south of Claude, coming up on Highway 207. That storm's going to move southeast. You can see one nasty, nasty hail core with that, and that is going to continue producing probably baseball-sized hail on Highway 107. After it makes it east of 107, it's only moving southeast at like 15 miles an hour right now. We're going to have to see if it ends up turning more towards Clarendon. It might. If it does, Clarendon's going to have an issue on 287. But if not, we're going to see activity continue moving southeast across rural portions of eastern Armstrong County. It looks like they're going to let that tornado warning go and replace it with
a new severe thunderstorm warning issued for Armstrong and Donley County in Texas.
We'll see that pop up here in just a second. But until then, the other tornado warning we have is up here in northwestern Dallam County. We'll probably see a new warning issued for that shortly. And that thunderstorm does, well, and here comes the tornado warning, but, or actually it's a new one for Armstrong County. I don't know why we're issuing two different types of warnings for two different types of things, but it is what it is. And the potential for all that will be for severe storms to continue. Neither of those is plugged in. Here. Go plug it into one of those. And to be fair, I could probably just move that plug over here and plug my phones in too. So, yeah, and by the way, whenever I turn my camera off, I'm the one actually doing it just because there's people walking behind me who would prefer not to be on camera. So, I don't blame them. There's only a few thousand of y'all watching, but we're going to have a new tornado warning. Not for Dallam County yet. It probably will be, but this is going to be down here in parts of Armstrong County. Here comes the Dallam County warning, so you'll hear it going yippity-yappity.
A new tornado warning has been issued for Dallam County in Texas.
All right, so we're going to talk about the Dallam warning. We're going to talk about the Armstrong warning. And at some point, this thing will actually show both of those new warnings. I'm going to check my warning server, see why it's being a little laggy at the moment. Sometimes technology just hates me. And that's okay. And now I'm singing, hey, hey, hey. Yeah, you knew it was going to be singing time soon, folks. I'm going to be here doing this for 10 to 12 hours. You might as well get used to it. Sorry. All right, so we're going to let this little thing reload. And by the way, thanks for watching this afternoon, folks. I hope you're staying weather aware. We appreciate everyone who's been sending in super chats, joining the membership area. And of course, we appreciate everyone hitting that like button to help us get the word out about these storms. Neither one of those warnings is showing up on this server yet. Interesting. I wonder if we're dealing with another weather service warning outage. They've been having data issues the last several days, unfortunately. So let's see if any of that is going to actually load. If not, well, I'm just going to have to verbally tell you about it. But we do have a tornado warning now for Dallam County. That's going to include, there we go, there's that warning up here at least. That is going to include more of Dallam County. It includes the community of Ware here on Highway 87. It is southeast of Text Line. This does not include any part of Highway 87, but it does include portions of central Dallam County. So let's see if we can't get some more city labels on here. You need help plugging that in? No. Okay. So, as we continue, looks like we've got another severe thunderstorm warning coming out. Do want to thank, wow, Justin, that is amazing. Thank you for the gift of 50 memberships. That is amazing. And congratulations to everyone who's a member now.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Carson, Gray, Hutchinson, and Roberts County in Texas.
That is amazing. Thank you, Justin S. And chats, let's be sure to thank Justin for that extremely generous contribution. And everyone who's now a member, thanks to Justin, hey, welcome to the family. All right, so we've got this. This is the which way the wind's blowing mode. And thank you, Justin S. That is amazing. So this storm, again, about, let's say 10 miles south-southeast of Text Line. And we'll put a marker on here so you can actually see. About 10 to 11 miles southeast of Text Line on 287. The potential for baseball-sized hail. Winds over 70 miles an hour. And yes, a tornado. This is up here in kind of no man's land. A lot of agricultural interest, but not a whole lot of communities. In other news, this is going to be about 24 miles northwest of Dalhart. So here's some breaking news, folks. We have maybe one of these issued every 2 years in the U.S. A particularly dangerous situation, severe thunderstorm watch, has been issued for Northwest Texas.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Harrison, Panola, and Rusk County in Texas.
Northwest Texas, West Texas, and Northwest Texas. This is a particularly dangerous situation due to the potential for widespread destructive wind gusts over 105 miles per hour. The potential for widespread hail to DVD size. That is 5 inches in diameter. And yeah, we're still going to have tornadoes. But again, folks, for those of you who aren't savvy with weather service lingo, and many of you have no reason to be, a PDS severe watch, again, they issue maybe one of those every 2 to 3 years in the United States. That is, wow. So I'm going to send that. And Jason, if you want me to post that, let me know. All right, let's go check on this storm in East Texas again. Real quick, again, tornado warning, Armstrong County, Huge hail now just east or along and south of Okay, understood. About 10 miles south of Claude, the potential for baseball-sized hail. That storm is moving southeast away from Claude, but Claude, you've still got a storm sitting over you with hail. Clarendon, this may stay south of you, but it's going to be close. And then we have a severe storm up here on Highway 207 again from just south of Borger to Panhandle. Numerous storms going up. We got a storm going up just northeast of Borger, north of Borger near Stinnett. And again, this is what we expect. A lot of storms are going to start going up very quickly here. And this is going to eventually all congeal into a derecho that moves southeast at highway speeds overnight. All these storms you see developing here right now, within the next 11 hours, 11 to 12 hours, guess what? The storms you see here in the panhandle of Texas will have moved all the way from where they are now all the way southeast into Arkansas and Louisiana by way of North Texas, Texoma, Northwest Texas, the big country, the Arklatex, and Northeast Texas. We're talking hundreds of miles. They're going to start moving southeast at highway speeds. And they're going to be producing winds of 70 to 110 miles per hour, a legitimate derecho with winds of tornado intensity over dozens of miles. So this is going to be a very dangerous night. And again, I'll show you the severe weather outlook from the Storm Prediction Center. Here you go. We'll zoom back out to the state level, and I'll turn some of these cities off so you can see what's going on. But again, we have a level 4 out of 5 risk, with 5 being the highest. And they might put a 5 in here later, to be honest. It doesn't matter at this point, but these are based on the probability of a severe storm within 25 miles of any given point. Like you. Level 4 out of 5, you've got a 1 in 2 chance, a 50-50 shot of quarter-size hail or larger, winds of 58 miles per hour or higher, or tornadoes within 25 miles of your location this afternoon, tonight, into Monday morning. And some of these winds will be over 100 miles per hour, straight-line winds, embedded tornadoes of similar intensity, and hail up to 5 inches in diameter, the size of a DVD. We're not talking baseballs. A baseball's 2.75 inches in diameter. Nope, twice that. Softball, 4 inches in diameter. Nope, bigger than that. Grapefruit, 4.5 inches in diameter. Nope, bigger than that. Size of a DVD or a CD. Huge hail. And a lot of this hail is going to be wind-driven. So this is going to be unfortunately, a very destructive night. And we want folks to stay safe. That's why we're here. That's why we're going to be talking here with y'all for probably the next 12 hours. Because we are going to be dealing with very serious thunderstorms this evening, this afternoon, this evening, and overnight. A severe thunderstorm is located near Hallsville to Marshall. Seeing a little bit of indications of very strong winds here near I-20, just east of Longview near Hallsville. Those storms capable of producing hail up to the size of maybe ping pong balls now near Hallsville. We could have winds over 70 miles per hour. And there is a little area of spin here we're watching. But so far, nothing extreme. But again, very heavy rain and cloud-to-ground lightning. This storm is moving southeast at about 20 miles an hour. It's going to be moving over Highway 43 and Darko in the next 20 minutes, so by 4:20 to 4:25 p.m. Those of you in the city of Carthage over to DeBerry up Highway 79, you have the potential to deal with winds of 60 to 70 miles an hour, maybe hail, very heavy rain, and lightning within the next hour or so. And so, again, we're just going to be keeping an eye on things here. We have quite a bit of nonsense going on. And again, we now have a particularly dangerous situation, severe thunderstorm watch for West Texas, for the Panhandle, for the Big Country. This is going to include places like Lubbock, Snyder, Abilene, Sweetwater, Haskell, Crowd, Matador, Plainview, Vernon, Wichita Falls. Those of you in Oklahoma, Duncan, Altus, Chickasha, Elk City, up to Norman, it looks like, Ardmore. Guess what? This is a particularly dangerous situation. Widespread large hail likely with large hail events to DVD size, 5 inches in diameter. A few tornadoes are likely, along with widespread damaging winds with significant gusts to 105 miles per hour. That is just absolutely insane. So we are going to be here for the long haul, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be here as storms continue to develop, grow, and we continue to babysit them as they continue to mature and unfortunately likely become very, very dangerous tonight as they move southeast across the Panhandle, West Texas, Northwest Texas, the Big Country, Texoma, North Texas, the Arklatex, and even East Texas. So, let's take a look. We haven't looked in a few minutes. And BT, congratulations on becoming a member here. We appreciate the support. Welcome to the family. We're going to go ahead. We're going to pop on the high-res rapid refresh model. This is going to help give a timing idea, or at least an idea if you're going to have to deal with storms tonight. Now, models are not perfect. Don't, get super nitpicky on what is shown when, but at least we're going to be able to show you the overall expectations of where these storms are going to be, where they're going to end up, and who is at most threat of dealing with this nonsense. Assuming I can get the stinking thing to load. Oops, that's not what I wanted to press. Oh, now we're all just having seizures. My apologies. So, let's try that again without me pressing 50 buttons. So here's what the high-res rapid refresh model is showing tonight. You can see we're going to have a nasty line of storms moving across North Texas, Northwest Texas, the Big Country, the Eastern Texas Panhandle, West Texas this evening, late this afternoon through this evening. These storms have the capability of producing extremely large hail, destructive straight-line winds, very heavy rain, and spin-up tornadoes. Thank you, Allison, for that Texas Storm Chasers merch order. Hope you enjoy. And again, we appreciate the support, y'all. We're going to have more merch coming this week. Guess I can go ahead and turn Facebook on. But yeah, we're going to have a very nasty line of storms moving across the northern third of Texas tonight. Storm in Armstrong County, south of Goodnight, southeast of Claude, may now have softball to DVD-size hail, winds to 80, and the possibility of it to produce a tornado. Those of you in DFW, you're going to be under your own particularly dangerous situation, severe thunderstorm watch later this evening. We're only at the starting gate, so those of you in DFW, don't think you're done. Don't think you're anywhere near even close to starting. You're not. DFW is going to get pummeled this evening, And we're going to have some extremely dangerous weather approaching DFW between 10 p.m. and midnight. Make no mistake about it. It is not going to be a good situation. What?
A new tornado warning has been issued for Delta and Lamar County in Texas.
Okay, this is not on the bingo card, but sometimes Mama Nature does that. This is going to be a tornado warning now for Lamar and Delta County in northeast Texas. It must be from storms last night. Let me see if we can't get the radar to actually, show the stinking data. So it's going to be a tornado warning for a small part of Lamar and Delta County. Let me go ahead and clear Paris. Paris, you are not in this tornado warning. So Paris, you don't need to worry about this. Sulphur Springs, you're not in this. This includes Paris, or excuse me, does not include Paris. This includes the communities of Lake Creek down Highway 24 to Cooper. This includes Roxton. We have a severe thunderstorm showing strong low-level and mid-level rotation about 2 miles southwest of Roxton. That's going to be moving southeast towards Cooper at about 15 miles an hour. This tornado warning is going to include Delta and Lamar counties, northwestern Delta, southwestern Lamar County until 4:45 p.m. This possible tornado will be near Big Creek Lake around 4:20 p.m. and Cooper around 4:25 p.m. Gadsden and Ben Franklin are also included in this tornado warning. This is a tornado warning for parts of southwestern Lamar and northwestern Delta counties in northeast Texas until 4:45 p.m. And again, a possible tornado now. Couple miles southwest of Roxton, moving off to the southeast at 15 miles per hour. These storms are capable, or this storm is capable of producing damaging straight line winds, the possibility of a tornado, and large hail. Shane Robinson, thank you very much for that Texas Storm Chasers merch order. Hope you enjoy. And Milkwood Corgus, welcome to the Texas Storm Chasers membership family. All right, so we're live on Facebook, we're live on Twitch, we're live on YouTube. We're live on a lot of things right now, and that is the way it's going to be going into tonight. We're not going anywhere. We're live on the Texas Storm Chasers website. We're live on the Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. So again, we have a tornado warning now for southwestern Lamar and northwestern Delta counties in northeast Texas. Until 4:45 p.m., a possible tornado is located a couple miles south of Roxton, moving to the southeast at about 15 miles per hour. Those of you in Cooper, Ben Franklin, Gadsden, Big Creek Lake, up to Enlow and Lake Creek, go ahead and take your tornado safety precautions. That'll be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Hard sole shoes and a helmet, you got one handy. Y'all can just plan on doing that again tonight, because we're going to have a very dangerous line of storms rolling through late tonight, probably a bit after midnight up here. And it is not going to be a good situation. So we are live on pretty much every social media platform out there. I guess if I really wanted to, I could even set it up for the TikTok real quick. So that's why we're here, and we're going to be here all evening. No. That's what happens when I log into that, apparently. All right, so we'll just press that. That is what we have going on up here, a tornado warning for southwestern Lamar, northwestern Delta County until 4:45 p.m. And that is going to be for a dangerous thunderstorm. All right, come on, thing, let's load. I hate technology so much sometimes. All right. I'm just trying to load an animation. All right, whatever. We'll just restart that. So again, that's a tornado warning for northwestern Delta, southwestern Lamar County. Thank you, Lydia Mendez, for that Texas Storm Chasers merch order. Hope you enjoy. Thanks for the support. All right, let's press this, let's press that, let's press that, and say yes. All right. Come on. All right, so this is what we have going on. It's going to be a tornado warning for southwestern Lamar, northwestern Delta County, up here in northeast Texas. That does include the communities of Cooper, Lake Creek, Highway 24 across Delta County from near Big Creek Lake down to Cooper. We wouldn't want folks right now on that highway, and again, that's 24. Wouldn't recommend folks be on Highway 19 around Lake Creek either right now. This storm moving southeast, the potential for quarter-size hail, localized damaging wind gusts, and yes, the potential for a tornado. Further southeast, we have a severe thunderstorm capable of producing damaging straight-line winds of 60 to 70 miles per hour and golf ball-size hail. We'll take a closer look at that. That storm is moving southeast down roughly Highway 149. It's near Tatum right now, showing an area of modest low-level rotation, which means this storm may be mixing down 60 to 70 mile-an-hour winds. Not really a tornado concern this second, but 60 to 70 mile-an-hour straight-line winds, the potential for golf ball-size hail. That's moving towards places like Beckville, Carthage, and DeBary here in Panola County. That's a very intense-looking thunderstorm. And again, Carthage, get ready. It's heading your way. Same thing for Beckville, Clayton, Gary City. And if it continues, and it probably will, it's going to be making its way down towards Tenaha. So get ready, Tenaha. This is heading your way, your way as well. All right, so those are storms ongoing in northeast Texas right now. You can thank activity that fired up or that began last night and moved across parts of Oklahoma for leaving an outflow boundary. Now, this is an interesting situation we have developing. We have storms rapidly developing now west of the Metroplex. This is noteworthy because this could be our first round that actually is going to be an issue for the DFW Metroplex going into the late afternoon, early evening hours. Now, we'll get this data to load in a second, and if it doesn't load, I'll just pop it on a different product. Very well, we'll do it the hard way. This is going to be a couple of storms that are probably going to go severe extremely quickly. Highway 180 right now near Brad, Metcalf Gap. This storm's going from nothing to 60,000 feet in a matter of 10 minutes. For what it's worth, radar is already suggesting this thing has golf ball size hail aloft, and that's going to start falling soon. So we're going to have a severe thunderstorm warning soon for Palo Pinto County. This storm right now is moving due east at about 30 miles an hour. Metcalf Gap, Brad, Palo Pinto on Highway 180. Get ready for what could be some very large hail and damaging winds within the next 20 minutes. This activity moving east. We have additional activity trying to go up here in western North Texas. A storm just north of Jacksboro, a storm back here south of Breckenridge on Highway 183 in Stevens County. I'll load the Echo Top product, and again, these things are going from 0 to holy moly guacamole quick. Big hail. Big hail. And I'll try to load a loop here real quick for you to show you that. And here is just how quickly these storms have gone up in the last few minutes. I don't want a 3-hour loop. Let's do half-hour. So here's a half-hour loop. Look how quickly these storms went up. Boom, the last 10 minutes. And this storm near Metcalf Gap is already showing signs of rotation, already showing signs of having tennis ball size hail aloft at 30 to 40 to 50,000 feet, which means even though it's going to melt, we're probably going to see a severe thunderstorm warning here very soon for Palo Pinto County. So Brad, Highway 180 to Metcalf Gap to Palo Pinto, including Highway 16, get ready. You have the potential, if not the likelihood, that we're going to have a severe thunderstorm with big hail here in just a couple of minutes. So get ready, and there's the warning. You'll hear it come across in just a second.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Palo Pinto County in Texas.
Okay, thank you very much for that generous order.
A new tornado warning has been issued for Armstrong and Donley County in Texas.
All right, we're going to go back up and look at that here in just a second. But again, that's going to be a severe thunderstorm warning that's just been issued here for Palo Pinto County in western North Texas for that storm moving east at 30 miles per hour. And there you go there. Hey, radar. Let me make sure we're using the private radar feed here. We are. It's just being a pain in the behind at the moment. All right, so let's go back up here into the Panhandle. We'll take a look. We have a tornado warning now for Armstrong County and western portions of Donley County. This is going to be for a thunderstorm that has a history now of producing softball to DVD size hail, or the hail to the size of a grapefruit. That's 4.5 inches in diameter. This thunderstorm, as it continues to deal with that activity, is going to move southeast at about 25 miles an hour. Now, it's over rural portions of southeastern Armstrong, southwestern Donley County. This is staying south of Highway 287. It's not going to be an issue for places like Clarendon. It's not going to be an issue for Goodnight or Claude, though y'all may have your own storm issues later. This is eventually going to be an issue places downstream. Could be places along Highway 70 from Memphis to Lakeview to Leslie, and maybe down towards Hall County in Turkey. Our storm chaser, name blank Brown, has probably some very unhappy feelings about where this storm is heading, I think, given the ranch. But, again, just had a report of 4.25 inch diameter size hail here on Highway 207, about 10 miles south of Claude. And that's with this storm moving southeast to 23. You can see we have numerous storms now. The whole eastern panhandle's unzipping like you went to Taco Bell, and yeah, we're not going to go down that idiom descriptor. But needless to say, we have hailers. And all these could do golf ball to baseball size hail, no problem. From Stinnett to Skellytown, Borger to Pampa, Whitedale to LaFours, down to Groom. All these storms that are developing and unfolding. You can see this is the atmosphere, essentially, the cap is gone, and you got storms going. And with that activity, that is going to be the beginning of our little bow echo line of severe storms that's going to move southeast this evening and tonight and become a long-lived cluster of severe thunderstorms known as a Derecho. As that continues, we expect activity to make it off to the southeast at about, well, right now at least, it's moving southeast about 20, but once that line organizes, it's going to start moving southeast at like 50 to 60. And we'll take a look at the timing element in just a second. I'm going to put a loop on here, hopefully. Man, I don't know what is with data today. Like, seriously, I don't know why some of this is just being so laggy. Let me reset this program again, but again, Eastern Panhandle, guess what? We got storms. Now, quickly, since we do have a storm with a tornado warning up here, This is going to be a tornado warning for Dahlem County. It'll show up on the map eventually. Does not include the city of Dalhart. Dalhart, this isn't an issue for you, though.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Armstrong, Carson, Donley, and Gray County in Texas.
We are expecting thunderstorms to possibly move through Dalhart soon. That line itself is starting to unzip a bit to the east. I'll just show you what it looks like on the high-res radar. And you can see, got a line now from, let's say, just northwest of Dalhart, near Ware. That's about 15 miles northwest of Dalhart, 20 miles southeast of Tex line. It's going to be moving south for the moment at 20 miles an hour south-southeast, and then that extends west through Sedan, New Mexico, back west of Highway 402 in New Mexico into Union County, New Mexico. Otherwise, line of storms, just gnarly, mean, angry, unhappy storms out here in the eastern panhandle. And these storms are absolutely capable of producing golf ball to softball to DVD size hail. You can see this whole area has just unzipped in the last hour. And by unzip, I mean we just have numerous storms going up. And guess what? Each one of these is capable of producing extremely large hail, damaging winds, very heavy rain. That southernmost storm that is currently about, we're going to say 20 miles southeast of Claude, or about 22 miles north of Silverton. This one has the potential to produce a tornado and has a history of producing hail up to the size of a DVD. That's 5 inches in diameter. So that is going to be an issue with that. We have storms in, and this is all going to be part of the developing bow echo line of intense storms that will eventually become a derecho that flies southeast tonight into Oklahoma, northwest Texas, the big country, North Texas. Okay, let's go back to our other tornado warning. This is going to be a severe storm out here in northeast Texas, in parts of southwestern Lamar and northern Delta County. This is going to be a severe storm capable of producing a quick spin-up tornado, perhaps, approaching Highway 24 near Enlow. This area of circulation that could put a quick spin-up tornado down is about 4 miles north of Cooper, moving southeast at 15 miles an hour. The tornado warning for Lamar County has been canceled. The storm has moved out of Lamar County. This storm is now in Delta County. At 4:26 p.m., a severe storm capable of producing a tornado was located near Big Creek Lake, 17 miles southwest of Paris, moving southeast at 15 miles an hour. To be clear, this is not a threat to the city of Paris. It is moving away from the city of Paris. It's moving southeast and is going to continue moving southeast. After Cooper, if it continues, it may eventually be an issue for places like Tira. But for now, we're just going to watch carefully. Now, this thing down here is definitely a windbag. Beckville, Carthage, prepare for damaging straight-line winds, the potential for quarter to golf ball size hail, but I really think this thing could have 70-plus mile-an-hour winds with it now. This is a high precipitation supercell. You can see it is accelerating to the southeast. You can see how quickly now that's moving southeast. That's another indication we have a lot of damaging wind within this thunderstorm. So Carthage, Gary City, down Highway 59 to Tenaha in the next, well, Carthage in the next 10 minutes. Gary City, we're going to say by 4:50 p.m. Tenaha, let's go 5:10 p.m. The potential for wind damage over 70 miles an hour. A lot of down trees, down power lines, all sorts of stuff like that. We want y'all to go ahead and move to a safe place. Be away from trees and windows. We don't want you to get hurt by stuff falling. And again, we could have a lot of trees down out here, and that has the potential to produce significant wind damage here, out here in southeastern and eastern Panola County. As that activity continues to move to the southeast at probably closer to 30 to 40 miles an hour now, the potential for golf ball size hail.
A new tornado warning has been issued for Carson and Hutchinson County in Texas.
All right, it's going to be up here in the Panhandle. We've got a new tornado warning. And this is going to be for the storms closer to Stinnett, a memory byte error has been detected. Oh, that's an interesting issue. So it's going to be a tornado warning that includes the cities of Borger, includes Skellytown, and Buena Vista. So Borger, Skellytown, Buena Vista, areas south of the city of Stinnett. You are now in a tornado warning up here in the panhandle of Texas. You need to enact your tornado safety precautions. That'll be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. We'll let the files load here, and you can see that tornado warning does include Skellytown and Borger, areas south of Stinnett on Highway 152. The possibility of a colliding thunderstorm / boundary interaction could result in a quick spin-up tornado here. In addition, we're seeing indications of wind gusts over 70 miles an hour being generated just north of Borger up to the Phillips 66 plant towards areas east of Stinnett out towards the Vista Ranch Airport. And that activity is moving southeast at about 30 miles an hour. So we could have quarter to golf ball size hail at least, the potential for damaging straight line winds of 60 to 70 miles an hour. And yeah, we may see a quick spin up tornado here near the Phillips 66 plant, northeast of the city of Borger. But those of you back down into Borger, down Highway 152 to Skellytown, you're included in this tornado warning. So that means you need to take your tornado safety precautions. It's going to be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for DeSoto County in Louisiana. Harrison, Nacogdoches, Panola, Rusk, and Shelby County in Texas.
Otherwise, we do have a tornado warning for Dallam County. This is going to be northwest of the city of Dalhart, staying west of Dalhart. Have a report of a confirmed tornado at 4:23 p.m. northwest of Dalhart by a good 10 miles. If we have a tornado down, it's going to be on Highway 102 about 10 miles west of Highway 87, moving almost due south-southeast towards the northern parts of Hartley County. You can see very rural out here, agricultural interests, but the tornadic part of this storm, and probably even a good chunk of the hail, will remain west of the city of Dalhart as this moves south into rural portions of northern Hartley County. This is way out here in the northwestern Texas panhandle. You can see it's not moving towards anything right now. In, a few hours, it could make it down to Interstate 40 from near Adrian to Vega, but that is a long way off. Meanwhile, we've got all this nonsense out here. This thing in southeastern Armstrong County, that thing's all sorts of mean. This thing's probably dropping 5 to 6 inch diameter size hail right now. I mean, the radar reflectivity, or the how hard it's raining / hail mode, is going holy moly guacamole. If you're southeast of Claude right now by about 15 miles, I am so sorry. You're probably seeing some of the biggest hail you've ever seen in your life. 10 miles south of Goodnight, this storm's moving southeast towards Leslie and northwestern Hall County, northeastern Briscoe County. We could see some strong winds make it down as far as Silverton, but the hail core, the possibility of a spin-up tornado, will be remaining in rural portions of northeastern Briscoe County and northwestern Hall County. This storm eventually may approach Leslie, Lakeview, Turkey, Tampico, Parnell, Plaska, probably staying west of Memphis, but could end up an issue for Esteline. Just know it is the cop trap town, speed trap town. And eventually, this storm, if it continues, is probably going to make it down to Turkey. Hopefully just east of Silverton, staying east of Silverton. But again, we'll see. I'll put a radar loop on here so y'all can hopefully see.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Hansford, Hutchinson, Moore, Ochiltree, Roberts, and Sherman County in Texas.
We'll put the radar loop on here so you can see what's going on over the last hour. And you can see this storm southeast of Claude is moving southeast. They've got it moving at about 25 miles an hour. This storm has a history of producing 4 to 5 inch diameter size hail, so softball grapefruit DVD. and that is moving southeast at 20. We're starting to see a good amount of wind being pushed out by this. And then as you look north, we've just got storms going yippee-ki-yay across the central and eastern panhandle. You can see we went from nothing to holy mother of guacamoleville real quick here. So this activity continues and will continue to produce very significant weather hazards with golf ball to baseball size hail, winds over 70 miles an hour, and at times tornadic activity as the main area of storms currently moving east or east-southeast at about 25 to 30 miles an hour. And this is all part of, this all is going to make it down to North Texas, Texoma, Northwest Texas this evening. Here we'll do this. Hey Siri, set a 4-minute timer. And if I set yours off, I'm sorry. In 4:40, we're going to talk about the timing tonight, who's getting what. All right, let's go down here into North Texas. And you can see we've had a couple of severe storms erupt here in western North Texas from Palo Pinto County now back into southern parts of Stevens County. This is going to be a lawn and outflow boundary generated by thunderstorms last night. Severe storm near Metcalf Gap. Stand by, a new tornado warning.
A new tornado warning has been issued for Dallam and Hartley County in Texas.
Okay, we'll look at that in a minute. But again, that is going to be with the storm that is out way west of Dalhart on 152 moving south into rural portions of Hartley County. Let's take a look at this. Again, these storms out here, Palo Pinto County into Stevens County. These storms have the potential of producing quarter to golf ball size hail, damaging straight line winds of 60 to 70 miles per hour. And we are expecting that activity to continue producing severe weather over the next several hours. So that could be at least golf ball size hail, localized damaging straight line winds, and very heavy rain. All right. And I think I'm able to do this. Give me just a second. And if I just figured out what I think I just figured out, we're going to be live streaming on Instagram. Find out in a second.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Briscoe and Hall County in Texas.
Oh, look at that. All right, well, we'll see if that works. All right, so we do have a severe thunderstorm out here in Stevens County that is going to be near Metcalf Gap. Y'all may be seeing winds of 60 miles an hour, at least, the potential for golf ball size hail. Now, we're live on Instagram now, too. I'm not sure if it's going to be horizontal or vertical, I'll be honest. If it's vertical, it probably won't look real good, but you can hear my voice, and you can also watch us literally on everything. We're on YouTube, we're on Twitch, we're on Facebook, we're on X, we're on Instagram, we're on our website, we're on our free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. Just search for Texas Storm Chasers where you download apps for your device. We're literally live on everything. And we're going to be live on everything probably for at least another 8 to 10, 12 hours as we deal with a very dangerous situation tonight. 4-minute timer is up. My girlfriend didn't remind me, so no cookie for her. And I'm about to get lopped on the head. All right, let's take a look. Hey, Siri, cancel alarm. And what we're going to... Okay, well, timer then. I don't really care. Stop it! I have 50 series going off. Let's take a look at the severe weather outlook going into this evening tonight. Then we're going to look at the timing. And Jason, if you're listening, I'll send you the I'll do this actually just real quick. In case you want to monitor like you were the other day. I know you're out and about though, so you may not, but all right. I'm hearing myself behind me. So I'm going to send this to him. There you go. Merry Christmas. All right, so this is the severe weather risk going into late this afternoon, this evening, and tonight. Oh, I can set the bitrate to a mobile setting. Cute. And guess what? We're going to have issues here in Northwest Texas, North Texas, Texoma, the Big Country, Northeast Texas, the Arklatex, East Texas. What we have right now in North Texas and East Texas is not the main show. Those are afternoon storms throwing out hail and wind. The stuff firing in the Panhandle of West Texas, that's going to be the show tonight. That is going to move southeast. All this up here is going to move southeast tonight as a very long-lived, intense line of thunderstorms that may eventually qualify as a derecho. A derecho is a very long-lived line of intense storms producing 60 to 110 mile per hour winds over a span of several hundred miles.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Brewster and Pecos County in Texas.
And that is what we're going to see occur tonight. So a very significant line of damaging to intense winds, 60 to 110 miles an hour. And we're going to see embedded tornadoes, and we're going to see wind-driven quarter to softball size hail. Those of you who remember the Houston derecho of last year, the DFW wind event that occurred in the early morning hours in late May, guess what? That's the kind of event we're talking about tonight over a large area. So it has the potential to be extremely impactful, with impacts continuing for days after. So let's clear everything off the map. We're going to look at the high-res rapid refresh model. I'm going to load up what this is going to look like from about 6 p.m. tonight through, we'll just do, 6 a.m. tomorrow. And again, this is not going to have everything down to the nitty-gritty. This is not going to be completely accurate. Don't assume it's going to have storms correctly placed timing-wise or location. But as you can see, we got problems in Northwest Texas, the Big Country, Texoma, the Panhandle, West Texas, East Texas, this evening and tonight. The strongest storms here are going to be producing winds over 100 miles per hour, tornadoes, baseball, and softball size hail. So understand, we're really worried tonight. Do not park your vehicles under trees. Like, don't be near trees. If you can, do not park your vehicles under trees. I'm worried we're going to have carports go flying. I'm worried we're going to have trees falling on things, and we're going to have a heck of a lot of power outages. If we can get through tonight in the state of Texas without 500,000 customers without power, I will be surprised. That's the kind of scope of the event we're talking about here, and I only say that to express the concern that some of you are going to be without power for several days. We may have some pretty substantial damage to the overall power infrastructure in some locations of Northwest Texas, the Big Country, Texoma, North Texas, Northeast Texas, this evening and tonight from very widespread, life-threatening severe thunderstorms. So tonight, when this line arrives at your location, and if we're talking about winds of, 80 to 100 miles an hour, you need to treat it like a tornado warning. That's the kind of stuff we're dealing with tonight. We're going to have storms capable of producing widespread tornado-like winds of 70 to 100 miles per hour. It does not matter if we're talking straight line winds of 100 or a spin-up tornado within all that of 100 miles an hour. Both are going to produce a lot of damage, and we want folks to be safe. That is the reason I am here yippity and yapping right now. So please pay attention. And we're going to be here all evening. Guess what? We are streaming everywhere. Assuming my, little server room doesn't get taken out, we're going to be here all evening. And even then, I'll just pop on a laptop, pop on a hotspot, and do the best. So make sure you're sharing our live stream links. The best way to watch us is going to be on YouTube. You can search for David Reimer, Texas Weather Center, Texas Storm Chasers. Better yet, just go to texasstormchasers.com. The video is right there at the top of the homepage. Texas Storm Chasers mobile app, same exact thing. You can watch our live coverage in the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. Just search for Texas Storm Chasers where you download apps to your devices, or scan that QR code above my big, beautiful, bald head. Either way, it's going to be okay, and we're going to get you through it. If if you're already aware of what's going to happen tonight, guess what? You're in better shape than most because you're going to be paying attention. And that's why we're here. That's why we're yippity and yappity and doing all this stuff. So let's switch back to the real-time radar. Let's talk about warnings. Let's start off with the fact we no longer have a tornado warning for Lamar, Delta County. That storm has dissipated. Lamar, Delta County, you're clear from the tornado warning. You will have storms tonight that are severe. A significant severe thunderstorm capable of producing golf ball size hail and straight line winds over 70 miles per hour is now moving across Highway moving across Highway 79 and Highway 315 from the city of Carthage south. We're seeing some extremely strong straight line winds with this right now. We're seeing winds of 60 plus miles an hour being indicated by the which way the wind is blowing mode. We've got a report of a tornado down right now west of Dalhart, Texas. We'll go look at that storm. Again, that's going to be over rural portions of Dallam down to Hartford County, but that is a confirmed tornado now. This storm near Carthage has winds of 70 miles an hour, the potential for golf ball size hail, and a lot of lightning, a lot of wind. This is moving down Highway 59 at about 30 miles per hour. So we're going to put a storm track on this real quick. We'll tell you what time. Well, here, let's do this. Let's just run it off the storm track it's got already, and we'll tell you what's the timing elements are going to be on this. Gary City, about 5:05. Highway 84 from Tipson to Tenaha, about 5:15 to 5:20. The city of Center, 5:35 to 5:40 p.m. The potential for winds over 70 miles an hour that could cause significant tree damage. The potential for golf ball size hail, very heavy rain, and a considerable amount of lightning and flooding. So we need to be very mindful of that. Understood, Jason. Stand by. Let me pull that up. We're going to go back to the go back up here into the Panhandle. Again, this is now a confirmed tornado west of the city of Dalhart by like 10 miles. That's not going to be an issue for Dalhart, but we've got video of that tornado. Let me go ahead and show you now. This is going to be the tornado from storm chaser Blake Brown.
Texas.
That's going to be your tornado near Dalhart, or I should say near, about 10 miles west of Dalhart, up there in the northwestern Panhandle, and that is in the last couple minutes. So that's your confirmed tornado now, about 10 miles west of Dalhart, moving south at
west of Dalhart, Texas.
About 20 to 30 miles an hour. Catherine Flowers, thank you very much for that very generous merch order. Hope you enjoy your gear. All right, so that's this storm out here. That's a confirmed tornado. That was from storm chaser Blake Brown. The man can find a needle in a haystack anywhere in the Texas Panhandle, and he probably will again today. So again, this is the which way the wind's blowing mode, and this is not an issue for the city of Dalhart. That's why we haven't been talking much about it. This is over rural portions of western Dallam County, moving south into Hartley County. This is not going to be near any towns anytime soon, with the exception of Middlewater. So Middlewater is right down here on Highway 54. That is going to be near Romero. How do you say Romero? Romero. Romero. How you say?
Romeo.
Okay, Romeo it is. Some West Texan you are.
No,
Yeah, I know. I love. Anyway, that's Hartley County, Highway 54, and that's going to be a thunderstorm that does have a tornado down right now, staying west of Dalhart, moving south at about 15 miles an hour. So again, that was from storm chaser Blake Brown. Further east, let's talk about it. Severe storms out the wazoo. You could probably fart at this point and have softball-sized hail fly out of one of these things and pop up, and you know all those fun descriptors. Spearman down to east of Cactus, highways 136, Highway 207, Highway 15. You've got golf ball size hail. Those storms generally moving southeast. Stinnett, Highway 207 down to Borger. The potential for golf ball size hail, winds over 70 miles per hour. Can't rule out a spin up tornado near Borger. And again, the main threat here, big hail, strong wind gust over 70 miles per hour. I think that is probably going to be the most likely hazard. Further south, Panhandle, east to southwest of LaForce, north of Groon, the potential for nickel to quarter size hail, localized damaging wind gusts over 60 miles per hour. Farther southeast, a thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado and softball size hail is located west of the community of Bryce and Highway 70. That's going to be about 8 miles west of Bryce. And Highway 256, the intersection of Highway 256 and Highway 70. That's going to be about 8 miles east. Charles Brias, thank you very kindly for your Texas Storm Chasers merch order. Hope you enjoy. Romero, thank you, Jason. All right. So, and here's the which way the wind's blowing with this storm. This thing's showing a pretty nasty circulation now. This is going to be about 8 miles west of Highway 70 and Highway 256 in far northeastern Briscoe County. The reason you're not seeing many towns out here is because there's not many towns out here. So, that activity will continue moving off to the southeast at about 20 to 30 miles per hour. Eventually, this may be an issue for the city of Turkey in Hall County. Tampico, same thing. Hopefully staying east of Kittikay, it should. Then moving towards Parnell. But again, this is a severe thunderstorm capable of producing maybe a tornado, but also softball-size hail and winds over 70 miles an hour. I do note they don't have a tornado warning on this right now. We'll see if they put a new one out, but they did just also update this warning to 80 plus miles an hour in softball size hail. And folks, these are the kind of storms. They're going to be in a line, but this is the kind of stuff we're going to see tonight in Northwest Texas, the Big Country, North Texas, Texoma, all of that. That's what we're going to see. What is that on there? In fact, I'll just show you. Here you go. And again, I know there's a ton of cities on here, but guess what? You get the gist. North Texas, Northwest Texas, the Big Country, the Concho Valley, Texoma, North Texas, Northeast Texas, and East Texas. Severe thunderstorms are likely tonight with a risk of 80 to 100 mile per hour winds, widespread damaging winds with the potential for a infrastructure impactful event, large hail, the potential for baseball to softball to DVD size hail, and embedded spin-up tornadoes. So we're going to be busy. And we'll talk about the timing elements again here in about 6 minutes. Hey, Siri, set a 7-minute timer. So
7 minutes.
7 minutes.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Armstrong and Donley County in Texas.
Thank you, Jason. I've got it. All right, put that away, set this up. I don't know why this isn't working.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Carson, Gray, Hutchinson, and Roberts County in Texas.
Okay. So I'm going to turn some of these back off. I'll make sure the radar is on. We're just doing a quick situational overview. You can see we got storms out the wazoo. We got severe thunderstorm warnings. We got tornado warnings. We got all sorts of nonsensical nonsense ongoing right now. Yes, nonsensical nonsense is my word of the day. Might have to reset this program. We'll see. And you can see there's just nonsense galore. So let's go over. We've got severe thunderstorms from Spearman to Borger to Skellytown to Pampa, to White Deer, to Groom, to McLean, to LaFours, to Howardwick, to Clarendon, to Headley, to almost down to Turkey now. We've got storms in western North Texas from near Palo Pinto back to Strong. We've got storms in East Texas from, well, here, I'm just going to look on here. From near south of Carthage now, moving quickly towards Timpson and Tenahaw. Thank you very kindly to Cliff Phillips for your Texas Storm Chasers merch order. Thank you, everybody who's been sending in stars and super chats as well. We appreciate the support. All right, so let's go over what we've got. Severe thunderstorm now just south of the city of Carthage. The potential for golf ball size hail to tennis ball size hail and winds over 70 miles per hour. That's moving south quickly towards Highway 59 from Timpson to Tenahaw. Get ready for a damaging severe thunderstorm with very large hail, damaging winds, and very heavy rain. This storm has a history of producing golf ball size hail, winds to 70. After that, it's moving towards Garrison, Stockman, Center, Shelbyville, and could end up in places like Chirino and St. Augustine by 5:45 to 6 p.m. Back up in northeast Texas, the storm that was in Delta and Lamar counties with the tornado warning has been canceled. We have a storm going up in Denton County. At this point, the only thing that's doing is shooting out lightning near Ray Roberts Lake, north sides of Denton. Could have some pea-sized hail. That's Papa Echo Alpha, not Papa Echo Echo. We have a severe thunderstorm out here in Palo Pinto County. This storm has the possibility of producing golf ball size hail, winds to 60 miles an hour, near 8 miles northwest of Lake Palo Pinto, or probably about 22 miles southwest of Wichita Falls, very near Highway 16, just south of Metcalf Gap. Those storms are extending back now west to and over Highway 16, back west to north of Tiffin, north of Morden Valley, so probably in the area of Larry. Sorry, Larry. So let's go back west, and then we're going to take a look at the timing elements going into this evening. We've got severe storms, again, in the Panhandle. We've got a thunderstorm that has a history of producing tornadoes in the last 20 minutes. That possible tornado now that has dissipated but could regenerate at any time is about 12 miles west-southwest of Dalhart. That's going to be moving south towards Romero and Middlewater here on Highway 54 in northern Hartley County. All right, get this set up. All right. What is that going to be? All right, do we have just that today? All right, so we've got Storm Chaser Jason Cooley. He is near Esteline up here in northwest Texas. And you can see from his view, I'll just go ahead and pop it on. You can see some cool upper level clouds. You can see he's got quite a bit of striations there in that Amatis. And he's going to be approaching this nasty thunderstorm that is going to be moving towards Turkey. So we're going to be watching for that very carefully as he moves off to the southeast. Or as the storm moves off to the southeast at about 30 to 35. All right, it's 5 o'clock. Let's go out to the statewide view. Let's do a roundup here. Let's talk about the risk zones tonight, talk about the timing tonight, and we shall continue with that magical super-duper Texas severe weather coverage many of you are here for. If you haven't already, do us a favor, go over to our YouTube channel, hit that subscribe button, get notified when we have live streaming storm chasers, live streaming severe weather coverage. We also post daily Texas weather forecasts on the David Reimer Texas Weather Center YouTube channel. If you're watching us on our website or in the mobile app, that's that video. So, hey. Stacy Richards, thank you very much for that generous donation. Seriously, thank you very much. That's way too much. We appreciate it. All right, let's go take a look. This is the severe weather outlook for not tomorrow, today. Here's today's severe weather outlook. Level 1 is the lowest, that's the green. Level 5 is the highest, that's the pink. We never want to see that. We have a level 4 out of 5 risk of severe thunderstorms. That's a pretty high-end threat. And that is for the potential, if not the likelihood, that we're going to be dealing with a derecho tonight, moving out of the Panhandle in West Texas southeast towards Texoma, northwest Texas, into the big country. North Texas, Texoma, northeast Texas, east Texas. And the potential is high that many of those storms will have winds of 80 to 110 miles per hour. Just had a report of an 83 mile per hour wind gust, 15 miles southwest of Clarendon, with the storm Jason's heading to. An 83 mile an hour wind gust at 4:42 p.m. Cat P, thank you very much for that generous super chat. So again, level 4 out of 5 risk, very high. That means you've got about a 1 in 2 chance of having a severe storm within 25 miles of any given location near you tonight. And to be frank, I think it's probably higher than that for Texoma, North Texas, and Northwest Texas. Wichita Falls, DFW, Sherman, Childress, areas north of Abilene. I think y'all are borderline high risk for widespread damaging winds, hail, and a tornado threat this evening. And a lot of those winds are going to be above 70 miles an hour. Some of those winds will be near 90 to 110 miles per hour. If you want comparisons, the derecho in Houston last year and the damaging wind event that moved through DFW Metroplex in the early morning hours around sunrise in late May, except on a larger, more widespread, long-lived scale. So we're probably going to have hundreds of thousands of customers without power by late tonight. We're going to have significant damage to infrastructure. We're going to have significant damage to trees. Do not park your vehicles under trees tonight unless you want that tree going through your vehicle. We're going to have probably thousands to tens of thousands of trees knocked down tonight from Texoma, northwest Texas, and the big country, east through DFW.
A warning has been issued for Crane, Pecos, Reeves, and Ward County in Texas.
Northeast Texas, the Arklatex, and everybody out there. So that is what we are expecting. So, yeah, not great. Now, let's pop on the high-res rapid refresh model. And we'll take a look at the overall timeline going into this evening. And tomorrow morning. And guess what? Yeah, it's not going to be great. We're going to have a significant line of destructive storms moving through northwest Texas, Texoma, North Texas, the big country, northeast Texas, and east Texas. Storms, well, we could have storms in DFW, in the next few hours, but the main round's going to be this evening, probably between 10 p.m. and midnight. I'm going to let that play for a second as I get some behind-the-scenes work done here. Then we'll take a look at meteorologist Jason Cooley's feed. But again, for the timeline, here you go, going into tonight. All right. So there's that. Let's go back to the real-time radar. You can see meteorologist Jason Cooley in that cam box below my big ugly mug. He's approaching the severe storm approaching areas north of Turkey. And I'll tell you what, this thing near Turkey, north of Turkey, is moving right for Turkey at this point, to Tampico, to Parnell. No travel on Highway 86 going west of 287 in Esteline. I would not go east of Highway 70 either. That is not going to be the best idea unless you want to lose your window. You can see as we take a look at his image out here, you can see, starting to see a view of the base. Looks like a bit of a striated shelf cloud. You can see very green, well, greenage off into the distance there. And we're going to be watching very carefully as that storm moves closer to him and he moves closer to that storm. CW, thank you very kindly for that super chat. And Steve Noon, welcome to the member family. Okay, so let's zoom out.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Dallam and Hartley County in Texas.
All right, that new severe thunderstorm warning. All right, so we have several severe storms moving southeast across the Texas Panhandle this evening. We have a thunderstorm that has a history of producing a tornado. That is now going to be about 13 miles southwest of Dalhart, moving down towards the Romero area on Highway 54, northeast of Middle Water. That storm is going to move southeast. That eventually could make it to Channing. We'll see what the Weather Service does with that. We have several to numerous severe thunderstorm warnings up here across the eastern panhandle from Hansford County, Hutchinson County, Carson County, down into Donley County, Hall County. Karen Trickle, thank you very kindly for that merch order. Hope you enjoy. These storms out here from south of Spearman to near Borger, west of Miami, to north of Pampa, south of White Deer, southwest of Pampa, southwest of LaForce to north of Groom, south of Clarendon to north of Turkey. Most of those storms are slowly moving east-southeast. The storm approaching Turkey is moving southeast at 30 miles an hour. Bryce Caprock Canyon State Park, the potential for 5-inch diameter size hail, and wind gust over 80 miles per hour.
A new tornado warning has been issued for Hartley County in Texas.
That's going to be up here in Hartley County. That's this storm southwest of Dalhart, and that's going to be a new tornado warning for that. Now, back into North Texas, we do have a severe thunderstorm here in Palo Pinto County. We'll zoom in further. That's going to be from near Strawn to Gordon to Palo Pinto. That storm has the potential to produce quarter to ping pong ball size hail now, about to be on Interstate 20, very near Santo to Brazos to Gordon. That storm again could have ping pong ball size hail, 70-mile-per-hour winds, and very heavy rain, cloud to ground lightning. Back east into East Texas. This storm about to come down on Highway, what is that? 59 from near Tenaha to Tipson, moving south down Highway 80 or south on 96 towards Center. That storm's moving at 30 Center. It's going to be down there very quickly.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Eastland, Erath, and Palo Pinto County in Texas.
And that is going to be capable of producing 70-mile-an-hour winds and quarter to golf ball size hail. So Gary City to Tipson to Tenaha, damaging winds, damaging hailstorm in the next 5 minutes. After that, those of you on Highway 87 from Tipson to Center, those of you on Highway 96 from Tenaha to Center, those of you on 84 now from Tenaha to Tipson, expect up to golf ball size hail, hopefully not any bigger, winds of 70. And Billy Rowland, thank you very much for that extremely generous super chat. That is way too much, but thank you kindly. And chat, I hope you'll give him y'all's thanks as well for that very kind donation. All right. So that's with the storm there. Let's take a look out in Turkey. And Deborah Grant, thank you kindly for that generous order. Are you about to walk behind me? No. Okay. Hope you enjoy your merch. And those of you out here in Western Texas, let's take a look at this. And we'll see. Having fun? More caffeine for me. It's going to be a long night, folks. So Tipson, Center, Tenaha, damaging hailstorm with damaging winds, a lot of downed trees in the next 20 minutes. That storm's moving south into Shelby County on Highway 96. Storm chaser Jason Cooley, the feed below my big bald head, and ooh, nice structure. This is the storm he's on. That's approaching Turkey. The wind report, 83-mile-an-hour wind. This storm has a history of producing softballs. You can see the lightning on his shot. You can see very nice supercell structure. That's from meteorologist Jason Cooley. That's going to be, he is near Turkey. There on Highway 86, you can see a beautiful storm. Destructive, but beautiful. Ryan RW, thank you for that super chat, along with Gen Z Chaser. Thank you kindly. And Jenna Belvins, welcome to the basic membership tier. Thanks for joining. All right, so that's with that storm. Panhandle, again, y'all are dealing with storms. And these are also going to be capable of producing flash flooding. Kaya Gasaway, thank you kindly for your Texas Storm Chasers merch order. I'm sorry if I completely and utterly messed up your name. Looks like, is that a new tornado warning? That might be a new tornado warning coming for Hartley County, which I think we already had, but it's not showing up on this map yet. They do have a tornado warning until 6 p.m. out here still. This is going to be 12 miles southwest of Dalhart. And there you go. There's that tornado warning. Not going to be an issue for Dalhart, but those of you southwest of Dalhart by about 10 to 15 miles on Highway 54, that storm still has the potential to produce a tornado. Tennis ball size hail and damaging straight line winds. You can see that's a beautiful shot from storm chaser Jason Cooley. I just want to go back to that full again because of the view. That is going to be the severe thunderstorm that is west of Childress, east of Silverton, moving towards Turkey, Texas. That's going to be the beginning of what's going to move across northwest Texas, western portions of Texas, the big country, Texoma, North Texas, northeast Texas, and the Arklatex tonight, the beginning of what's going to become a very long-lived, intense line of severe thunderstorms capable of producing damaging straight-line winds of 60 to 100 miles an hour, the potential for spin-up tornadoes, and very large damaging hail. New storm going up just southwest of Floydada, north of Rawls. We'll need to watch that carefully. And Michael Hart, thank you very much for your Texas Storm Chasers merch order and your donation. That's very kind of you. Thank you. I hope you enjoy your TSC gear. Just had a report of a rain-wrapped tornado over Caprock Canyon State Park. That's going to be west of Leslie. We'll see. If there's something down, we're going to see it from meteorologist Jason Cooley as it approaches his location. But again, that's a severe thunderstorm warning out here for now. They may upgrade to a tornado warning. Otherwise, the most serious storm affecting populations at this point is going to be the storm out here in East Texas approaching Tenaha and Timpson, about to move down into Center here on Highway 96 over the next 15 to 20 minutes. All right. So thanks for joining us this afternoon. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. We've got meteorologist Jason Cooley in a live box below me. He is out in West Texas near Turkey. That's a live look at an intense supercell capable of producing a tornado, softball to DVD size hail, 4 to 5 inches in diameter, and has a history of producing winds over 80 miles per hour now. That storm is moving southeast across Hall County towards places like Matador and Paducah and Motley and Cottle counties. Here's the storm on satellite and radar. And again, this is all going to be part of what's going to be a busy night here in northwest Texas, the big country, North Texas, Texoma, into northeast Texas and east Texas. We'll keep an eye on his shot. Here's the cluster of storms now west of the DFW Metroplex. This is going to be from Interstate 20, from near Strawn and Gordon up to Santo and Brazos. We've got storms capable of producing quarter to ping pong ball size hail. That's 1 to 1.5 inches in diameter. Could have wind gusts of 60 plus miles an hour and a lot of lightning and very heavy rain. Those storms are moving southeast towards places like Morgan Hill, Huckabee, Bluffdale, and Lipan out here in western Hood County and northern Erath County. Anya Stone, thanks very much for your Texas Storm Chasers bumper sticker order. Hope you enjoy. And Judy Flanagan, thank you very much for your generous super chat. This activity will continue moving southeast this evening. We'll take a look at the timeline, the overall risk area at 5:30. Hey Siri, set an alarm for 5:30. And this activity will continue, well, unfortunately, through the evening. Whitney, thank you very much for your generous donation. Really appreciate it. David Hamilton and Trey Neal, thanks for your generous super chats. We'll work on staying caffeinated. In fact, here we go. There's some caffeine right now in your honor. So here's the severe storm approaching Turkey, Texas, out west of Esteline, east of Plainview. This is in West Texas. That's a supercell. It has a history of producing 4.5-inch diameter size hail. That's a grapefruit. Damaging winds over 80 miles an hour. Can't even rule out a rain-wrapped tornado back in there, and that's from meteorologist Jason Cooley. I'm curious how close that is to the 6666 ranch. Otherwise, we need to take a look at this storm out here. See what that MD is about. Hey, radar, let's take a look, shall we? All right, so we have a very nasty-looking storm on the highway from Timpson out towards Tenaha. That's going to be Highway 59, I believe. This storm is showing indications of producing very large hail. Hail sizes could easily be in excess of golf balls, maybe tennis ball. Jerry and Sherry, I'm going to mess this up. Gerard and Sherry. I said I was going to mess it up. Gerard, Gerard, Gerald. There we go. And Sherry Ryle, thank you very much for your generous donation merch order. I hope you enjoy. And thanks for the kind words. We appreciate them. So this storm from Tipton to Tanahal could have winds over 70 miles an hour and golf ball size hail at least. It's moving southeast at about 30 miles per hour. So let's put some times on this. You can see that storm near Turkey, Texas and West Texas. That's going to be from Storm Chaser and meteorologist Jason Cooley. Thank you, Jennifer Chandler, for your Texas Storm Chasers merch order. Hope you enjoy. This storm's going to be crossing highway, is that 87? I can't tell. This is what I get for having a cruddy eye. Yeah, highway 87 from Tipton to Center in the next, 5 to 15 minutes. Wow, look at that.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Delta, Fannin, and Lamar County in Texas.
Folks, that is incredible storm structure. You're watching live storm chasing video from meteorologist Jason Cooley. That is the storm near Turkey, Texas. That is part of what's going to come flying down Highway 287 tonight with winds of 80 to 100 miles an hour, softball-sized hail, and embedded tornadoes. Eric Osborne, thank you very much for your super chat. And look at that storm near Turkey. Wow, wow, wow. All right, so Center, this storm in East Texas is going to be near Center by 5:40 to 5:45. Golf ball size hail, damaging straight line winds over 70 miles an hour. Shelbyville, this could be near 5:50 p.m. Newville, we're going to say 5:55 to 6 p.m. That's off 96. St. Augustine, this storm's going to be approaching by 6:20 p.m. This storm could have golf ball size hail at least, damaging straight-line winds over 70 miles per hour. We have new storms developing now extremely quickly from north of Longview up Highway 259 to Ore City to Winsboro to Mount Pleasant. These aren't severe right now, but we definitely can't rule them out starting to produce hail and gusty winds. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning now. We're going to have a severe storm warning soon for Denton County. Severe storms erupting now from Denton and New Hope to Aubrey to Van Alstyne to Howe. Those could start dropping hail very quickly. Severe thunderstorm warning now east of Honey Grove. This storm's moving southeast at about 10 to 15 miles an hour with at least quarter-size hail and damaging wind gusts over 70 miles an hour. I expect we're going to get a severe thunderstorm warning soon for Denton County. That's going to be for a thunderstorm capable of producing quarter-size hail at least on the east sides of Denton, north sides of Corinth. That's going to be moving southeast towards Lakewood Village. Little Elm, Shady Shores could have at least quarter-size hail.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Carson and Gray County in Texas.
And that's moving southeast towards Little Elm, Oak Point, Shady Shores, Lakewood Village, east side of the Louisville Lake Toll Bridge within the next 20 minutes. Thank you very much Rosillo72 for that merch order. Hope you enjoy. This is going to be in the Colony by 6:10, Frisco 6:15, Little Elm about 5:50 to 5:55, Lakewood Village 5:40 to 5:45. The potential for at least quarter-size hail. Localized damaging straight-line winds over 50 to 60 miles an hour. I expect we're going to get a severe thunderstorm warning for that very shortly. Other storms going up here are going to do the same thing, move southeast slowly at 15 to 20 miles an hour. Each one of these storms could start producing at least nickel-size hail in the next 10 to 15 minutes. This storm out here in northern portions of Erath County is moving towards Morgan Hill and Huckabee. Starting to see a little bit of rotation with this now, with that little hook echo east of Highway 108. That's going to be moving towards Morgan Hill. If that intensifies, we'll have to keep an eye out for maybe a quick spin-up tornado. That's moving southeast at about 20 miles an hour. So heads up to those of you in Erath County, specifically Morgan Mill, north of Stephenville, the potential for a damaging hailstorm. This storm could have at least quarter to golf ball size hail, damaging winds over 70 miles an hour. It is starting to show indications of increasing low-level rotation. That's with the storm in northern Erath County moving southeast at about, what do they got it moving at? Probably 20 miles an hour, maybe 30. 20. So if that continues, this may end up trying to approach Morgan Mill in the next 20 minutes, Bluffdale, maybe to the northeast sides of Stephenville there on Highway 377 by 6 p.m. Let's go up. Holy sweet guacamole. Let's go up here.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Nacogdoches, Panola, Rusk, Sabina, San Agustin, and Shelby County in Texas.
Okay, we now have a thunderstorm with a history of producing softball-size hail and 90-mile-per-hour winds. This is going to be approaching Turkey. A 90-mile-per-hour wind gust was measured by the National Severe Storms Lab team and their mobile Mesonet weather station at 5:09 p.m., 14 miles west of Lakeview. They also report a center pivot was overturned at their location. So again, those of you, well, Highway 86 right now from Turkey to Esteline is a no-go. That much is clear. This storm is moving southeast. This is going to be an issue for portions of Hall County, Cottle County, northeastern Motley County, and eventually maybe Childress County. This storm, again, has a history of producing tornadoes, 4 to 5 inch diameter size hail, winds now over 90 miles per hour. Very dangerous storm that's moving southeast. Tim and Renee Zeller, thank you very much for your merch orders and your generous donation. Enjoy the gear, and thank you for the kind words. All right, Eastern Panhandle of Texas. And we're going to do a statewide update here at 5:30, a look at the risk zones tonight and timing on that at 5:30. We got storms all the way from near Jerry P. Thanks for your generous donation and order. We have storms from near Groom and McLean north to Panhandle and Pampa up to Skellytown and Borger north of Stinnett. All this activity is going to be moving off to the east, east-southeast at about 20 to 30 miles an hour. All these storms could have at least golf ball size hail, damaging winds over 70. We have a lot of storms up here now, and they're all producing hail, strong winds, heavy rain, and lightning. We have a thunderstorm that's produced tornadoes at times over the last couple of hours up here in parts of central Hartley County. This storm is staying well south of Dalhart, moving southeast over rural portions of Hartley County. This is staying west of Highway 385, and on its present course, it may get a bit closer than I'd like to Channing, but that is still probably closer to 6:15 p.m. For now, this remains well west of Hartley. We'll look at the which way the wind's blowing mode. And again, Hartley's here at the intersection or nearabouts of Highway 87 and 385. That is going to be about 11 miles west of there. You can see on the which way the wind's blowing mode, that circulation, colors in the green moving towards Amarillo, red moving away. We're going to keep a very close eye on things. All right, let's zoom back out. Let's see what else is going on. Let's go back down southeast. And again, let's take a look at North Texas. Severe thunderstorm, northern Erath County. That storm has the potential to produce golf ball size hail, winds of 60 miles an hour. That storm is only now about 6 miles northwest of Morgan Mill here on Highway 281, moving southeast at 20 miles an hour. On its present course and speed, this storm may approach northern sections of Stephenville by 6 to 6:10 p.m. And at this point, it's doing a pretty big hail dump now in northern Erath County. It's south of Interstate 20, but it's producing a crazy amount of cloud-to-ground lightning all the way up into southwestern parts of Parker County. We're getting lightning now as far east as Crescent, which is over here at 171 and 377. So we're getting a lot of lightning. And remember, when thunder roars, go indoors. Those of you on Lake Granbury, you need to get off the lake and move inside. We don't want you getting struck by lightning. So if you know anyone on Lake Granbury, let them know. Dangerous storm with lightning approaching that. Morgan Mill in the next 10 to 15 minutes, potential for at least golf ball size hail, winds of 60 miles an hour, moving southeast at 20 to 25 miles an hour. That's going to be crossing over Highway 281 from pretty much the north sides of Stephenville to Interstate 20 over the next 45 minutes. No travel on that is recommended. This is going to end up moving across Highway 377 from the city of Stephenville up towards Bluffdale and Tolar. Probably between 5:45 and 5:50 through 6:30 p.m. With large hail, damaging winds, heavy rain. All right, DFW. This storm that is in DFW, we're still seeing indications of maybe some nickel to near quarter-size hail over the north sides of Corinth and the north sides of Louisville Lake. This storm is generally shifting southeast at about 15 miles an hour. The potential for maybe some nickel to near quarter-size hail that's near about an inch in diameter, maybe some 50-mile-per-hour wind gusts, very heavy rain with cloud to ground lightning. Same thing goes for these storms over McKinney. Same thing goes for these storms up Highway 75 through Anna, Van Alstyne to Howe. We've got a severe thunderstorm south of Honey Grove now, up in Lamar County. This is where we had that tornado warning earlier. This storm is not tornadic. It's a whole different storm. I'll put the loop on here. You'll be able to see. But again, as this data loads, you'll see all these storms moving southeast at about 15 to 20 miles an hour. These are not the round of storms we're worried about. These storms could have some hail, some gusty winds, some lightning, and heavy rain. And when thunder roars, you get your behind indoors. But these are not the uh-oh issues. Those come later, after 9 p.m. probably. As we deal with activity farther southeast, we just have multiple reports of quarter-size hail, in fact, in Corinth, so this is now a severe thunderstorm. We'll get a warning for Denton County in a moment, most likely, but Ashley Stanford, welcome to the community. Thanks for joining. As we head off into parts of East Texas, this thing out here, approaching the city of Center now with the potential of very damaging straight-line winds over 70 miles an hour. And the potential for what could be golf ball to Easter egg size hail, the plastic Easter eggs. Morris Sims, thank you very much for that super chat. And Scott Chandler, thank you very much for that generous donation. Glad you're enjoying the coverage. We're going to be here all evening, commercial free. And we're going to keep y'all updated. So thank you for joining us, and we appreciate it. If you haven't already, hit that subscribe button on the YouTube channel. And if you're watching us anywhere else, you can also always watch us here on YouTube at TexasStormChasers.com and in the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app, where you can download the Texas Storm Chasers mobile app just by searching for Texas Storm Chasers, where you download apps to your device. So, of course, you can just scan that QR code at the bottom of the screen as well, and that'll take you right to the download page. So, we have a couple of quarter-size hail reports in Corinth. I'm not sure why I don't have a severe thunderstorm warning on that, but it is what it is. Okay, so yeah, we got storms popping all over the wazoo now. You can see the radar in North Texas is starting to light up like a Christmas tree. This is pre-round. This is not the main round we're super worried about tonight. No, these are not really going to alter that at all, by the way. We're still going to have storms tonight coming in from the northwest as a nasty line. We got storms near Tenaha on Highway 59, rolling down Highway 96 at about 30 miles an hour. Storm chaser Chelsea Burnett mentioning they have pea-sized hail in Little Elm. So again, Tipson, you're clear. You're about to get another storm. Tenaha, worst of the hail is just west of town on 859. That's moving right towards Center. So again, those of you in Center, we do emphasize you're about to have a problem with hail, winds over 70. The hail could be larger than 2 inches in diameter. We have this severe storm passing north of the city of Stephenville, moving southeast towards Stephenville. That storm has the potential of producing golf ball size hail. Could be a bit larger than that, and winds of at least 60 to 70 miles an hour. Severe thunderstorm warning coming out for the DFW Metro for this storm near Corinth. That'll be a severe thunderstorm warning for parts of Collin, Denton, Dallas counties until 6:30. That severe storm is located near the city of Corinth, near Lake Dallas, over the Louisville Lake Toll Bridge. That's going to be moving southeast.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Collin, Dallas, and Denton County in Texas.
Barry Hale, thank you very much for that generous super chat. And Josh C., thank you for your order in the Texas Storm Chasers merch store and that donation and your kind words. You're right, we do try our best not to sensationalize. We just try to give the facts without making life any more chaotic than it already is. All right, so severe thunderstorm warning for the storm near Corinth. That's going to be for quarter-size hail, 1 inch in diameter, and localized damaging wind gusts over 60. That's 60 miles per hour. We have a storm going up over McKinney, east sides of McKinney, out towards the McKinney-Collin County Airport, just west of Princeton. That's going to be capable of producing nickel to quarter-size hail over the next several minutes. So if y'all end up getting hail, give us a holler when it's safe to do so. Please don't go play in the hail while it's still falling from the sky. This activity is going to be moving off to the southeast at about 15 to 20 miles an hour. This is not the main show. This is just apparently a little preview of what's to come tonight. So we're still going to have dangerous storms coming in from the northwest later this evening. Let's go out here into the big country quickly, and we'll take a look at this severe storm, northern Erath County. You can see that's going to be approaching Morgan Mill here on Highway 281 in the next several minutes. The potential for at least golf ball size hail with that. That storm's moving southeast at about 25 miles an hour. It may skirt the northeast sides of Stephenville, but otherwise, those of you in Bluffdale down to Chalk Mountain are in distinct danger of dealing with this very nasty thunderstorm as it moves off to the southeast. Catherine Bower, thank you very much for that very generous donation. Appreciate it. All right, I'm going to reset this program real quick. Sometimes I overload its 32-bit memory and it stops loading some things. But again, Bluffdale down to Chalk Mountain, heads up. All right, this is the thunderstorm you're watching a live stream from. This is going to be from storm chaser and meteorologist Jason Cooley. This thing has a history of producing winds over 90 miles an hour and at least softball size hail. Cass G, thanks for your merch order and donation. Hope y'all enjoy the merch. Thank you for the support. This storm that is southeast of Turkey is going to keep moving southeast.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Childress, Cottle, Hall, and Motley County in Texas.
All right, we're going to see that warning pop up in a minute, but it is going to be for this thunderstorm. That's going to be a severe thunderstorm warning. That's going to include northern Motley, northern Cottle, southwestern Childress, and Hall County. This is going to be for a severe thunderstorm with a history of producing baseball to grapefruit size hail. We've got winds that have been reported up to 90 miles an hour, and these storms also still showing indications of doing all that. It's moving southeast at 35 miles an hour. At present course and speed, the storm should remain southwest of the city of Childress, at least the worst of it. So Childress, the worst is going to stay to your southwest for now. Northfield, CV, Dunlap, Swearingen, White Flat, and eventually maybe Jacobs, Paducah, and then eventually this is going to move towards parts of Cottle County, Ford County, Knox County, and King County. All of y'all downstream of this. This thing has a history of producing winds of 90 miles an hour, 4.5-inch diameter size hail. And it's going to keep on doing that for hours yet. So y'all downstream, heads up, it is not going to be a good time here in the next hours. This thing comes down and says hello. All right, Panhandle, storm up in rural parts of Hartley County. The reason we haven't been talking about this is it's simply in rural areas of agricultural. And we're kind of having to prioritize at this point. This storm has a confirmed tornado reported 15 miles south of Dalhart, 12 miles west of Hartley, moving southeast to 20. Emergency management reported tornado. So that's going to be moving southeast to 20. That's staying west of Hartley, out here in rural parts of Hartley County. Eventually, this storm may get a little close to Channing as it moves southeast, but it's staying west of Highway 385 for the time being and for, well, quite a while yet. All right. Carolyn, thank you very much for your generous donation. Appreciate it. All right, so we are streaming live on YouTube. We're streaming live on the Texas Storm Chasers website. We're streaming live in the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. We're streaming live in X, Instagram, Twitch, and I'm sure there's more. I just don't remember right now, but clearly it's busy. All right, let's get back to North Texas. Severe thunderstorm warning now for a storm with a history of producing 1-inch diameter size hail. That's about a quarter. Over the north sides of Lake Lewisville, over Corinth. That's going to be over the Lewisville Lake Toll Bridge now, and Lake Dallas could have quarter-size hail with that. This storm is slowly moving southeast at about 20 miles per hour. Thank you, Tana, for your Texas Storm Chasers merch order. Appreciate you. Those of you in west sides of Little Elm down to Lakewood Village, Lewisville Lake, the Colony, east sides of Lewisville, and east sides of Highland Village. This is going to be an issue for y'all. You could get some nickel to quarter size hail. That's about 1 inch in diameter. The potential for some wind gusts over 60 miles an hour, heavy rain and lightning. When thunder roars, go indoors. Other storms. We've got a storm on 380 just east of McKinney, just east of the Collin County Airport. That could have maybe some dime to nickel size hail. That's slowly moving southeast. Storms from near Anna and Westminster there on 121 up Highway 6. Excuse me, Highway 6. That's going to be Highway 5, isn't it? Yeah, Highway 5. Not confusing College Station here. Highway 5 from just south of Howe to Van Alstyne. That's moving southeast. Those could have some dime to nickel size hail. Storm now just southwest of Roxton, where we had an earlier severe storm, is moving off to the east, east-southeast at 10 miles an hour. That could have hail slightly larger than a quarter, near 1 inch in diameter to 1.25 inches in diameter, along with gusty winds. All right. My alarm didn't go off when it was supposed to. So let's go ahead. Let's go to the statewide view. Let's give y'all an idea of what's going on. And we'll let you know what the risk zones are. So let's do some housekeeping. And to do that,
a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Bosque, Erath, Hood, and Somervell County in Texas.
okay, that's going to be the severe storm north of Stephenville. They're extending that warning downstream to include areas from Bluffdale and Tolar to Glen Rose and Glass, Iredell to Walnut Springs to north of Meridian. That's a pretty long duration warning. So Texas Raw, thank you for your super chat. Appreciate that. Kenneth Clegg and Sheltanya Field, thank you very much for your Texas Storm Chasers merch orders. Hope you enjoy your gear. All right. And for everyone who's becoming a member on the Texas Storm Chasers YouTube or the David Reimer Texas Weather Center, make sure you hit our post section for instructions on how to join our members-only Discord server. We're on there during and, well, not during active weather. That storm near Morgan Hill, north of Stephenville, is going nuts, by the way. The hail indications are going way up. So that storm, unfortunately, is becoming even more intense and is now over 65,000 feet tall. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to load the HRRR model, High-Res Rapid Refresh model. Now, we need to see how this model is doing right now, because if it's not handling storms right now, I'm not sure how it's going to do later. Now, notice, this storm does not have what's going on right now in North Texas, so that's a bit of a surprise. And we're going to need to keep an eye out for what that might mean later. But otherwise, we can at least show you what this model has going into tomorrow morning with that nasty line of storms moving across North Texas. Those of you in Center, west of Center, on Highway 87, prepare for baseball-size hail and winds over 75 miles an hour. Baseball-size hail, winds over 75 miles an hour from near the city of Center and just west of Center on Highway 87. That storm is moving southeast at about 30 miles an hour towards Newville and eventually St. Augustine. That could be a very damaging, intense thunderstorm. All right. Felicciano Farm, thank you very much for that generous donation. Appreciate it. All right, let's keep on going. So again, those of you from center west on 87, very large hail falling right now. That's moving down Highway 96 toward St. Augustine in the next 30 minutes. Morgan Mill in North Texas, Erath County, likely have golf ball to tennis ball size hail right now on Highway 281, moving southeast towards Glenrose, Glass, Walnut Springs, Iredell, Meridian. Douglas Darling, thank you very much for your March order. Hope you appreciate it. All right, back in North Texas, we have a storm over I-35E now. Lake Dallas, east to the Colony. We could have nickel to quarter-size hail with that. Luckily, that storm is not looking as organized right now. Let's get back to this. I'm going to show you the severe weather outlook for tonight. This is the severe weather outlook going into tonight from the Storm Prediction Center. As you can see, we have a significant risk, a level 4 out of 5, with 5 being the highest. That means you've got about a 1 in 2 chance of a severe storm within 25 miles of your location tonight. Could have winds of 60 to 100 miles an hour. This is a very big wind night. We could have a derecho moving southeast from the Panhandle in West Texas across northwest Texas, the Big Country, North Texas, and Texoma. Dina Colorado, thank you very much for your merch order and support. Hope you enjoy. That derecho, being a very long-lived line of intense severe thunderstorms, could continue and will continue into Texoma, North Texas, Northeast Texas, tonight into early Monday morning. What do I mean by long-lived line of storms? Well, we could have a corridor of, maybe 40 to 80, 100 miles north to south line moving southeast tonight, with 60 to 100 mile an hour winds, widespread damaging winds. Some winds over 100 miles an hour possible. And I'm not talking tornadic, I'm talking straight line winds. We're going to have embedded tornadoes as well. And guess what? Those are going to probably have 100 plus mile an hour winds. James Harris, thank you very much for your merch order. Hope you enjoy. That line's going to move southeast. We're also going to have embedded tennis or golf ball to baseball size hail being thrown sideways by those 60 to 100 mile an hour winds. And yeah, we could have embedded tornadoes. So what does that mean? Say it by the bell.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Hutchinson County in Texas.
That means we have a considerable risk of damage to power infrastructure tonight in the northern third of Texas, with significant power outages. By significant, I mean I wouldn't be shocked if we have 500,000 customers without power during the peak of this by tonight, as these storms move from places like Abilene and Wichita Falls across DFW and Sherman, Tyler to Texarkana. And it may be a lot more than that. The Houston derecho last year, something like that. The round of storms that moved through DFW last May around sunrise with, 90, 100 mile an hour winds, hundreds of thousands of people without power, that's what I'm talking about tonight. So that's the potential. Mike Taylor, thank you kindly for that super chat. And Jim, Felicciano, thank you very much for your merch order. Hope you enjoy. As y'all can tell, my pronunciation skills stink, so sometimes I'm just going to spell it out and go with that. So, yeah, guess what? We're going to be here all evening.
Hey, did you already cover the tornado warning?
For which counties?
What's up in the Panhandle?
Yeah.
Observed?
Yeah.
Okay.
And again, we have one tornado warning in Texas right now, and it's going to be this up in here, and we actually have a new tornado warning now. This is going to be for southeastern Hartley and northern Oldham counties, and it looks like this is going to include the city of Channing. So this is going to be a tornado warning now that includes Highway 385 near Channing, along with Highway 354.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Crosby, Dickens, Floyd, and Motley County in Texas. A new tornado warning has been issued for Hartley and Oldham County in Texas.
Okay, so this is going to be a tornado warning until 6:15 p.m. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is going to be about 12 miles southwest of Hartley, 19 miles south of Dalhart, moving southeast to 25 miles an hour. This may pass very near or just west of Channing in the next 30 minutes. So heads up to those of you in Channing. The potential for issues. Mary Jo Miller, U.S. Miller, thank you very much for your Texas Storm Chasers merch order. Now, out here, east of Amarillo, guess what? You see this? I'm going to put a loop on here. It's probably going to crash the program, but that's okay. I want to show y'all what this outflow boundary is doing. Y'all see this boundary moving west and how that's helping ignite new storms? That may allow stuff to fire in Amarillo soon. You can see we've got severe storms out the wazoo here from eastern sides of Amarillo out towards, let's not hit that, let's turn that off, Panhandle, Borger, Stinnett, Pampa, White Deer, north of Conway. All these storms out here have the potential to produce quarter to golf ball size hail, localized winds of 60 to 70 miles an hour, very heavy rain with a threat of flash flooding. We're getting a lot of rain out here, so that's the concern. Justin Barton, thank you very much for your Texas Storm Chasers merch order.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Hartley, Oldham, and Potter County in Texas.
Okay, and that's going to be a severe storm warning for all these storms around here. So those storms as a whole are going to be moving east, but they're just backbuilding and not really moving as much on radar. So we're going to have flooding here on Highway 60 from just north of St. Francis near the Amarillo Airport all the way up to Pampa. There's going to be a lot of flooding. I-40, we're going to have flooding here probably soon from Gloom to McLean. And that's just a consequence of all these storms. All right, back into West Texas we go. Where we end up, who the heck knows? You can see we're starting to get our line of storms developing out here. We now have a complex of severe storms from southwest of Childress and Esteline. That's moving towards CV, north of Paducah, north of 62 for now. That is moving right towards the city of Paducah, by the way, out here in northwest Texas. This is going to be moving southeast probably now at 30 to 40 miles per hour. We're starting to see these accelerate to the southeast thanks to wind-driven outflow. So again, moving southeast at 40, the potential for winds over 80 miles per hour and tennis ball size hail. Paducah, your Dunlap, Swearingen, Jacobs, CV, you're going to get winds that are going to be hurricane force wind gusts, very damaging winds in the next 30 minutes. That line moving southeast now at 40 miles per hour. We'll put the loop back on. We've got storms out here west of Dickens. You can see how quickly that storm's gone up. That storm has a possibility of producing 70-mile-an-hour winds, golf ball size hail. That's south of Roaring Springs, moving east on Highway 82 and 380, at least 82, towards Dickens. Right now, that storm is still probably about 10 miles west of Dickens as the crow flies, but it's moving east at 40. The potential for golf ball size hail, winds of 70. Canda Meta, thank you very much for your donation. And yeah, keep an eye out there tonight. Y'all are in for a rough night, I'm afraid. We do have storms developing all the way south now towards Post Canyon Valley. Those could continue to develop as well, and we do expect activity will continue to progress east-southeast towards the big country in northwest Texas over the next several hours as significant severe storms capable of producing winds over 75 miles an hour and golf ball plus size hail. All right, let's get back to North Texas. We're going to check on these storms. Let's check on the storm here in northern Erath County. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing golf ball size hail, damaging straight line winds over 70 miles an hour. Matt Pruitt, thank you very much for your Texas Storm Chasers merch order. Hope you appreciate it. This is going to be a severe thunderstorm in northern Erath County, moving southeast over now Highway 377 from just northeast to Stephenville down or up to Bluffdale and Tolar. This storm also showing a pretty damaging wind signature. We could still have winds back near 70 miles an hour in places like Lipan and Morgan Mill. A lot of lightning as well, all the way down to Highway 67 from Chalk Mountain to Glen Rose. This storm is moving southeast towards places like Chalk Mountain, Glen Rose, Walnut Springs, Iredell, and Meridian at 30 miles an hour. So heads up, the potential for ping pong to golf ball size hail, damaging winds of 60 plus miles an hour. Looks like we're going to have some new warnings here in just a second. Stand by. One is going to be for a severe storm near Princeton, just southeast of McKinney and Fairview that's perked up.
A new flash flood warning has been issued for Carson, Gray, and Hutchinson County in Texas.
Okay. Thank you.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Collin County in Texas.
All right, so that's going to be a severe thunderstorm warning for this eastern storm just southeast of the Collin County Airport near Lowry Crossing. That's going to have the potential for quarter-size hail, localized damaging winds over 60 miles an hour. That's moving southeast towards Copeville, Lavon, Lake Lavon there on Highway 78 in Wiley, Nevada, Josephine, Farmersville, and eventually it may make it to Royce City. That storm again near Lowry Crossing or the Collin County Airport right now. Quarter-size hail, 1 inch in diameter, winds to 60, moving southeast at about 15 miles an hour, so not quickly. Storm over Louisville right now is weakening. It still may be throwing out a bit of small hail, maybe up to the size of quarters, but at this point, it is not as intense as it was earlier, so that is good news. We'll have to watch it carefully. We still had a report of 1 inch diameter size hail at 5:44 p.m. in Lake Dallas. That was about 13 minutes ago. That storm about to cross over the Sam Rayburn Tollway and Highway 121 over the east sides of Louisville, along and east of I-35E. We'll see if that storm redevelops or builds back southwest a bit. Storms from north of Bonham to Honey Grove to Roxton down towards Cooper could have dime to quarter-size hail. That's about 1 inch in diameter, along with localized damaging winds over 60 miles an hour. Those are moving southeast. They've been pretty steady state over the last while. We have a very intense thunderstorm out here in East Texas on Highway 96. This is now going to be a severe thunderstorm moving south of the city of Center. That's going to be moving south towards St. Augustine. Radar just crashed. So I'll verbally tell you about it real quick. Severe storm on Highway 96. The potential for golf ball to tennis ball size hail. Wind gust of 70 miles an hour. A lot of wind energy being put out by this thunderstorm. It does have a bit of rotation as well. Not sure ingredients are particularly favorable for tornadoes out here, but the storm is also extremely intense. So, I mean, I can't completely rule it out either. So we'll go ahead and loop that over the last half hour, and you can see Center, storm rolled there across Highway 87 through Center over the last several minutes, currently bringing hail to the west sides of Center down Highway 7, probably a couple miles southwest of Center. That's going to be moving south along Highway 96 towards St. Augustine County. Chirino to St. Augustine over the next 20 minutes, so by 6:10 to 6:15. We should be staying just west of Patroon and 87, hopefully. But again, St. Augustine, heads up. This is a very nasty thunderstorm rolling south towards y'all with the potential of at least golf ball to tennis ball size hail. Damaging straight line winds over 70 miles an hour. This storm is 60 to 70,000 feet tall. It is a very intense severe thunderstorm. So St. Augustine, prepare for wind damage and a intense severe thunderstorm with the potential for large hail. Let's go back to northwest Texas. We've got a tornado warning up in the Panhandle, continuing now west of the community of Hartford, moving southeast towards Channing. This is a severe thunderstorm capable of producing golf ball size hail, damaging straight line winds over 70 miles an hour, and the possibility of a spin up tornado with this thunderstorm. I do think, well, the storm should be staying west of Channing. At least the circulation is probably going to pass about 6 to 7 miles west of Channing. It is moving southeast at a decent clip now at about 20 miles an hour towards northern Oldham County. This storm may continue producing ping pong ball to golf ball size hail and winds over 60 miles an hour. As it moves southeast, we have gusty winds from the east moving across northern parts of Potter County. You can see that new storm firing up now very near Marsh, northwest of Chunky, north of Bowdoin. That's being enhanced by the outflow boundary moving southwest across the city. We could have northeast winds gusting to 50 to 60 miles an hour with that as that boundary moves southwest. So heads up, Amarillo. It is about to get windy out of the northeast. You can see we still have storms firing off from near Panhandle to Borger and Stinnett. We've got a flash flood warning for Borger and Stinnett now for road flooding on 152, possibly 207 west of Pampa. Those storms moving east at a pretty slow clip now. They're only moving east at about 30. Well, this says 30. I'm going to say probably closer to 10 to 20 at this point. You can see pretty blob-like structure there.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Potter County in Texas.
Just north? Yep. It's going to be a warning for these storms out probably northern parts of Potter County, eastern Potter County. All these storms up here, and again, they could have the potential for quarter to ping pong ball size hail. It's about 1 inch in diameter, along with localized damaging winds of 60 miles per hour. And that activity, again, slowly moving east-southeast. Further southeast we go, you can see we have storms erupting across western Texas now. We've got storms on Highway 82 east of Crosbyton moving towards Dickens. We've got storms riding southeast down Highway 62 towards Paducah. Those storms have the potential to produce 80-mile-an-hour winds and ping pong to golf ball size hail. And we're watching for new activity to develop here out near Post. And that could continue moving southeast as well. We do note up in Oklahoma, and this is going to be important for us later, we have storms developing in western Oklahoma. That's all going to be part of what moves southeast towards Texoma and North Texas in a few hours. North Texas, severe storms. Storm warning for Denton County has been canceled. The western storm over Louisville has weakened. Severe storm over eastern Collin County approaching Highway 78. From Lavon to Farmersville, that storm could have nickel to quarter-size hail. That's 1 inch in diameter. Southeast of the Collin County Airport now, from near north sides of Luca to Lowry Crossing to Princeton. That's moving southeast slowly towards 78. Copeville, Lavon, Lake Lavon up to 380 in Farmersville. That storm moving southeast at about 15 miles an hour. If it continues, it may eventually make it to Josephine and Nevada. We have a storm weakening over Louisville. That is good. The storm Jason is looking at, he is in Childress looking at the storms coming down. Take a look at that cinnamon bun. You can see that cloud-to-ground lightning as well. This is from meteorologist Jason Cooley. And this is all going to be part of what rolls into northwest Texas. Texoma, North Texas is a very intense line of severe storms later this evening and tonight. And we'll look at the timing of that here in just a couple of minutes. Here is a severe thunderstorm back in western North Texas. This is going to be a severe storm moving southeast across eastern Erath County, generally missing Stephenville to the east. This storm has very large hail, damaging winds across Highway 377 near Bluffdale, moving towards Chalk Mountain, Glass, and areas just southwest of Glenrose and Somerville County.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Crane, Ector, Upton, and Ward County in Texas.
Well, that's fine.
Okay. I can go back to read if you want, but...
Thank you, Edna Thornton, for that very generous donation.
Yeah, that's pretty...
Appreciate it. Storm moving southeast towards Highway 67 from east of Stephenville to Chalk Mountain to Glass and Glenrose. That's going to be crossing over Highway 67 over the next...
Hey, did you get the storm outside of Odessa?
several minutes. Sounds like we have a new storm out in the Permian Basin, and we do, so we'll take a look at that. Billy Goat, thank you very much for that generous donation. Appreciate it. And Lauren, thank you very much for that order and donation. Appreciate that and hope you enjoy your merch. All right, let's take a look at what's going on down here in the Permian Basin. We have a new severe thunderstorm now that is developing across portions of northern Crane County and southern Ector County. That storm is going to be moving up northeast towards Odessa. And as it does so, the potential for golf ball size hail, localized damaging winds over 60 miles an hour, heavy rain, and blowing dust. All right, so that storm moving northeast heads up to Odessa. Y'all may end up having some issues from that as time goes on.
Don't forget you still have that tornado warning.
Up at the Panhandle, we have a tornado warning across parts of northern Oldham County into southern Hartley County. And that storm is going to be moving off to the southeast, passing west of Channing by several miles.
Still on the fat, so must be cooking.
Those of you in southern Hartley County, west of Channing, heads up the potential for a quick spin-up tornado, damaging winds, and heavy rain. Let's take a look at what we have going on up here, and you're going to see that from meteorologist Jason Cooley. He is going to be on this storm. Yeah, okay, that was earlier. He is going to be on this storm complex around Childress, and that is going to result in us having a pretty good view from him. Over the next several minutes. So that's from Storm Chaser Jason Cooley. You can see the striations, the rotating updrafts, everything there with a beautiful view for sure. So even though these storms are destructive, they're dangerous, they also do have a certain beauty to them. Logan Tice, thank you very much for your order. Appreciate it. Now, let's check on these storms in North Texas. Again, that thing passing northeast of Stephenville is intense. Let's go back to East Texas. We have a nasty storm down here as well. Moving down Highway 96 towards St. Augustine. This is going to be a severe thunderstorm, capable of producing golf ball to tennis ball size hail, damaging straight line winds of at least 70 miles an hour. That's going to be arriving in places like St. Augustine the next 30 minutes. We'll go ahead and put a storm track on it. You can see that very impressive view from meteorologist Jason Cooley. That's on the storms south of Childress. All right, if this storm continues on its track down Highway 96, St. Augustine, in the next 5 to 10 minutes, this is going to be approaching western sides of the north side of Toledo Bend Reservoir the next 10 to 15 minutes, gusty winds. Hemp Hill, 635 to 645. Bronson, about 630 to 635. Brodus, about 645 to 650. Pineland, about 645 to 650. Browndell, about 705 to 710. Jasper, about 730 to 735. Newton, about 740 to 750. And that's for this nasty-looking thunderstorm complex out here approaching St. Augustine with the potential of damaging straight-line winds, very large hail, heavy rain, and flooding. Back up in North Texas and Northeast Texas, we have a thunderstorm near Cooper. That storm has the potential of producing nickel to quarter-size hail. Thank you, Carl Nielsen, for that generous super chat. Appreciate it. And thank you, Claire, for your Texas Storm Chasers merch order. Enjoy your gear. So, just southeast of Pecan Gap to Cooper, up here in northern parts of Delta County, or western parts of Delta County. Again, could have quarter-size hail, that's 1 inch. 1 inch in diameter. Here in eastern Collin County, that storm looking a little more robust right now. The potential for 1 inch diameter size hail, that's a quarter. From northeast of Lucas to Lowry Crossing, that's moving southeast towards Highway 78 in Copeville. Josephine, you're getting rain right now. Nevada, probably getting some rain. Farmersville, you're getting a little rain and a lot of lightning. This storm moving southeast only right now at about 10 miles an hour. So we do definitely have some heavy rain and hail over Lake Lavon right now, especially up towards Copeville and Lowry Crossing. Back west, you can see Storm Chaser meteorologist Jason Cooley. That's a shot below me. That is up near Paducah, Texas. We'll look at that in a minute. Severe storm now on Highway 377, bringing hail to northeastern Erath County. That storm is moving southeast with the potential of golf ball size hail. Winds of 60 to 70 miles an hour. We'll look at the wind mode on here, and you'll see we are seeing some pretty strong winds here northeast of Stephenville. Could have straight line winds of at least 60 miles an hour out here. That's moving southeast towards Chalk Mountain there on Highway 67. Where 220 splits off and moves southwest towards Hyco. This storm is going to make it down towards places like Walnut Springs. Those of you in Walnut Springs, the storm could be approaching within the next 30 to 45 minutes. We're going to go ahead and say for the hail core part, Walnut Springs about 7 p.m. could be a few minutes sooner. All right, let's go take a look at the storms meteorologist Jason Cooley is looking at. Firewalker, thanks for becoming a member here. Appreciate it, and welcome to the family. Meteorologist Jason Cooley is looking at this storm. He is down near Paducah. I assume he's on Highway 62 now, looking off to the west as he gets south on 62. He's looking at this intense thunderstorm, which has a history of producing extremely large hail and damaging winds. As we get that view from him, we'll switch back. If we can get out of the trees. Thank you, Terry, K-L-A-U-S. Meier, for your generous donation. Appreciate it. Here's a view from meteorologist Jason Cooley of that amazing supercell. You can see the striations there in the low levels. You can see the greenage there up at the lifted condensation level height. And the definition is just truly amazing. So again, that is the severe storm southwest of Childress here in northwest Texas, moving south down Highway 62 towards Paducah. This storm potentially producing at least ping pong ball size hail and damaging straight line winds over 60 to 70 miles per hour. This activity will continue moving southeast over the next couple of hours, and we're going to take a look at the timing in just 2 minutes. Severe thunderstorm intensifying west of Dickens right now. That's moving east into Dickens. That storm definitely has the potential to produce at least golf ball to tennis ball size hail now and winds over 70 miles per hour. That's going to be moving off to the east at about 30 miles per hour.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Delta and Hopkins County in Texas.
So Dickens, get ready for at least golf ball to tennis ball size hail, localized winds over 70 miles an hour. Looking south, we have storms developing all the way down towards Post now. Those aren't severe right now. To be severe, you need to have 1 inch diameter size hail or larger, winds of 58 miles per hour higher, or a tornado. None of those qualifications being met with the storms near Post right now, but west of Dickens, you bet your behind it is. That activity moving east. Meteorologist Jason Cooley giving us that view of that amazing storm north of Paducah. That has a history of producing 90-mile-an-hour winds and 4.5 diameter inch hail earlier in the afternoon. All right, up into the Panhandle. Severe thunderstorm warnings from storms now over the north sides of the city of Amarillo. Gusty winds moving in. We got storms up Highway 287 towards northern Potter County. Towards Chunky and Marsh, we got storms east. We got storms on Highway 136, northeast of Amarillo up to Fritch. We got heavy rain, flash flooding underway. From Borger to Skellytown to Panhandle, White Deer to Pampa, those storms producing very heavy rain, large hail, And localized damaging wind gusts.
Hey, for the storm that is, let's see, just east of Turkey,
Uh-huh.
it's got a couple of wind reports via mezzanine of, 64, 70.
Yep, thank you. And that's the one Jason is on. So, again, this storm that meteorologist Jason Cooley is on has just some gnarly, nasty wind with it. All right, let's set this up if we're going to do this.
Those are the only ones that are really picking up any reports in Cocoa Loss or anything.
All right, thank you. All right.
I say Cocoa Loss, you know what I mean.
Yeah, I do. Tim Swearingen, thank you very much for your Texas Storm Chasers merch order. Hope you enjoy. All right, get this set up here. Sometimes y'all get to see me do some housekeeping, and that is what I am doing right now. All right, so we are monitoring that nasty storm approaching Paducah, Texas. That is where meteorologist Jason Cooley is going through. We have multiple chasers out and about today, and we'll be keeping an eye on their feeds as time goes on. Let's check on this storm down south of Odessa. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing quarter-size hail. Localized winds of 50 to 60 miles an hour. Probably some blowing dust. This is coming up on Highway 385, south of Interstate 20. And this is going to be moving off to the northeast at 35 miles an hour. So this may make it into Odessa here in the next half hour or so with blowing dust, maybe a bit of hail, heavy rain, and we could even see hail up to the size of a quarter. And again, meteorologist Jason Cooley, that shot you see below me, that is going to be on this storm approaching Paducah, northwest Texas. So a lot of wind, a lot of rain. We got hail. We have no tornado warnings, though, at the moment. All tornado warnings have been canceled or expired. You can see that tornado warning out in Oldham County has been allowed to go. So we have a couple dozen severe thunderstorm warnings across the southern United States and Texas right now. But for us, we're going to do our best to keep up with them. We're going to check back now on the East Texas storms.
Nothing new, same ones.
Here's severe storm run down Highway 96, approaching the city of St. Augustine. This storm is capable of producing very large hail. Tara Campbell, thank you very much for your Texas Storm Chasers merch order. St. Augustine, you know what? Let's focus on y'all for a second. This is going to be a call to action for St. Augustine. We're in an MD here. How nice. So let's pop over and take a look. This thing entering St. Augustine from the north, the radar thinks this thing has softballs. Now, does that mean we actually have softball-sized hail? Probably not. I bet on a good amount of melting. But the potential absolutely exists for this to produce very damaging hail and very strong winds in the city of St. Augustine in the next 10 minutes. So if you know anyone in St. Augustine, let them know a very damaging storm is approaching from the north and will bring wind-driven hail. And the hail, honestly, it could be really big hail. Y'all are just going to have to let us know when it's safe to do so. Timothy McGuire, thank you very much for your Texas Storm Chasers merch order. Hey, babe.
Yeah.
Why?
Well,
Oh.
the warning that's in Oklahoma.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, they just came.
Yeah. So, St. Augustine, you know what? This would probably be a storm. I tell you to get away from north-facing and west-facing windows. You know, treat it like there's a tornado. A lot of wind-driven hail. You're probably about to get a lot of wind damage. We probably have some very big hail coming in to St. Augustine from the north right now. So, heads up to y'all. From Newville down Highway 96 into St. Augustine, we're seeing some extremely spooky-looking radar signatures here in terms of wind and hail.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Cottle and King County in Texas.
All right, that'll be for West Texas. Let's get back to North Texas. Let's go from east to west. Severe thunderstorm warning now. It's going to be for Cooper. Looks like they're having that storm now move a bit southeast towards Tyra and maybe as far south as Sulphur Springs over the next 30 to 45 minutes. That storm, the potential for... I'm going to play this loop. The potential for quarter-size hail and localized wind gusts over 70 miles an hour. Quickly checking on Jason's stream, I'm just pointing this out real quick. Looks like that storm is starting to throw out a lot of wind. You can see dust there at the bottom. That is dust from nasty winds being generated by this storm out near Paducah in West Texas. I just wanted to show that full screen real quick. So severe storm near Tyra moving southeast. Looks like they've got that moving southeast at about 20 miles an hour. Cooper Lake, Klondike, Cooper Lake State Park, New Birthright, Flora, Nelta, Peerless, Dyke, Ben Franklin, Tira, Interstate 30 between mile markers 121 and 129. The potential for 60 mile an hour wind gusts and 1-inch diameter size hail. Back in Collin County, this storm is moving now. It almost looks like it turned right. I think it's moving almost due south now. From just northeast of Lucas, northeast of Wiley, up Highway 78, to Copeville. That storm is slowly moving south-southeast with the potential of maybe some quarter-size hail that's 1 inch in diameter and localized damaging wind gusts over 60 miles per hour. That storm is going to be moving towards, well, it's over Lake Lavon right now, but it's moving towards Copeville, Lavon, and Nevada. You can see it's really not moving all that fast. This is a 1 hour loop, and it's moved, what, 6-7 miles? So it's not doing much. That storm that brought 1 inch diameter size hail to Lake Dallas, Corinth, that thing evaporated, and that's gone faster than my hairline. And then we've got this thunderstorm now east of Stephenville. This thing's still packing quite a punch. It's moving southeast, about to cross over Chalk Mountain. Highway 67 east of Stephenville by probably 5 to 8 miles. It's going to be about 10 miles southwest of Dinosaur Valley State Park, which if you've never been, you really need to. 14 miles east of Stephenville, moving southeast to 25. This is going to be moving towards Iredell by 6:55 p.m. This severe warning includes places like Tolar, Walnut Springs, Eulogy, Rainbow, Johnsville, Paluxy, Brazos Point, Chalk Mountain, Duffau, Duffau, and Morgan. Golf ball size hail, that's 1.75 inches in diameter, and the potential for very damaging straight line winds. Let's go back and check on Paducah. Y'all may be getting ouched at the moment. That's about as meteorologically in depth as I care to be with that. Okay, 70, 80. I'm just looking to see who gets the radar winning contest here. It's actually going to be the Frederick radar. Would you look at that? So let's take a look at this storm rolling into Paducah. This is going to be a nasty-looking severe thunderstorm. This thing's moving south. The potential for golf ball-size hail, winds of 70 miles per hour. And that's going to be crossing over Highway 62 in Paducah in the next several minutes. The hail core honestly looks more impressive now than it did a little earlier. The hail threat is increasing again. Paducah, y'all might be getting more than golf ball size hail out of this. Winds at least 60 to 70 miles an hour. This thing produced 90 mile an hour winds earlier. Sherry, thank you very much for your merch order and generous donation. Appreciate it. Enjoy your Texas Storm Chasers merch. So, severe thunderstorm warning for places like let's just go with this. Paducah, Jacob, Swearingen. That's going to be moving south-southeast towards King County. So, and Knox County, so places like Guthrie over to Benjamin. Get ready for wind-driven golf ball to tennis ball size hail. Back southwest, severe storms now entering the city of Dickens. That storm itself could have quarter-size hail to golf ball size hail. That's 1 to 1.75 inches in diameter. Seeing a bit of an interesting signature here. We might have some storm-related interference ongoing. Let's switch to the high-res radar. We might have a quick spin-up tornado here west of Dickens trying to occur. Hey, radar, let's go. I want you to look at that little velocity here. That's going to be southwest of Dickens. This is the which way the wind's blowing mode, and we're looking because we have a storm coming in from the south.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Crosby, Dickens, Garza, and Kent County in Texas.
And I am even more sure than I was a minute ago. We have a developing tornado now about 8 miles southwest of Dickens. This is because we have a storm coming in from the south, and that's giving it a little nudge, and that's helping to kickstart the low-level circulation with this. So a possible developing tornado now 7 miles southwest of Dickens out here in Dickens County. Now, this is a rural area. We're talking... Hey, buttons, let's go. We're talking way east of Lubbock, 2 counties east of Lubbock. We're talking out here now south of Highway 82, but developing tornado about 7 miles southwest of Dickens, 10 miles northwest of Spur. The which way the wind's blowing mode. And again, you can see we've got a pretty good circulation here, and that's thanks to storm-related a storm coming up from the south, helping to kickstart that circulation. Thank you. Winds moving towards the radar in Lubbock at about 60 miles an hour. We have winds moving away from the radar at about, I'm going to say close to 30, so we've got about a 90 mile an hour couplet here. And again, this is probably going to be a developing tornado now, just about 8 miles southwest of Dickens. That's going to be moving southeast across rural portions of western Dickens County. And with that, the potential for a tornado. There, 8 miles southwest of Dickens. Those of you in the city of Dickens, y'all are probably getting quarter to golf ball size hail. Stan and Theresa, thank you very kindly for your generous donation. Appreciated, and thank you for the kind words. Severe storm now southwest of Spur. That is moving east at about 30 miles an hour with ping pong ball size hail, 70 mile an hour winds. It's going to be about 10 miles southwest of Spur. That's going to be moving off, again, to the east with large hail and damaging straight line winds. Another storm just southeast of Post in Garza County. That's probably going severe. That's going to start to be capable of producing quarter-size hail and localized damaging wind gusts over 60 miles an hour as well.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Collin, Hunt, Kaufman, and Rockwall County in Texas.
All right, we're going to go back to North Texas in just a minute. Again, we focus on everybody. I don't care if you live in the middle of nowhere or if you live in the middle of the DFW Metroplex. So we'll get back to y'all out in DFW in just a moment. Hey, radar. It's going to be a severe thunderstorm approaching the southwest sides of Odessa. This is going to be in southern parts of Ector County, northern Crane County. This storm could be producing 60 mile an hour wind gusts and the potential that we could be getting blowing dust. This is moving northeast out of the Crane area towards Odessa and Interstate 20. So heads up to those of you in Odessa. You may begin a dust storm shortly from the southwest with that nasty little line of storms. Thank you, Rachel, for your Texas Storm Chasers merch order.
Hey, Katika too. Check out that wind.
Yep. Glad y'all are enjoying the coverage. All right, let's take a look at the severe warning. This is going to be a new severe thunderstorm warning. This is not on this map yet. You'll see it in a minute, though. I might just have to reload this. That'll be a severe thunderstorm warning for southeastern Collin, Hunt, northern Kaufman, and a good chunk of Rockwall counties. Darwin and Arthur Martinez, thank you very much for your merch order and your generous donation. Hope you enjoyed the Texas Storm Chasers gear. All right, severe thunderstorm warning. Again, this is going to be for a severe storm located over north sides of Lake Lavon, north sides of Lake Lavon, north of Highway 78, down to Lavon, where 78 curves north. That is going to be moving southeast towards Nevada and Royce City. Eventually, it may cross Interstate 20 near Fate.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Baylor, Ford, Knox, and Wilbarga County in Texas.
Okay, we'll go take a look at that in a minute. But again, the potential for quarter-size hail, 1 inch in diameter, and 60-mile-an-hour winds. Lightning all the way down through Lake Lavon to Rockwall, Fate, and Royce City. Now, this storm is moving southeast. That is southeast at about 15 miles an hour. It's not moving quickly, but it is actually moving now, which is better than what it was doing earlier. So, when thunder roars, go indoors. Severe thunderstorms now over Cooper, over to Tira. That storm firing up a new hail core right on Highway 24, just southwest of Cooper there. So, those of you in Cooper to Cooper Lake State Park, you're probably still getting some nickel to quarter-size hail. That's going to be moving southeast pretty slowly as well, at about 15 to 20 miles an hour. Out into East Texas, this is going to be a severe thunderstorm on Highway 96 approaching the city of St. Augustine. Those of you in St. Augustine, you're about to take it on the chin, I'm afraid. This is out in parts of St. Augustine and Sabine counties. St. Augustine, in fact, I'm seeing a pretty nasty surge of wind moving into your city right now. This thing's packing quite a punch. Could have golf ball size hail, winds of at least 60 miles an hour. Down here in St. Augustine, we're seeing winds, again, could be near 60 to 70 miles an hour. The potential for quarter to golf ball size hail. Stan and there's Theres. Thank you very much for your Texas Storm Chasers merch order. Glad you all in the family are enjoying the coverage. Glad we're helping to keep folks insane. Well, yeah, I'm insane, but in sync with what Mama Nature's doing this evening. And again, we're live on pretty much every platform out there, but you can also watch us on YouTube, the Texas Storm Chasers website, and in the Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. Just scan that QR code below my big bald head, or if you prefer, above my big bald head, and you'll be taken to where you can download our free app. Watch our coverage, track the storms, get your local weather forecast, good weather and bad weather. All right, so St. Augustine, after it moves through the city of St. Augustine over the next several minutes, the storm is going to be moving south towards Bronson on Highway 96. Bronson, 705 to 710. Pineland, probably by about 720 to 730. The potential for quarter to golf ball size hail. Damaging straight line winds over 60 to 70 miles an hour, and very heavy rain and cloud to ground lightning. All right, let's go back southwest. Storm that is on Highway 67 near Chalk Mound, southwest of the Dinosaur Valley State Park. That storm's moving southeast at about 25 miles an hour. That's going to be approaching the city of Meridian by 7:30. Hanners, thank you very much for your Texas Storm Chasers merch order, and we appreciate it. So Walnut Springs, about 7:05 to 7:10. Meridian, around 7:30. Morgan, about 7:25 to 7:30 as well. This storm capable of producing probably ping pong ball size hail, and we could see some winds of 60, maybe 70 miles an hour. Seeing a pretty good surge of wind right now over the west side of Chalk Mountain as it approaches the intersection of Highway 67 and 220 out in southwestern Somerville County. All right, let's go back out into West Texas. We've got severe thunderstorm warnings now for several counties out here. It almost looks like a target, doesn't it? Boy, Paducah, y'all are getting it on the chin. Ouch. This thing went from ouchies to ouch. Again, you can see this storm has a very intense hail core. Our storm chasers are showing us video of it just producing a massive wall of dust now. We likely have winds of 60 to 80 miles an hour. Steve, thank you very much for your Texas Storm Chasers merch order. Hope you enjoy. This storm's going to be riding east-southeast now. It's turned more to the east along Highway 70. The potential for 70 to 80 mile an hour winds and baseball-size hail. This includes places like Crowell, Benjamin, Trescott, Gilliland, Vera, and western Lake Kemp. So again, Knox City, Benjamin, Crowell, all y'all out here, the potential for baseball-sized hail, winds of 80, and this is going to be the beginning of what's moving towards DFW this evening. And that makes us have a pretty good opportunity here to take a look at what's happening. But all these storms out here, guess what? This is all what's coming to DFW tonight. Northwest Texas, Wichita Falls, Graham, Abilene, Weatherford, Mineral Wells, Bowie, Sherman, all of DFW. This stuff that's out in the Panhandle, West Texas, Oklahoma, that's what's coming tonight. And some of it's going to produce significant damage. We're talking 80 to 100 mile an hour winds, embedded tornadoes, wind-driven golf ball to softball size hail. So what we're going to do is let's take a look at the HRRR.
A new
for
severe
timing.
thunderstorm warning has been issued for Angelina, Nacogdoches, Sabina, San Augustine, and Shelby County in Texas.
So we're going to load the HRRR model. Good gravy, sweet Nelly. Amanda, thank you very much for that generous donation. That's way too much, but thank you kindly. And Kelly, thank you very much for your Texas Storm Chasers merch order. We appreciate it. We appreciate everyone. Stars, super chats, the merch orders. Appreciate everyone tuning in and helping us keep folks informed tonight with this nasty weather rolling across the state of Texas. All right, so we're going to load the HRRR model, and I'm going to load it from 8 p.m. through, we'll do 7 a.m. And let me clean some of these cities off here so y'all can see. Then I'll zoom in, and we'll get you through the data. But we expect a pretty nasty line of storms to move through. Texoma, North Texas, the big country. You can see all that's going to come flying through tonight. DFW, it's still looking like the worst of the worst between 10 p.m. and midnight. And some of these storms are going to have winds of 80 to 100 miles an hour. Wind-driven hail. Could be golf ball size or larger. Some of these may be baseball. Embedded spin-up tornadoes, heavy rain and flooding. Northwest Texas, we're looking at mostly 7 p.m. through 11 p.m. Wichita Falls, you need to be on guard. Big Country, Abilene, Larryland, yeah, same thing, 8 p.m. through midnight. And it does look like these storms are going to make it into central Texas, the Brazos Valley, East Texas. The potential for localized damaging winds. At least localized damaging winds, if not more widespread damaging winds. Winds could be over 70 to 80.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Hartley, Moore, Oldham, and Potter County in Texas.
Could have hail, heavy rain, flooding, lightning, all that stuff. John Barton, thank you very much for that generous donation, and look for it in the next 2 weeks. Leslie, thank you. Leslie, bad iPad. Leslie Trammell, thank you very much for your Texas Storm Chasers merch order. Hope you all appreciate it. And it looks like we are about 435 folks from hitting 100,000 subscribers on the Texas Weather Center YouTube channel. So thank you for that as well. So again, West Texas, the big country, Texoma, North Texas, Northeast Texas, East Texas, Central Texas, the Brazos Valley. It's going to storm tonight. And the worst of the storms are going to produce widespread damaging winds, very heavy rain, wind-driven hail, and the stuff ongoing right now in North Texas and East Texas is not the main show for that. Those are just storms that, well, unfortunately, just popped up during daytime heating and have been dropping hail, lightning, and heavy rain. We'll put the radar and satellite on, and you can see what we have going on. Going to have a new severe thunderstorm warning for St. Augustine County, Sabine County. That's going to include places like Brodus, Bronson, Pineland, Brokeland, Hemphill. The potential for tennis ball size hail. Damaging straight-line winds of over 70 miles per hour. That's with this storm out here. So heads up, everyone out here. Pineland, Brookland, Hemphill, Bronson, Brodus. Y'all have a severe storm with tennis ball size hail, winds over 70 miles an hour, heading south at about 30 miles an hour. Get ready. Back in North Texas, isolated severe storms. We've got a severe storm now near Cooper, a severe storm over Lavon, a severe storm now over the Chalk Mountain area of Highway 67, southwest of Glenrose, east of Stephenville, moving southeast towards Meridian. All these storms could have quarter to golf ball size hail. That's 1 to 1.75 inches in diameter. Very heavy rain. The potential for wind damage and quite a bit of cloud to ground lightning. Back west, you can see we now have a line of thunderstorms organizing out here across west central Texas and the Panhandle into Oklahoma. This thunderstorm activity is going to be that nasty line that moves southeast tonight with hurricane force wind gusts of 70 to 100 miles an hour. Golf ball to softball size hail, embedded spin up tornadoes, a lot of lightning and flash flooding. This is what's going to mature and move across northwest Texas, the big country, central and southern Oklahoma, Texoma, North Texas, northeast Texas, the Arklatex, and even into central Texas in the Brazos Valley tomorrow morning. Had a 77-mile-an-hour wind gust measured in Paducah. That makes sense. Had tennis balls reported on Highway 83 about 5 miles south of Paducah. Unfortunately, that makes sense. So that line segment is what's moving generally now towards Benjamin and Crowell. And we have that line extending back southwest all the way now from near Dickens to Spur to east of Post. And those storms are packing quite a punch.
Also lowered visibility with dust.
And they're producing a lot of blowing dust. So you're going to end up in a dust storm too, well ahead of these storms, and you're not going to be able to see anything. '89, thank you very much for your generous super chat. And Kenny Thompson, thanks for your Texas Storm Chasers merch order. Hope you enjoy. And Judy Phillips, thank you very much for your generous donation. We appreciate it, and thank you very kindly. Casey Ross, thank you very much for your generous donation. We appreciate that as well. Thank you. And thank you to everybody. All right, let's check on some things. Chat, let us know where you're watching from this evening. We got folks up here in places like Vernon, Abilene, Wichita Falls. Y'all watching? You're paying attention? You getting ready? Stephanie McMillan, thank you very much for your Texas Storm Chasers merch order. Hope you enjoy. Got folks in Amarillo, Aledo, Poolville, Valley View, Keller, Nacogdoches, Leonard, Weatherford, Brock, yep. Frisco, Austin, Hazlet.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for
Lazar,
Gaza, Kent, and Stonewall County
Talco,
in Texas.
Honeygrove, Rawls, Sulphur Springs, Bradas, thank you. Gilmer, Woodville, Graham, yep. So we're going to be here all evening, folks. We're not going anywhere. We're going to be keeping up with the latest, giving y'all information. So let's take a look at what this East Texas storm is doing here on 385. St. Augustine, y'all are getting it right now. That's moving south towards Bronson, Pineland, Brodus. I just mispronounced it again, didn't I? Back up, back up, back up, back up. Brodus, thank you. And Brooklyn, heads up. Damaging winds, hail, all coming in from the north. Don Den, thank you very much for your merch order and your very generous donation. Appreciate it, and thank you for the kind words. And Lisa Sogard, thank you very much for your Texas Storm Chasers merch order and generous donation. We appreciate it. And folks, we're going to be here all evening giving you all the latest. So let's go over what is going on.
Newest warning outside of post.
All right, newest warning. Let's take a quick look in the Panhandle. No tornado warnings in Texas right now. We have a cluster of storms from near just south of Channing to the north sides of Potter County. That's going to be north of Amarillo for now. Extending back southeast towards Panhandle and Groom. These storms up here are generally capable of producing nickel to ping pong ball size hail. Localized damaging straight line winds over 50 to 60 miles an hour, and flash flooding. That is a good bet with this activity. But strong winds, most definitely. Michael Perry, thanks for that gift of a Texas Storm Chasers membership. Appreciate it.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Dickens, Kent, King, and Stonewall County in Texas.
All right, let's get down here into West Texas. This is going to be these storms down here. South of 287, and now relatively along the north of Highway 380. Wow, Jennifer, Texas girl, up north in Wyoming, gifting 20 memberships. That is amazing. Thank you very much. That is amazing. Congrats to everyone who's now a member here at the Texas Storm Chasers, Texas Weather Center. Debbie Williams and Brooks Varley, thanks for joining, helping to support the mission here. And everyone, you know what? You can help us out. And guess what? It won't cost you a thing. Just hit that subscribe button. Help us out. You can hit the like button. That helps the algorithms know that they should be sharing this information with other folks. And you know what? A big way you can help us tonight is making sure your friends and family are aware that we're live streaming. Let them know, hey, the bald guy's yippity-yappiting about thunderstorms. And, you know, if they have a dangerous storm approaching them, make sure they're paying attention. Shoot them a text, message. Just help us out. That's what we're here for, to keep folks safe and informed. Brian Knox, thank you very much for your very generous super chat. Appreciate it. Appreciate you and your kind words. Chelsea Wood, thank you very much for your Texas Storm Chasers merch order. Dawn and Joanne, thank you both for your very generous donations. Appreciate it. Thank you. So we've got a line of storms now, a broken line from just northeast of Justisburg to near Claremont to Gilpin and Girard to Dickens, up to now east of Paducah, west of Crow, and then we've got a second storm moving towards Paducah. These storms are now moving off to the east at about, well, the Weather Service is saying about 30 to 50 miles an hour. These storms as a whole had the potential to produce, at their worst, baseball-size hail to softball-size hail, and destructive straight-line winds of 70 to 90 miles per hour. That, unfortunately, is expected to become more commonplace over the next few hours as these storms make their way towards western North Texas and northwest Texas, places like Wichita Falls, Archer City, Throckmorton to Graham, Haskell to Anson. These storms are moving east-southeast towards y'all, and we are expecting them to intensify further and become more organized. In addition, back up in parts of western Oklahoma, we've got severe storms. These are going to form into a line that kind of merges with these storms down here in northwest Texas, and they're all going to move southeast across northwest Texas, Texoma, into southern Oklahoma, North Texas, over the next 3 to 6 hours. And the most intense of these storms are likely to produce very damaging winds up to 100 miles an hour. We could have wind-driven golf ball to baseball size hail and very heavy rain with the threat of flash flooding. So that is the general expectation of what we're going to have happen over the next several hours. We're going to be here for it because that's what we do, y'all. I mean, that is what we are here for, to keep folks informed and safe. All right, so North Texas, let's do an update here. Then we'll go back to the storms out in the piney woods of East Texas. All right, severe storm is now near Chalk Mountain and Highway 67. They actually let that severe thunderstorm warning go. Looks like the hail threats come down, and it looks like if we have hail, it is below the criteria of 1 inch in diameter. There is still a extremely high number of lightning strikes around Chalk Mound at Glenrose, and that is moving towards Walnut Springs, Meridian, and Morgan. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. But again,
a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Ector, Glasscock, Martin, and Midland County in Texas.
That warning has been canceled. That new severe warning's around Odessa, Midland. We'll go look at that in just a minute. Storms up here, Rockwall out to Hunt County. Could have still some nickel to near 1 inch diameter size hail near Lavon. That storm is looking weaker, thankfully, so we'll see if they extend that warning or let it go. It's still trying to move southeast, but you can see it's just almost sitting stationary. We've got this storm near Cooper to Tira. That also could have some nickel to near 1 inch diameter size hail at times. Heavy rain with localized flooding. Same thing up on Highway 82 and, what is that? And Highway, yeah, let's stick with 82 around Honeygrove, near Dodge City, Windham to Honeygrove. There could be some small hail with that. Thank you, Danny Rager, for your Texas Storm Chasers merch order. Hope you enjoy. All right, down here in the piney woods of East Texas, near the Toledo Bend Reservoir. Not typically talking about y'all here in June, but Mama Nature can be a fickle thing sometimes, and apparently it's fickle time for Mother Nature, and we're doing stuff we don't typically have to deal with in June. Thank you very much for East Texas Maggie. That's a thank you for your Texas Storm Chasers merch order and your very generous donation. Appreciate it. All right, let's take a look at this. Since the radar doesn't want to load, we'll just press some buttons here. I crashed the program, so that might have something to do with the fact the radar not loading, but it happens. Martha Strube, thank you very much. Welcome to the Texas Storm Chasers Club. Darwin and Arthur Martinez, thanks for your Texas Storm Chasers merch order. Hope you enjoy. All right, let's get back to the radar, and if this isn't going to load, there we go. Severe storm now beginning to exit St. Augustine to the south. It's still making its way down Highway 96 at about 25 to 30 miles an hour with the potential of golf ball to tennis ball size hail and wind gusts over 70 miles an hour. It's going to be crossing over Highway 147 in the next 5 to 10 minutes and then making it into Bronson probably by 7:15 p.m. We do note this storm is showing a bit of rotation.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Armstrong, Killingsworth, Donley, Gray, and Wheeler County in Texas.
That's the Panhandle. We'll go look in western parts of the state in a minute. Sarah Jackson, thanks for your Texas Storm Chasers merch order. Hope you enjoy. So again, Bronson, Pineland, Hemp Hill, everyone down 96, eventually towards Browndale the next hour. Damaging winds could have golf ball to tennis ball size hail.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Cottle, King, and Motley County in Texas.
Strong storms firing up from near Gilmore to Ore City to Hallsville. Those storms slowly moving southeast. We'll see if they intensify. All right, Midland, Odessa. Storm approaching Interstate 20 now. East sides of Odessa moving up towards Midland Airport. That's going to be moving across Midland shortly. Storm moving to the northeast at about 30 miles an hour. There could be quarter-size hail, 1 inch in diameter, a lot of blowing dust, and wind gusts over 60 miles per hour. That storm, again, moving northeast. It'll move across the city of Midland, then up towards Stanton on Interstate 20. West Texas, let's go to the Panhandle, then we'll go to West Texas. Severe storms, northern Potter County from east of 385 up 287, north sides of Amarillo. That is going to be from near Masterson and Marsh down to Juilliard, north sides of Amarillo. Those storms trying to make their way off to the east at 20 miles an hour. Those could have golf ball size hail, localized damaging winds of 70 miles an hour. Out east, we have a severe thunderstorm warning now for storms from near Howardwick to McLean. All these storms are going to be capable of producing winds of 60 miles per hour and maybe some 1-inch diameter size hail, and again, a lot of heavy rain and lightning. Now, let's take a look at these big, bad, very mad storms out here in west central Texas. These are probably going to be our crown jewels of a problem situation over the next few hours, unfortunately. We've got intense storms. We've got an intense storm that is about 15 miles northwest of Paducah. Let me see if we can't put a radar loop on for this. About 15...
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Bosque, Erath, and Somervell County in Texas.
About 15 miles northwest of Paducah, moving southeast towards Paducah. So y'all got hit hard earlier in Paducah. You're about to get another storm. We have a very intense storm capable of baseball-sized hail, winds of 75 to 85 miles an hour. That's now 20 miles southeast of Paducah. That is moving towards Ford City, Truscott, on Highway 6 in Benjamin, south of Corral. We have storms now from, let's say about 10 miles southeast of Dickens to near Claremont, crossing over Highway 208, and then south of Claremont, southwest of Claremont, by about 10 miles. Those storms are moving east-southeast at 30 to 40 to 50 miles an hour. That storm southeast of Paducah may be moving closer to 50 towards Benjamin and Monday. That storm produced a 77-mile-an-hour wind gust in Paducah earlier and is capable of producing baseball to softball size hail. So heads up to y'all here on Highway 6 from Corral to Ford City to Truscott to Benjamin. With this thunderstorm activity that's moving east-southeast. All right. Bob Koenig, thank you very much for your Texas Storm Chasers merch order and donation. We appreciate it. Lacey Overfield, thank you very much for your merch order. And Texas Pete and Tammy, thank you very much for your generous donation. We appreciate it and hope everyone enjoys their Texas Storm Chasers merch. All right, so we've talked about what's going on right now. Let's look out at the state view. I'm going to knock some of these labels off. The satellite will probably pop up in a second, and we're going to switch over in a second to the high-res rapid refresh model, but let's take a statewide view, put on the radar, and look at what we have going on right now. We have a severe storm moving down Highway 96 in East Texas, now exiting St. Augustine to the south. That storm is moving southeast towards places like Pineland, Brookland, Browndell, and eventually Jasper to Burkeville over the next hour to hour and a half if it survives. We have a couple of strong storms in North Texas. Severe storm warning for Lavon has been canceled. Severe storm warning out near Cooper has been canceled. We have a storm popping up near Honeygrove that may start producing large hail soon. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning for a re-intensifying supercell southwest of Somerville, in southwestern Somerville County, about 9 miles southwest of Dinosaur Valley State Park, 20 miles east of Stephenville, moving southeast to 20. That storm may have 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and 1-inch diameter size hail. Out in West Texas, the Panhandle, the Permian Basin, we have storms around Amarillo and the Panhandle moving east with lightning, strong winds, blowing dust, heavy rain, and flooding. We have storms east of Amarillo in the southeastern Panhandle from Howardwick and Clarendon to Headley to Wellington. Those storms could have quarter-size hail, 1 inch in diameter, damaging winds of 60 miles an hour, heavy rain, and flooding. We have a cluster of extremely intense thunderstorms now from near Paducah and Crowell, southwest to Guthrie, down to Jayton and Claremont. Those storms are capable of producing baseball to softball size hail, 70 to 90 mile per hour winds, spin up tornadoes, extremely heavy rain. Those are moving east or east-southeast now at 30 to 50 miles an hour. We have a intensifying severe storm now on the south sides of the city of Midland. That storm is showing indications of producing quarter to golf ball size hail now. Could have winds over 60 miles an hour, a lot of blowing dust. That storm is moving northeast across the city of Midland and will bring hail into Midland within the next 3 to 5 minutes. After that, it's going to ride Interstate 20 to the northeast with the potential of producing damaging winds, ping pong the golf ball size hail, and very heavy rain. We also have some storms down in the Big Bend. We've got storms south of Marathon on Highway 385. Could be some hail with that. It looks like we're getting a new warning.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Delta, Fannin, Hunt, and Lamar County in Texas.
Carol Rochester, thank you very much for your Texas Storm Chasers merch order. Enjoy the gear. All right, so that is the view. Amber, thank you very much for your order and your generous donation. Thanks for being big fans here in the Texas Storm Chasers family. All right, so let's clear everything off, and we're going to load the super duper high resolution rapid refresh model. And that's just going to help us get an idea of timing tonight. Now, this is not the one-all be-all model. It's not always right, or it's clearly not always right. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here chatting about weather because it'd be able to do it for us. But what we're going to do is we're going to pop on over here. We're going to load. We're going to run this from 8 p.m. through 8 a.m. The reason we're doing this is I just want you all to be able to see what the overall expectation is going overnight into tomorrow. As you can see, guess what? We're going to have a gnarly line of storms move across northwest Texas, southwestern Oklahoma, the big country, Texoma, North Texas, Northeast Texas, East Texas, even into central Texas in the Brazos Valley between 8 p.m. and 4 a.m. DFW still looking like 10 p.m. to 1 a.m. for the big, bad, very mad line. We clearly have some storms now. Abilene, up to Wichita Falls, really 8 p.m. through midnight. And then, central Texas, areas south of DFW, generally midnight to 3, 4 a.m. Waco to Austin, 2 to 5 a.m. Bryan College Station, y'all may even get some storms tonight or early tomorrow morning. Tyler, Shreveport, guess what? Still same thing, 12 to 3 a.m. Line of storms coming in from the north. All these storms could be producing very strong to damaging to type winds from 50 to 60 miles an hour, which is damaging, to 80, 90, even 100 miles an hour, which is Ville. Embedded spin-up tornadoes, not great. And these storms could also be producing quarter to golf ball to baseball size hail. And if we got wind with that, that's obviously a significant issue as well. So that's what we have going on. That is the expectation going into tonight. And we're going to be here to cover it all because that's what we do. So, make sure you've got our weather stream handy. Make sure you are in a position to keep an eye on the sky. And we'll be here through the evening and the night, helping to keep you updated here at the Texas Storm Chasers. All right. Let's go back to the radar. Stand by. Have a new tornado warning.
A new tornado warning has been issued for Baylor, Ford, and Knox County in Texas.
All right, so this is going to be a tornado warning. This is going to be for Knox Southern Ford and Baylor counties. This is going to be for several several communities out here. Let's get as many cities as we can back on.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Dickens, Kent, and Stonewall County in Texas.
All right, it's going to be a tornado warning. This does not include Crowell or Benjamin. This does include places like Ford City down Highway 6 to Truscott. This runs southeast to just northeast of Benjamin. This includes Highway 82 from Vera to Red Springs to just west of Seymour. This is a tornado warning now until...
A new tornado warning has been issued for Fannin and Lamar County in Texas.
We'll go to that in a minute. Highway 6 from southwest of Crowell to Truscott to north of Benjamin. This is going to be a severe storm capable of producing softball-size hail, 80 to 100 mile an hour winds, and a tornado. Those of you in Ford City to Truscott, you need to take your tornado safety precautions. That's going to be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. This storm is moving southeast at 40 miles an hour.
Just so you know, the Lamar is confirmed by Ian.
Vera, Red Springs, west of Seymour, y'all need to be in a safe place. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Those of you in Seymour, this will be rolling into town by 8 p.m. The potential for softball-size hail, 80 to 100 mile an hour winds, and a tornado. All right, let's go back to northeast Texas. We have a confirmed tornado reported now. This is going to be with a storm. Same areas as earlier. This is going to be southwest of Honey Grove, north of Ladonia. And, hey, radar, you want to actually load the stinking tornado warning? No, why would you? That would make life too easy. So let's reload that real quick. And this is going to be a tornado warning for a confirmed tornado now. This is going to be south of 82. Most likely, this is going to include places like Windham, south of Honey Grove to Ladonia, northwest of Pecan Gap. This is going to include Lake Ralph Hall, Highway 34, from Ladonia to Honey Grove. Y'all need to be in a safe place. That'll be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Hard sole shoes and a helmet are encouraged. This is going to be a storm that'll be moving off to the southeast very slowly, only about 15 miles an hour. But again, this is a confirmed tornado. This has been a tornado that has been observed by emergency management. So this is a tornado about 12 miles east of Bonham, just south of Honey Grove. This is going to be crossing over Highway 34 between Ladonia and Honey Grove. This should stay just south of 82. But again, this is kind of in a radar hole. We don't have great radar coverage up here. So be in a safe place. That's the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Hard sole shoes and a helmet wouldn't be the worst idea you've ever had, but if not, it's okay. See if we can't get a different view. And again, we just don't have great radar coverage, but you can definitely see the storm itself. Very near Windham. We could have quarter-size hail on Highway 82 right now near Windham to just west of Honey Grove. This storm's going to be moving southeast at 15 miles an hour, so not very quick. It'll be crossing over Highway 34. It'll be crossing over the Lake Ralph Hall area, Ladonia, northwest of Pecan Gap, staying just south of Honey Grove, staying southeast of Bonham, southwest of Paris. This tornado warning does not include the city of Bonham, does not include Dodge City, does not include Toco, does not include Roxton, does not include Paris, does not include Cooper. It includes a small portion of southeastern Fannin and far southwestern Lamar County. They probably could have even left Lamar County out and been perfectly fine, honestly. But again, Ladonia to Pecan Gap to Windham, south of Honey Grove, Highway 34, you are in a tornado warning, so you need to take action. If you're not in the tornado warning box, guess what? You're fine. Okay, so there's that. We have this tornado warning out here in northwest Texas. This is going to be for a tornado crossing Highway 6. Along with baseball to softball size hail, extremely damaging straight line winds near Truscott, near Bryan, or the Bluff Creek near Bryan Lake, up to Ford City. The potential for softball size hail, damaging straight line winds, and very heavy rain. And Tosha Ann, thank you very much for that generous super chat. Appreciated. And yeah, we're going to be here all night long. All right, so that is tornado warning number 2. We do note back southwest, these storms from Jane to north of Snyder, again, they're acting together in a big way. The potential for damaging hail certainly increasing with this activity. We do note west of Jane a little bit of a hook echo and a circulation showing up here on the radar. So as that continues, we may see the threat of damaging winds and maybe a tornado increase out here northwest of Jane, just north of Claremont. In fact, just north of Claremont, I think, oh yeah, just north of Claremont, we could have a developing tornado now. Claremont is going to be located right here.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Glasscock, Howard, Martin, and Midland County in Texas.
Okay, so that is where Claremont is, right there in that circle. You can see inflow notch right up here. And a storm-induced mesocyclone from the south. You can see very strong winds, impressive circulation, could easily have a tornado spin up just north of Claremont right now. That's going to move southeast, cross over Highway 380 between Claremont and Jayden. In fact, if this storm continues more east, it may move directly towards Jayden. But again, a possible tornado now developing 2 miles north of Claremont on Highway 208. Y'all in Claremont wouldn't be the worst idea to be in a shelter. This is going to be moving southeast towards Aspermont, Swenson, and, well, Jayton itself. Southwest of there, that storm also showing indications of producing very large hail. All these storms could be producing golf ball to baseball size hail, 60 to 80 mile an hour winds, and yes, the potential for spin-up tornadoes at times. All right, let's go back down to Midland. This is going to be a severe thunderstorm over the city of Midland, especially the southeast sides. That has golf ball size hail now, at least. That hail core really came up as it moved over the city. That's going to be moving northeast now up Interstate 20 towards Stanton, Moretta, and Big Spring. Golf ball size hail reported in Midland.
A new tornado warning has been issued for Kent and Stonewall County in Texas.
All right, we'll go deal with that in a second. But again, those of you in Stanton, Big Spring, heads up. Golf ball size hail, 70 mile an hour winds with this storm on Interstate 20. I-20 includes mile markers 134 to 179. That storm's moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. Hail moving out of Midland towards Stanton, Big Spring the next 45 minutes. Tornado warning now for that circulation we gave you that early heads up about. Just west of Jayden, just northeast of Claremont. This is going to be a tornado warning now, along with the potential for tennis ball size hail. This is going to be for a storm just northeast of Claremont, moving off to the southeast at about 35 to 45 miles an hour. Those of you in Jayton, those of you in Claremont, those of you in Peacock to just west of Aspermont, this is a tornado warning for pretty rural areas. This is also going to include Highway 70 from north of Rotan to the city of Claremont. Those of you in southeastern Kent County and southwestern Stonewall County. Tornado warning may eventually be needed for portions of Fisher and Jones County. Downstream of this is moving towards Aspermont, Hamlin, Rotan, and eventually the Anson area. So again, here's your which way the wind's moving mode. You can see we have a very strong circulation indicated here just northeast of Claremont. Claremont is at the X. Circulation's up here. We have winds moving towards the radar in Lubbock at about 65 to 70 miles an hour. We have winds moving away at 30, so about a 90 to 100 mile an hour circulation. And again, we could see a quick spin-up tornado here, but it would be wrapped in very heavy rain and hail. You're not likely to see it. So be very mindful of that. All right. Patrick Gregory, thank you very much for your generous donation. Christine Bailey, Jesse Yoakley, and Justin McPherson, thank you very much for your order, or your Texas Storm Chasers merch orders and your donations. And Devin and Kelly Tuttle, thank you very much for your over-the-top over-the-top donation. Thank you very much. And Rachel Carson, thank you very much for your order. And thank you to Steve Noon for your super chat. Appreciate it all, everyone. So again, tornado warning continues until 7:45 for southeastern Kent and southwestern Stonewall County. with the possibility of a rain rep tornado that is going to be probably within 3 miles of Claremont, either to the north or northeast, back in heavy rain. Jaden, y'all are going to be getting in on the hail here very shortly. We have hail southwest of Claremont, northeast of Claremont, and then we've also got this tornado warning with very large hail and damaging winds up here across parts of northern Knox County, southern Ford County, moving towards Baylor County. That's going to be an issue for y'all in Seymour, out west on Highway 114 to Benjamin. That's just not a great situation. So again, if we have a tornado here right now, it is probably going to be very near Trescott. If I turn this nonsense off, you can see a pretty good circulation. That's right near Trescott. We're not seeing any sort of tornado debris at this point, but again, could have baseball to softball size hail, 70 to 90 mile an hour straight line winds, and the possibility of a rain wrap tornado out here very near Trescott, south of Crowell and Ford City, north of Benjamin on Highway 6. That storm moving southeast at 45 miles an hour. Tornado warning for Red Springs, Trescott, Gilliand, Vera, Beaumartin, and southwestern Lake Kemp. Eventually, this is going to make it towards Red Springs and the city of Seymour. Seymour, y'all need to be ready by 8 p.m. for the possibility of a damaging storm with very large hail, wind-driven hail, hurricane-force wind gusts, and a tornado. Y'all dealt with something similar in the last month. You're probably going to have to do it again. All right, Northeast Texas. We did have a report of a tornado from emergency management in southeastern Fannin County. I have not heard an update on this, but again, tornado warning does continue for southeastern Fannin County until 7:30 p.m.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Baylor, Ford, Knox, and Wilbarger County in Texas.
So those of you from south of Honey Grove to Ladonia to near Pecan Gap, hey, keep an eye out. Can't rule out a quick spin-up tornado. The potential for maybe some nickel to quarter size hail, localized damaging winds, and quite a bit of heavy rain. I'll be honest, I'm getting more concerned about this storm near Mount Vernon. This thing's perking up. Let's take a look from the closer radar, which should be that. We're looking at, what, 13,000 feet? I don't want to look at that. So Mount Vernon, a storm perking up over y'all. That could have some larger hail. We are also seeing a bit of a circulation now near Interstate 30 and Highway 37. That's going to be here on the south sides of Mount Vernon in Franklin County. So if that keeps up, heads up to y'all. That storm is slowly moving southeast with the potential of maybe some dime to quarter size hail, 1 inch in diameter, maybe some localized damaging wind gusts over 50 miles an hour, and a tornado can't be ruled out. Thank you, Teresa Martin, for your Texas Storm Chasers merch order and donation. Appreciate it. Hope y'all enjoy the gear. Again, we're live streaming TexasStormChasers.com, the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. We're live on X, Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, Instagram. Take your pick. We are there. And we're happy to be there. All right, so let's put the loops back on so y'all can at least see some storm motion. I'm going to get some more caffeine. So again, going to have to watch this storm near Mount Vernon. A little bit of rotation detected. All right, down southeast, let's take a look at this storm near Pineland. This thing's moving southeast, still down Highway 96. The potential for quarter to ping pong, maybe even golf ball size hail, localized damaging wind gusts over 60 miles an hour. We're probably going to see a new severe thunderstorm warning issued any minute for portions of Jasper County, Newton County, maybe even almost down to Orange County. Those of you on Highway 96 from Browndale to Jasper, Farsville, Roganville, Magnolia Springs, and Kirbyville. This is going to be heading your way over the next hour with the potential of quarter to golf ball size hail, localized damaging winds of 60 to 70 miles an hour, a lot of lightning, and very heavy rain. So heads up. Thank you very much, John Jacobs, for your generous donation. Glad you are enjoying the coverage and glad we're able to help some folks out here. So again, expect a severe warning soon for Jasper and Newton counties in the Golden Triangle. North Texas, let's take a look. Severe thunderstorm warning continues here. I'm going to have to reset this program. It's having a tizzy. It's going to be a severe thunderstorm warning. Anytime now, radar. Fine. All right, so it's going to be a severe thunderstorm warning for Highway 144, now southeast of Chalk Mound near Walnut Springs. The potential for maybe some quarter-size hail, damaging straight-line winds, heavy rain. And that's going to be moving southeast at about 15 to 20. A storm's not looking too impressive right now, so that's good. We note a weakening shower over the city of Stephenville, bringing you all maybe some gusty winds and a quick round of moderate rain. Tornado warning does continue for southeastern Lamar County. We did have a report of a spin-up tornado from emergency management earlier. No updates from that, which, okay. The main show in terms of what we're going to be dealing with over the coming hours is going to be this, coming in out of northwest Texas, the Permian Basin, Oklahoma. This activity here, we've got a tornado warning on Highway 6 near Truscott. That's going to be from near Ford City down to Benjamin. 74-mile-an-hour wind gusts measured in Truscott by the West Texas Mesonet. That storm's moving southeast at 45 miles an hour. Those of you in Seymour, it's going to be in town by 8 p.m. The potential for another one of these wind-driven hail events, a lot of damaging winds, heavy hail, big hail, maybe a tornado. Would advise not going west on Highway 82 out of Seymour anytime soon. Those of you in Vera to Red Springs, same story. You've got a problem moving southeast at 45 your way. Back into West Texas. Let's go to the radar out here. Let's see which radar is closest. The closest radar gives us a better look at the low levels of the storm. It's probably going to be that one, but we'll do this for now. This is going to be a tornado warning for eastern Kent, western Stonewall counties.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Brewster County in Texas.
It's going to be a likely tornado now. Very strong circulation showing up very near Highway 380, just west of Highway 70, here about 3 miles east of Claremont. So this is going to be the which way the wind's blowing mode. Here you go. We've got winds moving away from the radar in Lubbock at about 80 miles an hour. We have winds moving towards the radar in Lubbock at about 30, so 110 mile an hour circulation. You can see on the how hard it's raining mode, we've got that inflow notch here near Highway 380, Highway 70, about 3 to 4 miles east of Claremont. This is going to be southwest of Jayton by about 7 miles. This storm's moving east, southeast at about 35 to 40 miles an hour. And again, the possibility of a rain-wrapped tornado approaching Highway 70 and Highway 380 east of Claremont, moving away from Claremont, moving off to the southeast. Circulation will likely stay a bit southwest of Jane, but this is going to be moving towards western portions of Stonewall County with the potential of baseball-size hail, damaging straight-line winds, and a rain-wrapped tornado. All right, y'all aren't going to see me for a second. I'm actually going to stand up and get caffeine and stretch. So, good gravy, sweet Mary.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Fisher, Haskell, and Jones County in Texas.
All right, so tornado warning continues. Eastern Kent, western Stonewall counties, tornado warning continues. Knox County, western Baylor County, tornado warning continues for southeastern Fannin County and western Lamar County. This nasty storm complex around Claremont, moving off to the southeast at about 35 miles an hour. Again, possibility of a tornado here. Thank you to J. Alberto Rodriguez for your order, your merch order, and your donation. Enjoy your gear. And thank you to Brian Schell for your donation.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Jasper and Newton County in Texas.
All right, we've got hail moving up Interstate 20 near Stanton towards Big Spring, Coahoma, and eventually Colorado City. That storm has a history of producing golf ball size hail back in Midland. Looks like it could be plastic Easter egg size hail now. Leanne Miller, thanks for your Texas Storm Chasers order. All right, let's go back. We've got a severe storm warning out here now for Jasper. It's going to be the severe storm near Pineland, moving southeast at about 35 miles an hour. The potential for golf ball size hail, damaging straight line winds of 50 to 60 miles per hour. Hook'em Ace, thank you very much for your super chat. Appreciate it. Oh, let's talk about it. Tornado warning for Knox and Baylor counties has expired. And we have a tornado warning continuing for eastern Kent, western Stonewall counties for a circulation 4 miles east of Claremont. Severe thunderstorm warning for Haskell, Jones, and Fisher counties. For this storm out in the Piney Woods / the Golden Triangle, this storm's moving south of 33. We'll put a storm track on it, give you all some timing elements. And if we're not talking about a storm you're wanting to know about, you can track it with the free Texas Storm Chasers interactive weather radar on our website, texasstormchasers.com/radar, or in the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. Just scan that QR code below me, or search for Texas Storm Chasers where you download apps for your device. Thank you, Tasha Mitchell, for your Texas Storm Chasers merch order. Browndale about 7:35 to 7:40. Jasper about 8 p.m. to 8:05. And then areas near Newton about 8:20 p.m. The potential for golf ball size hail, damaging straight line winds, and heavy rainfall. Thank you, Brian Kiefer, for your super chat. Appreciate the support. All right, northeast Texas, y'all are doing better for now. Storm near Mount Pleasant. Maybe some small hail, heavy rain on Interstate 30, gusty winds around Mount Vernon right now. We note a tornado warning does continue for another couple minutes. I don't think they're going to reissue it for southeastern Fannin and southwestern Lamar counties. That storm has the potential to produce maybe a brief tornado, or at least it did earlier. Taking a quick look at the storm down in the Permian Basin, you can see near Stanton, down Highway 137 to north of 158 or 156. That storm moving northeast at 45 with damaging straight line winds, large hail, and history of at least golf ball size hail. That'll be in Big Spring, 750. Coahoma, about 8 to 8:05. Riding up Highway 350. Just north of Westbrook, about 8:25. That would have it anywhere from near Snyder to Colorado City by 8:45 p.m.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Scurry County in Texas.
Thank you, Dave Long, for that generous super chat. Amarillo, you've got storms coming in from the north now. These are capable of producing flash flooding, very heavy rain. We could see some wind gusts over 40 to 50, maybe even 60 miles an hour, and maybe some nickel-sized hail. Flash flooding is going to be a big concern with this activity, though, along with a considerable number of cloud-to-ground lightning strikes. So heads up with that. We've got severe storms, or strong to severe storms, from near Turkey to Memphis to Wellington. This activity is going to be moving off to the, I'm going to bet the east. We'll see in just a second. Yeah, you can see that's all moving off to the east. Pretty quickly at that. The potential for quarter-size hail, winds of 60 miles an hour, anywhere from Wellington to Memphis to Turkey, Esteli, northwest of Childress, southeast of Headley. Potential for quarter-size hail, winds of 60 miles an hour. Very heavy rain. Blowing dust as well. You can see Amarillo, that line of storms coming in from the northwest now. Again, heavy rain, small hail, especially north side of town there on 335 up 287. So expect lightning, heavy rain, maybe a bit of hail with that. Farther southeast, you can see this stuff moving into the big country is having a temper tantrum here. Tornado warning is gone for Lamar County and Fannin County. This storm near Jayton still showing a area of a bit of rotation, a lot of damaging straight line winds. Thank you, Miser Q, for that super chat. Appreciate it. And these storms out here in the big country are all going to be producing strong winds and hail as they continue moving southeast over the next several hours towards the big country and North Texas. Thank you, Shelley Croy, for that very generous super chat. Appreciate it and the very kind words. Thank you. And thank you to everyone who's been hitting subscribe on the YouTube channel tonight and hitting the like button. Those are free and they actually really help us out. It helps our video get into the hands of others who may benefit from our life-saving weather information. So appreciate it, and we appreciate everyone who has been joining us this evening. We're going to be here for probably at least another 6-7 hours. As storms continue to progress east towards Texoma, North Texas, Northwest Texas. All right, looks like we have a new short-term discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. I'll go ahead and bring that onto the screen once it's loaded. And this is going to be from the Storm Prediction Center. We note they indicate the potential of extreme damaging winds of 75 to 100 miles per hour will increase in the big country, northwest Texas and western North Texas over the next couple of hours. A Derecho. They're indicating, again, winds up to 100 miles an hour with this line. And this includes Abilene, Graham, Haskell, Crowell, Wichita Falls, Gainesville, Fort Worth, Weatherford, Mineral Wells. And this is just the next few hours. As this line in the big country and west central Texas begins to organize. While this loops over here, I'm going to go ahead and read this. Summary. A significant severe wind risk is increasing with emerging supercells. A bow echo may develop and produce a derecho with gusts in the 80 to 100 mile per hour range possible. Doug and Janielle, thank you very much for your Texas Storm Chasers merch order and donation. I appreciate it. I'm going to go ahead and read the meteorological discussion now, and I'll translate in real time as, well, we go through the jumbo. Multiple supercells with reported...
A new flash flood warning has been issued for Hall County in Texas.
With reported severe hail across the southeastern Texas panhandle are beginning to merge. Multiple West Texas mesonet stations have reported peak wind gusts in the 60 to 75 mile an hour range, and this trend should continue to increase if these storms successfully morph into a bow echo over the next couple of hours. While supercells have occurred downstream of these storms, it does not appear that large-scale tropospheric overturning has occurred. The atmosphere is still quite unstable. As such, a very unstable air mass remains in place, as shown by the Fort Worth weather balloon sounding. Assuming bow echo development ensues over the next few hours, a strong cold pool, a lot of rain-cooled air, could encourage intense rear inflow jet development, which, upon downward momentum transport, could support a derecho. In this scenario, widespread 60-mile-an-hour sustained winds may be expected, with multiple embedded gusts peaking somewhere in the 75 to 100 mile per hour range. The derecho could begin somewhere in the 8 to 10 p.m. period and last for several hours downstream, the evolution of which may need to be covered with a downstream, particularly dangerous situation severe thunderstorm watch across much of north central and northeast Texas. Okay. So that is what the Storm Prediction Center just said. And so those of you wondering what that means, it means we're going to get really stinking busy in Texoma, North Texas, and Northeast Texas over the coming hours. So, get your caffeine out and hide your Taco Bell. All right. Also means we're going to be here for quite a while.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Childress, Cottle, Hall, and Motley County in Texas.
All right. And a note for our moderators that are watching. There's a storm approaching the live stream computer farm area. And if that happens and we get knocked offline briefly, I do have contingencies in place. 81-mile-an-hour wind gust at 7:25 p.m. in Truscott. That's north of Benjamin, west of Seymour. That's with this storm moving towards Seymour. So, again, derecho is a long-lived, intense line of severe storms that produces widespread damaging winds over a span of several hours and several hundred miles. Examples: the Houston derecho of last year that started in Houston and moved across Louisiana, New Orleans, into the Florida, Alabama, Mississippi area. Line of storms that moved through DFW around sunrise late last May. Not technically a derecho, but produced impacts similar to that. As such, these storms organizing in western North Texas and the expectation of storms to organize here along the Red River over the next several hours will move southeast across North Texas, Texoma, DFW Metroplex, Abilene, up I-20, Mineral Wells, Weatherford, DFW, between 10 p.m. and 1 a.m. The expectation is some of those storms will be producing winds of 80 to 100 miles per hour, embedded tornadoes, very large hail. We're talking the possibility of significant impacts to power infrastructure, significant number of trees knocked down. Don't park your car under a tree tonight. Northeast Texas, North Texas, Texoma, East Texas, don't be parking your cars under trees tonight. Or at least be ready to move them before nasty storms roll in. So, that is what is on the way. I think it's time for cheesecake. Yay. That's what we're going to be watching for. You want some cheesecake?
No. Still have that tornado warning. Astronaut.
So, we're almost at a point, folks, where we're going to have to treat these severe thunderstorm warnings like tornado warnings and, vice versa. So, definitely still looks like the potential for a spin-up tornado remains across southeastern parts of Kent County, southwestern Stonewall County, with the potential of widespread damaging winds. Again, this is a case where, we're going to have embedded tornadoes, but guess what? We're going to be embedded in areas of equally as strong straight-line winds. And that's what we're seeing up here on Highway 70, northwest of Rotan, up to southeast of Claremont with this activity. Jaden, same thing, west of Aspermont. You can see the radars indicating winds of probably over 80 miles an hour here. You can see there is a bit of a circulation south of Jaden still. We are seeing winds moving towards the radar in Moran at about 80, moving away at 50. So 120 mile an hour circulation embedded within this area of straight line winds. Also seeing indications of extremely large hail with this thunderstorm northwest of Rotan, which could be approaching Rotan by 8:05 to 8:10. That storm currently has the potential to produce baseball-size hail, wind gusts of 70 to 80 miles an hour. Back near Big Spring, we've got a very nasty thunderstorm moving northeast up Interstate 20. That's going to be into Big Spring in the next 10 to 15 minutes with the potential of tennis ball size hail, damaging straight line winds of 70 miles per hour, and lightning, heavy rain with flooding. That storm's racing northeast at 50 miles an hour. So Big Spring, about 7:50 p.m. Coahoma, about 8 to 8:05, moving across Interstate 20 up Highway 356, passing near or north of Colorado City about 8:30. It could be approaching Snyder by 8:40 p.m. if it persists. Davis L., thank you very much for your Texas Storm Chasers merch order. Hope you enjoy the gear. We note there is a nasty supercell way down here in the Big Bend. This is going to be east of Highway 385 in Brewster County. For all intent and purposes, this storm is going to be about 35 miles north of Bucolius, 40 miles northeast of Castellon, about 50 miles southwest of Sanderson. And that's going to be moving off southeast at 30 miles an hour. That could have tennis ball size hail way down there in far southeastern Brewster County. All right, let's check on East Texas. No tornado warnings up here in North Texas. That's always nice to see. Severe storm running down Highway 96 now over Browndale. There could be maybe some hail up to the size of golf balls with that. 60-mile-an-hour winds. It's going to be moving south at about 30 to 35 miles an hour. That's going to be crossing over Highway 60. Does that say 63? Well, there's only one way to find out. Let's go press some buttons and look. It's going to be crossing over Highway 63, near or just east of Jasper, with the worst part of the hail. 8 o'clock to 8:05. Could have winds above 60 miles an hour, though. And that's moving towards Jasper and Farsville. After that, it's going to be crossing over Highway 190 from Jasper to Newton between about 8 and 8:15 p.m.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Haskell, Shackelford, and Throckmorton County in Texas.
Thank you, Candy Johnson, for your donation. Appreciate it, and you're very welcome. So Newton, Bonweir, Roganville, Jasper, Curtis, Magnolia Springs, almost even down to Kirbyville. Heads up, this storm continues to move south at 30 to 35 miles an hour and has the potential to produce golf ball size hail. Winds over 60. Alicia Ward, thank you for your donation. Appreciate it, and you're very welcome. We're glad to do it. All right, so let's take a look at northeast Texas. We do have a couple of storms that are sub-severe, meaning they're not producing the criteria for a severe thunderstorm, which is 1-inch diameter size hail, wind gust of 58 miles an hour higher, or tornadoes. Some of these storms are getting near that criteria. This storm near Ore City, for example, that is near Diana, moving east-southeast, is capable of producing maybe some nickel-size hail. That's just under an inch in diameter. The potential exists as well for these storms to intensify a bit, a lot of cloud-to-ground lightning. They are moving southeast towards places like Lassiter, Berea, Jefferson, and Marion County, Harleton to Nesbitt, Marshall here on Highway 154 and Highway 49, moving towards Highway 59. Watching a storm near Mount Pleasant. That one's moving off to the south, about 20 miles an hour. That one may have some nickel-size hail. That's 0.88 inches in diameter. That's going to be moving towards Newsome, Pittsburgh. Thank you very much, Dave Long, for that super chat. Thank you, Carrie Swank, for your Texas Storm Chasers merch order and donation. Appreciate it. Enjoy the merch. And those storms, by the way, are probably going to keep going for a while, although hopefully they won't end up doing anything too rambunctious. Here is the storm south of Honey Grove. This is the one that was tornado warned earlier. It looks pretty much like the others, if not weaker. Could still have some nickel-size hail, dime to nickels, and localized wind gusts over 60. miles an hour. But I'll tell you what, that storm southwest of Aspermont looks mean. Now, it's not severe, or excuse me, not tornado warned anymore. And if it is, it's about to be gone. But it has one heck of a look to it. In fact, we're going to get a new severe warning for that now.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Kent and Stonewall County in Texas.
Alright, so this is going to be a cluster of severe storms capable of producing baseball-size hail, winds of 70 to 80 miles an hour. These are now moving southeast at about 30 to 40. You can see we've got this warning up here for Haskell County, Throckmorton County, Shackelford County. That line's moving southeast at 45. Alright, so let's do a storm track on all these. And again, they're probably going to accelerate. So we're going to have to watch for that. Oh. And I'm going to put 50 on here just to be safe. Seymour, in the next 15 to 20 minutes, this storm could be approaching from the west, so by or around 8 p.m. Megarol on Highway 114 about 8:20 to 8:30. Olney about 8:30 to 8:40. Haskell about 7:55 to 8 p.m. Throckmorton around 8:20 p.m. Newcastle around 8:45 p.m. Woodson around 8:35 p.m. The city of Albany around 8:40 p.m. Luders around 8:20 to 8:25. Stamford 8 to 8:05. Anson about 8:10 to 8:15. Hawley about 8:25. City of Abilene about 8:35 to 8:40. Same with Ty. Ruby about now to 8 p.m. in Hamlin the next few minutes. Thank you to the Mitchell Allen family for that donation. You appreciate it, or we appreciate it, and you bet. And Candy Johnson, thank you very much for your Texas Storm Chasers order. Appreciate it as well. So again, these storms are producing baseball-size hail, 80-mile-an-hour winds. We'll go ahead and knock this off. You can see this has been upgraded now to a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. Places like Ruby, Anson, Stamford, Haskell, Throckmorton, Seymour, all these storms producing golf ball to baseball size hail and hurricane force wind gusts over 80 miles an hour. And these storms, again, are moving southeast at 45 miles an hour and will continue to intensify and accelerate southeast over the next few hours. So you might be asking, well, Mr. Baldy-Man, what's that mean for me? I'm glad you asked. We're going to switch over to the super-de-duper awesome blossom high-resolution rapid refresh model. Yeah, I'm singing again. It must mean it's snack time. Snack time, snack time. Open it up and see what's inside. Alright, so we're going to press some buttons. We're going to press that. And I'm going to run this from 9 p.m. through 7 a.m. Again, this is just what this model is showing timing-wise, etc. This is to give y'all an idea of what we expect. So I'm going to do real quick is I am going to stand up and quickly go visit the little boy's room and throw something in the microwave So, we are going to be right back with continuing severe weather coverage here on the Texas Storm Chasers. I'll be back here in 3 minutes. We'll be right back.
Rain was coming down on the day that you left town. It's like the sky. But I know that you'll be back someday. You had to go and find your place, and I had to let you. It didn't take you too long to know where you belong. You got on the next train. Said it was too hard to walk away. Had to come back and see your face. Now I'll never leave you. You said there was something about that night. All the lights, they fall on your shoulders. Sun sets the city on fire behind you. Someday I'll be looking back when we're older, saying this night was golden, and you are so beautiful to me.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Howard, Mitchell, and Scurry County in Texas.
Walking down the street, putting your arms around me, thinking of all these memories. Our lives are full of days like these, and there's not a moment missed when I don't think the stars for this. Take what you love and set it free. The love of my life came back to me. Now we're walking down the street, you're putting your arms around me, thinking of all these memories. Our lives are full of days like these. All the lights, they fall on your shoulders. Sun sets the city on fire behind you. See it all the same way, now we're older. Today was golden, you are so beautiful. Today was golden, you are so beautiful. Today was golden, you are so beautiful to me.
Work. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. I made it back on time. Yes, I did. Let's look at what's going on across the state. So to do that, we're going to turn on the super duper awesome blossom real time radar. I'm going to press that button. We're going to ignore the scary sounds coming out of the microwave. And we're going to show y'all what we have on going. So let's turn off storm reports. Let's talk about the last 2 hours. We've got a storm that's been moving south across East Texas. That storm is now near Jasper. Nice lightning. And Farsville, moving south at about 35 miles an hour. That storm, golf ball size hail, damaging winds over 60 miles an hour. Sounds like we've got a new warning coming, so...
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Smith County in Texas.
That storm's going to be moving south. Down Highway 9, or this storm's moving down 96, about to cross over 87. And that has, again, golf ball size hail, winds of probably 60 miles an hour. And again, that's going to be over Jasper to Farsville to Burkeville and Newton over the next little while. Farther north, we've had a few storms in northeast Texas. At times they've been severe. That continues, but there's nothing crazy right now. Northwest Texas in the big country, the same cannot be said. What we're dealing with now is a cluster of intensifying, very severe thunderstorms capable of producing baseball-sized hail and widespread destructive winds of 70 to 90 miles per hour.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Carter, Jefferson, and Love County in Oklahoma. Clay County in Texas.
And this activity, as you can see, is moving southeast. It is accelerating and moving southeast pretty quickly. Shelly Croy, thank you very much for your Texas Storm Chasers merch order and the donation. Appreciated. Thank you. So Seymour, Throckmorton, Albany, Anson, Luders, Stamford, Haskell in the next, anywhere from 5 to 55 minutes. Be ready. The potential for golf ball to baseball size hail, 70 to 90 mile an hour winds, very heavy rain, wind damage. Possibility of spin-up tornadoes certainly not out of the question. We note severe thunderstorms are now quickly developing in southern Oklahoma on the Red River from near Briars, Texas to Waurika, Oklahoma to Ringling, Oklahoma to west of the Davis Mountains, the Arbuckles up in southern Oklahoma. That activity is going to shift south of the Red River soon, and that's going to begin our issues here in Texoma and North Texas. So again, we're going to be in for a rough evening here in North Texas with an increasing threat of severe thunderstorms across Texoma, North Texas, into the DFW Metroplex. All right, y'all hold on just a second. All right, so let us continue, ladies and gentlemen. As a cluster of severe storms makes its way from west to east across the big country, northwest Texas and Texoma. You'll have to forgive me. We're doing dinner and run. So, line of storms is now extending roughly from Waurika, Oklahoma. Weaker storms around Wichita Falls, thankfully. We do have a thunderstorm complex approaching Seymour down Highway 1, or excuse me, down 277 from Seymour to Monday, back down 277 to near Weinart, west to Rochester. 66 mile an hour wind gust in Knox City.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Baylor and Knox County in Texas.
Speak of the devil. Storms then extend southwest down to Aspermont to north of Rotan. And then technically we've got a nasty hailer now that just moved through Big Spring. That's moving up Interstate 20 very quickly at like 50 miles an hour towards Coahoma, Latan, Westbrook, Colorado City, Lorain, and Wastala. That storm has 70 mile an hour winds and at least 2-inch hail. Report of golf ball sized hail in Big Spring. These storms moving off to the east, or that storm's moving northeast of 50. These storms here in northwest Texas are moving southeast now at about 35 to 50. And again, the potential for very large hail, damaging winds, and extreme amounts of lightning. And this is going to be our main round of storms that's developing here in parts of the big country, northwest Texas. And these are going to be the ones that move southeast into Texoma and North Texas over the next 1 to 3 hours. Activity along the Red River is still intensifying, and that's going to end up being the show for some of y'all is, wow, Charles BRE, USS, and EV Drunker, thank you very much for your Texas Storm Chasers merch orders. New severe warning coming out in a moment, it sounds like. Let's check out some of this up in the Panhandle. You can see we've got a new severe storm in southwestern.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Kent and Stonewall County in Texas.
Welcome to Pokerus. Thanks for becoming a producer here on the Texas Weather Center. We have a new severe storm that's quickly fired up in Smith County in the Panhandle of Texas. That's going to be well west of Hereford at the moment. That could have tennis ball size hail as it moves east towards Hereford. It's about 20 miles west of Hereford right now. Storms in Amarillo. We've got heavy rain, probably some flooding. Could have small hail. That activity moving southeast. Storms approaching Childress with large hail. From near Esteling to Turkey to Childress, y'all have flash flood warnings and large hail. And then we've got this line of storms in the big country. Across East Texas, we'll take a look in just a moment. Thank you, MNJ, for your super chat. Yeah, we're glad to have so many folks joining us this evening as well for this severe weather coverage. All right, so let's take a look at the storm out in East Texas. This is going to be approaching Kirbyville now in Jasper. A severe thunderstorm near Jasper up Highway 63 to Farsville and Burkeville. That storm has the potential to produce golf ball size hail and damaging straight line winds over 60 miles per hour. Moving southeast towards noon. Bunweir over the next 20 to 30 minutes. All right, let's take a look now at the statewide view. We're going to take a look at the severe weather outlook. At least we're going to try to. For those wondering what the risk levels are going into the evening hours, here you go. This is from the Storm Prediction Center. And again, we do have the potential for damaging winds. Big country, northwest Texas into Texoma, North Texas this evening overnight. Northeast Texas, East Texas tomorrow morning. Let's take a look at the high-res rapid refresh model. And we're going to see just what this is showing for storm timing tonight. Again, this is only a model. It's not going to be perfect. It's not going to have everything hunky-dory correct, but can at least guesstimate on what is going to happen. Very strong winds moving into Haskell and Throckmorton by 8:15 to 8:30 p.m. Large hail right now, southwest of Seymour, down to Rochester, south of Knox City, and then north of Rotan. Y'all are just getting clobbered by what could be huge hail and very strong damaging winds. Thank you, Grady Cook, for your Texas Storm Chasers order and your very generous donation. Appreciate it. Thank you kindly. All right, so that is what models show going into tonight. So clearly DFW, Texoma, North Texas, DFW Metroplex, and North Texas, we got problems coming this evening. Now, let's go back to what's going on now. Thank you, Sarah Rapp, for your Texas Storm Chasers merch order and your donation. Enjoy the gear. All right, so let's hit the radar. Hey, radar, you want to load anytime soon? So here's Rotan north of Ruby. This thing's got huge hail. And
a new flash flood warning has been issued for Knox County in Texas.
Very strong winds. They may end up putting a tornado warning on this, honestly. We're seeing, and well, there it is. Stand by for that very obnoxious sound. No, it's not. I lied. Sorry. So again, we're seeing indications of winds over 90 miles an hour and absolutely ginormous hail near Rotan right now, north of Ruby. I mean, radar's maxed out. You can see here, we even have a bit of a hook echo. I do think we may have a developing tornado here, north of Ruby, just north of, or near Rotan. I see Jason is near Aspermont, so assuming that, Jason, are you going south? I guess that'd actually be pretty good for him. He could ride I-20 back in. But again, we are seeing a pocket of increasing rotation now, just northeast of Rotan. This is going to be out here in parts of Fisher County. This is going to be near Royston, west of Hamlin. We'll go ahead and turn the telestrator on. You can see there, using storm motion, we have winds moving towards the radar at about 50. Winds moving away at 70 to 80. So we have a 120, 130 mile an hour shear. Back to straight line wind mode. And I'll see if we can't clean this up a little bit. I doubt it's going to work on here. If I need to, I'll just show you the high-res version on mine. But no, actually it worked. You can see radar is showing straight line winds of 100 miles an hour right now. North of Ruby near Rotan. And I bet every single cent of it that it probably is. We're seeing a very strong circulation here too on Highway 92. So if you're west of Hamlin, Ruby to near Rotan, it would not be the worst idea to be in a safe place. That's going to be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. A destructive severe storm with a possible tornado, softball-size hail, and 100-mile-an-hour straight-line winds. Moving east, east-southeast now, towards Highway 180. Ruby, this storm has the possibility of 80-mile-an-hour winds, softball-size hail. Those of you in Ruby, Hamlin, west of Anson, this is going to be crossing, eventually, Interstate 20 between, I'm going to say probably near Trent, east of Sweetwater. It may try to make it as far east as Merkel, Ty, and Abilene, but this is going to hurt. This thing's got oomph. You can see new severe storm warning further northeast. And this is the view from storm chaser and meteorologist Jason Cooley of that storm. You can see a lot of dust down there at the bottom. and it's a vacuum cleaner. It's just sucking in everything near it and spin it back out. So again, the possibility of 4 to 5 inch hail, the possibility of 80 to 100 mile an hour winds, and there's definitely pockets of low-level rotation in this thing that are trying to tighten up and organize. So storm chaser meteorologist Jason Cooley.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Brewster County in Texas.
Is heading south to intercept that. Angela Hoddle, thank you very much for your Texas Storm Chasers merch order. Enjoy the gear. And again, the radar is maxed out. The radar is maxed out on the how hard it's raining mode. The radar is maxed out in the wind mode and hail mode. Radar's estimating this thing's got DVD size hail now. That is 5 inches in diameter. Thank you, Rebecca STARCZEWSKI, for your Texas Storm Chasers merch order. Enjoy. And in case y'all haven't noticed, I just start trying to spell instead of pronounce sometimes. And Charlie, thank you very much for that very generous super chat or donation. And y'all may get some rain in the morning down there in the good old SAT. The storm near Ruby, near Royston, north of Sylvester, approaching Highway 180, southwest of Hamlin, west of Anson, has the possibility of softball-size hail, destructive winds of 80 to 100 miles an hour, and can't rule out a spin-up tornado. That's the storm meteorologist Jason Cooley's looking at. And these are the kind of storms we could be dealing with in DFW after 9 to 10 p.m. to midnight. Notice storms near Seymour, Throckmorton. We're seeing very strong winds as well. Could have winds over 60, 70, maybe even 80 miles an hour. Some hail. Now let's talk about who's not getting significant issues. We have a storm from Holiday to Wichita Falls to Henrietta. This storm near Holiday could have maybe some dime to nickel size hail, gusty winds, maybe some 50 mile an hour winds. These storms are much weaker than their counterparts to the south for the moment, though that storm near Holiday is shooting off quite a bit of lightning now, so we'll have to keep an eye on it in case it intensifies. And we're seeing this activity from Rhine to Ardmore to Springer, Oklahoma, intensified now with severe thunderstorm warnings for quarter-size hail. A wind gusts over 60 miles per hour. That activity is moving southeast. And it looks like I need to do some contingency planning here for streaming just in case. All right, so let's take a look. The storm that was, by the way, north of Meridian, that evaporated. Let's take a look at this storm near Jasper. You can see that has made it south now of Highway 63 on Highway 190. Thank you, Rachel Woods, for your Texas Storm Chasers merch order. Appreciate it. And for Jennifer Edge, thank you very much for your Texas Storm Chasers merch order and your generous donation. Appreciate it. So y'all out here in East Tech, or I guess almost the Golden Triangle at this point, we are looking at a storm moving down towards Roganville, Noon, and Kirbyville. It is finally showing signs of weakening, but still could have maybe some nickel to 1 inch diameter size hail and some strong wind gusts. Looks like we're getting a warning for the Red River.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Cook and Montague County in Texas.
All right, it's going to be Cook and Montague counties up on the Red River here in Texoma/North Texas. This is going to be for 65-mile-an-hour winds and the potential for maybe a bit of hail. Nocona, Bowie, Munster, St. Joe, Ringgold, y'all are in this warning. This is for that line coming south of the Red River now, out of Oklahoma. We do note the Weather Service in Norman just put a tornado warning out north of Ardmore. David, thank you very kindly for your Texas Storm Chasers merch order. Weather Service just put a tornado warning out for Ardmore up in Oklahoma. And the only reason I care, besides the fact I'm a weather weenie, is that those storms are going to be coming down to say hello to us. So let's take a quick look. And there's that tornado warning. That does include I-35 from about mile marker 27 up to mile marker 40 here in southern Oklahoma. Hey, radar, you want to load anytime soon, or you just want me to start singing aloud? Because I will sing. I have no problem with it. And yeah, you can see there is a bit of a hook echo here west of Springer. It's moving southeast towards Ardmore. Let me reset this program. It's clearly having a seizure. So again, those storms north of the Red River are intensifying. Back to the screen view from meteorologist Jason Cooley with the storm warned for softball to DVD size hail and 80 to 100 mile an hour winds. You could see big, bad, very mad vacuum cleaner effect ongoing with that. And that thunderstorm activity. And, well, we're going to watch for that. But back to this. Severe storm warning for Cook and Montague County. 65 mile an hour winds. Quarter-size hail, 1 inch in diameter. Again, these storms are intensifying and will continue up on the Red River. So, heads up, it's about to get busy up here in North Texas, and we are likely to see a new severe thunderstorm watch issued soon, and that will likely be what is called a particularly dangerous situation watch, which are extremely rare. Just means the potential for a derecho. Alright, so Jason is on this storm near Hamlin. He's near Hamlin. They're moving south on 83. And this thing is just nuts. I mean, my goodness. Look at the wind coming off this thing as it continues moving southeast very quickly. Now at probably 40 to 50 miles an hour. We could have winds easily near 90 to 100 miles an hour, and there is rotation in this. It is certainly not impossible. This tries to go tornadic. We're hearing reports out of Ruby, power poles down, power poles snapped, lines down. Not a surprise at all, unfortunately. That is a very intense storm now near Royston, moving southeast towards McCauley, Sylvester, Anson, Hamlin, and eventually this is unfortunately probably on a beeline for Abilene now. Abilene, get ready. This is going to be one bad situation if this comes rolling in like it is, and it very well may. We could have softball-size hail, 4 inches in diameter, and the potential for 80 to 100 mile an hour winds. Oh, and maybe a tornado. Matt Rich, thanks for your Texas Storm Chasers merch order. Enjoy them. And apologies for sneaking in dinner. I usually try to do that during a break, but we don't get breaks because this is not the kind of a night where we get to take breaks, unfortunately. These are big, bad, very mad, and require continued vigilance. Continuous vigilance. Words are hard. All right. So Jason's getting out ahead of that storm. And again, this is the view from Jason. He's in Hamlin. They're getting out ahead of it now to get a good view and try to stay with them. We're seeing straight line wind indications on radar of over 100 miles an hour. We're also seeing intensifying areas of wind and hail now from near Haskell to northwest of Throckmorton to Seymour. 68 mile an hour Wind gusts north of Gore and Highway 277 southwest of Seymour. 81-mile-an-hour wind gust near Truscott earlier. Severe thunderstorm warning for Montague and Cook counties near Gainesville. We note a tornado warning near Ardmore, Oklahoma. 35 is not a good place to be right now, anywhere from near Oklahoma City down to the Red River and Windstar. For what it's worth, my main streaming machines are located in Moore, Oklahoma, which is about to get hit by about 70-mile-an-hour winds. So if we suddenly just, stop transmitting, I'll get the backup kicked in. I'm not on site there, but if that happens, we'll work it out. Severe storm moving up Interstate 20, about to enter Colorado City. Potential for golf ball size hail and 70-mile-an-hour winds. Tornado-like winds moving towards Anson, Hawley, south of Hamlin. And eventually this may be an issue for the city of Abilene. Tornado-like winds, 80 to 100 miles an hour with wind-driven softball-size hail. William Tracy, thank you very much for your generous donation. Appreciate it. Got to exchange my little caffeine real quick. Nothing? Ooh, nice view from meteorologist Jason Cooley. Again, this storm he has a great view of now. This is the beginnings of what will be a derecho. The derecho inception process is underway. You can see our storms are joining forces with each other, forming a big line, and the wind production has begun. A lot of wind. We're seeing winds near Sylvester here in eastern parts of Fisher County, approaching 100 miles an hour. We may end up with a tornado warning for West Jones County. And I'm going to go ahead and put an alarm out for Abilene to Hawley. You need to get ready for a destructive thunderstorm that would be in town by 9 to 9:15 p.m. This thunderstorm is capable of producing 80 to 100.
A new tornado warning has been issued for Fisher and Jones County in Texas.
All right, well, I win. How about timing on that, folks? Okay, so, again, Hawley, Anson, Abilene, Ty, Merkel. By 9 to 9:15 p.m., a severe thunderstorm capable of now producing a tornado. 100-mile-per-hour winds and 4 to 5-inch diameter size hail, softballs, will be moving southeast into your communities. Get ready. Get your cars away from trees. Do not be anywhere near west or north-facing windows. Bailey Robertson, thank you very much for your Texas Storm Chasers merch order. Look at this working again. And again, if this would be kind enough to show the tornado warning, I probably just need to reset the program again. I probably should have just left Jason's shot on. That's prettier than my background. Lillian Bolden, thank you very much for your super chat. All right, so this is going to be a tornado warning now. This is going to be for portions of Fisher and Jones County. This is going to be for a possible tornado located near Roby, just east of town now, moving southeast to 25 miles an hour. The storm's also capable of producing baseball-sized hail and probably 80 to 100 mile an hour straight line winds. This is going to be moving southeast at 25 miles per hour. So, if it's moving southeast to 25, they say, wow, Look at that. That severe thunderstorm warning was just upgraded from destructive to crazy. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing 90 to 100 mile an hour winds, 4 to 5 inch diameter size hail, and a tornado is moving southeast near Sylvester to Ruby. This will be entering the city of Abilene by 9 to 9:15. Holly, Ty, Merkel, Trent. Same thing. Treat it like a tornado warning when it arrives. This is I-20 is probably going to be blocked. If there's semis on I-20 when this thing crosses, they're going to end up in the ditch or in the field half a mile south of the highway. We now advise no travel on Interstate 20 going east of Sweetwater or west of Abilene. An extremely dangerous thunderstorm capable of producing 90 to 100 mile an hour winds. A tornado, 4-inch diameter size hail, softballs will cross Interstate 20 between Sweetwater and Abilene over the next 30 to 45 minutes. Those of you at Dyess Air Force Base, you're included in this uh-oh spaghetti-o moment. So let me show you what this looks like on the how hard or which way the wind's blowing mode. Again, these are real velocities, by the way. The radar's picking up. We're seeing winds now, folks, that's 110 miles an hour. Now, we're looking at about 2,000 feet up. Okay, 4,000 feet. That is very strong velocity. So again, we're seeing winds aloft of 110 miles per hour. This line is moving southeast towards the city of Abilene at 25 to 45 miles per hour. Trent, Merkel, Ty, Abilene, Holly, Anson. This is going to be a extremely dangerous situation with tornado-like wind speeds coming in from this thunderstorm to the northwest. Ashley McPike, thank you for your Texas Storm Chasers merch order. Appreciate it. Those of you in Abilene, impact Holly, Ty, Merkel, Trent. This is an extremely dangerous situation. Please get ready to take your tornado safety precautions. And again, a tornado is certainly possible here, but even if we don't have one, I want you to understand this is producing tornado-like winds and wind-driven huge hail. Back northeast, 66 mile an hour wind gust in Haskell. This complex of storms is moving off to the east, southeast at 35 to 40 miles per hour. So let's do this. Let's put a storm track on this whole cluster, and then we're going to take a look at the stuff closer to I-35. Understand, this is going to be a pretty large line of storms from west to east, so we're going to do our best to keep up with it. All right, moving southeast. I'm going to do 40. Okay, so City of Abilene, 9 to 9:10 p.m. City of Albany, 9:05 to 9:10 p.m. City of Breckenridge, 9:15 to 9:25 p.m. Newcastle, 8:55 to 9 p.m. Graham, 9:10 to 9:20 p.m. Olney, you may get skirted by the worst. It'd be there in 20 minutes. Merkel, about 8:45 to 8:55 p.m. Dyess Air Force Base and Ty, 8:55 to 9:05 p.m. Holly, about 8:50. Clyde, about 9:25. Areas just north of Moran, about 9:20 to 9:25, which would be about 9:30 for Baird. Breckenridge, about 9:20 to 9:30. Graham and Bryson, about 9:15 to 9:30. And again, that is a line of severe thunderstorms moving southeast at 35 to 40 miles per hour with damaging straight-line winds of 60 to 100 miles an hour. Just had a measured wind gust at 8:10 p.m. of 100 miles per hour north of Goree, southwest of Seymour. So again, this thing southwest of Seymour produced a 100 mile per hour wind gust at 8:10 p.m. So now you know. We're not just saying there's 100 mile an hour winds. They have been measured. The Derecho has begun. You're looking at a Derecho now underway and forming. This thing's going to keep moving southeast overnight. DFW is in for it in the next 3 hours. Trying to finish this dinner real quick. All right, let's take a look from the DFW radar. And here's a look from Storm Chaser meteorologist Jason Cooley. They're going through Anson right now. They're heading down Highway 83 to get a better look at this activity. You can see Nocona, you're getting damaging winds right now. That's moving southeast towards Montague, St. Joe, Munster over the next 20 to 30 minutes with this line coming out of Oklahoma. We know storms expanding east now to Durant. And Allie Anderson, thanks for your Texas Storm Chasers merch order donation, and here's your shout out. Thank you very much, Allie, for your support. So this line, as it expands across the Red River into southern Oklahoma, will begin moving south and southeast more quickly, and this all is going to make it into DFW overnight into the morning. Joey Bibb, thank you so much for your donation. Appreciate it. All right. Hola. Okay. That's done. Let's keep going. So let us continue on. We'll switch over to the level 3. And again, we've had a 100 mile per hour wind gust southwest of Seymour. All right, we now have a new severe thunderstorm watch issued. This is going to be a particularly dangerous situation for North Texas, Northeast Texas. This includes the entire DFW Metroplex. This includes Northeast Texas, East Texas, so let's just go through it. Waco, Granbury, DFW, McKinney, Sherman, Paris, Tyler, Mount Vernon, Mount Pleasant, Greenville, Texarkana, Shreveport, Nacogdoches, Longview, Marshall, and everyone in between. A severe thunderstorm watch with a particularly dangerous situation notation.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Palo Pinto, Stevens, and Young County in Texas.
And the reason this is a particularly dangerous situation is because we are expecting numerous wind gusts up to 100 miles per hour. The potential for that to be accompanied by a few tornadoes and large hail up to the size of 3 inches in diameter. But ladies and gentlemen, a derecho has begun. Okay, so Sarah G., welcome to the Texas Storm Chasers community. All right, so let's get back to it. Guess what? Y'all get to see a bunch of tweets now. Congratulations. Show you the radar at least. Well, it'll eventually load, I suppose. Maybe. That might be optimistic. All right, so I am going to post. All right, so again, a severe thunderstorm watch is now in effect until... I should probably have seen how long that was in effect until. 4 a.m. That's a pain in my behind. North Texas, Northeast Texas, East Texas. Thank you, Texas Big Mac. And yeah, we're going to be covering everybody. All right, so this isn't even updating. I'll stop, digressing here. Let's go back to the real-time radar. All right, so here's a look at the tornado warning out in eastern parts of Fisher County into western Jones County. We're going to get a new warning for Taylor County shortly. I have no doubt about that. We'll take a look at the which way the wind's blowing mode again. We do see that circulation now, just north of Highway 180, south of Hamlin, but we're also getting very strong winds out here. Oh, yeah, you're right.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Callahan, Fisher, Jones, Nolan, Shackelford, and Taylor County in Texas.
There's that warning. So this is going to be a severe thunderstorm warning for all intended purposes. Trent, Merkel, Ty, Abilene, Potosi, Impact, Howley, Anson. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing 80-mile-an-hour winds and golf ball size hail is located 7 miles southeast of Sylvester, moving southeast at 40 miles per hour. This is a destructive storm for the city of Abilene. This will be near Noodle at 8:40 p.m., Hawley at 8:55 p.m., Abilene and Ty around 9 p.m., Hamby at 9:15, Potosi around 9:25. This includes Impact, Hodges, Funston, the intersection of Highway 180 and Ranch Road 126, Lake Fort, Phantom Hill, Kirby Lake, Truby, Smith, the intersection of 180 and FM 600. This includes Interstate 20 between mile markers 253 and 300. This storm is producing destructive winds and large damaging hail. Move to an interior room now. So again, severe thunderstorm, 80+ mile-an-hour winds. Which is not a good situation. All right. So we also now have a severe thunderstorm warning for Young and Palo Pinto counties, winds of 70, and the potential for quarter-size hail. Joey Bibb and Jim Nicholson, thank you very much for your Texas Storm Chasers merch order. We appreciate it. All right. Sorry, folks. I am getting this posted real quick. And there we go. B. Williamson, thank you very much for that super chat. Appreciate it. All right, line of storms, for all intent and purposes, now extends from near Tesco to Anson to Throckmorton to near Nakona, Newcastle, some breaks in that line, but again, some of these storms are producing winds over 80 miles an hour, very heavy rain, large hail, etc. We note the Weather Service in Oklahoma has put a tornado warning out for the storm just north of the Red River up here near Durant and Colbert. They've got a tornado warning there. We'll have to keep an eye on that. That's north of the Red River barely, just northeast of Denison. That's going to be for Durant, Oklahoma, the potential for golf ball size hail, damaging winds, and a tornado. Looks like a new severe thunderstorm warning coming out. Stand by. And thank you, Sam, for your Texas Storm Chasers merch order. It was one of those instant steamable chicken fried rice bowls. Can at least try to eat a little healthy while doing this.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Haskell, Jones, and Shackelford County in Texas.
I get the loopy. All right. Multiple tornado warnings now across southern Oklahoma. And here's a radar view of what we have coming our way. And again, the worst of these storms are producing winds over 80 miles an hour, large hail, and very heavy rain. And yeah, at times the potential for a few spin-up tornadoes. All right. And again, we are expecting this to be a particularly dangerous situation for North Texas. I don't know why the live stream just restarted on Facebook. Must have taken a power hit. That's okay. Daniel Esposito, thank you very much for your Texas Storm Chasers merch order. Appreciate it. Oh, this was hours ago. I just haven't refreshed the page. So, all right, what is that? Okay. So again, this is going to be a line of damaging storms that'll be moving southeast this evening and over the next several hours. This is going to be making its way into North Texas, the DFW Metroplex between 10 p.m. and midnight. The strongest storms could produce winds of 80 to 100 miles an hour, damaging straight line winds, and large hail, flash flooding as well. I need to make sure we have live coverage pinned to the top. We do. Get it over on the group. So it is 8:42 p.m. Thanks for joining us this evening. I'm Texas Storm Chasers David Reimer. We are monitoring a line of severe thunderstorms capable of producing 60 to 80 mile an hour winds, very large hail, spin-up tornado potential, flash flooding. Threat of damaging winds is going to be increasing over the next hour or two as these storms move southeast, and we are anticipating the potential for these storms to continue producing significant severe weather as they move across North Texas into and across the DFW Metroplex over the next several hours. We're live on our website, TexasStormChasers.com. We're live on the Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. We are live on Facebook, YouTube, X, Twitch, Instagram, and probably more stuff than I remember. Thank you, Allison Diaz, for your Texas Storm Chasers merch order. Appreciate it. You can see Storm Chaser Jason Cooley near Abilene. They are actually now going to try to get back into the DFW Metroplex ahead of these storms. They're going to be racing them the whole way, and they're going to be monitoring them as they continue moving off to the east, southeast pretty quickly. All right. So, if you're just joining us, howdy. We've been live now for, what, 4.5 hours? We have nasty severe storms continuing to move across Texoma, North Texas, the big country. We have storms that are now extending from, for simplicity's sake, let's just do it this way, about 15 miles northwest of Abilene to Throckmorton to Nocona to the Red River, from Windstar to the casinos near Durant. These storms are capable of producing damaging straight-line winds, hail, spin-up tornadoes, heavy rain, and flooding. Justin Jones, thank you very much for your Texas Storm Chasers merch order. Appreciate it. And this activity is going to continue. Looks like we've got a new severe thunderstorm warning about to come across, so expect that to make noise. And Stephanie Groves, thank you very much for your Texas Storm Chasers merch order as well.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Fisher and Jones County in Texas.
Okay, so with all of this in mind, let's pop off here. Let's take a look at the high-res rapid refresh model going into tonight. Let's answer some timing questions the best we can, since we have folks that have been joining us, and you know, we've been here most of the day, and we're going to be here for several more hours yet. Give me just a second. So let's pop on the high-res rapid refresh model, and we're going to run it from 10 p.m. That's going to be 10 p.m. through, we'll do 7 a.m. And it's probably going to take just a second to load. We'll get the timestamps on here, and we'll talk you through it. Thank you, Andy, and TXANG for your Texas Storm Chasers merch orders and donations. Appreciate it. Appreciate the support. Thank you, Gabe Owners, for your super chat. Same to you, B. Williamson. All right, so this is what the high-res rapid refresh model is doing tonight. How about we not zoom into Louisiana? Notice storms moving through DFW about 10 to 11 this evening through 1 a.m. Storms, same thing, you know, Texoma, North Texas, Northeast Texas. Understand, if storms move a little faster, these times may be a little late, but we're doing pretty decently with it so far. James Momentov, thank you very much for your Texas Storm Chasers merch order and donation. Appreciate it. Thank you. This activity, 10 p.m. to 1 a.m. for DFW. The strongest storms could have 60 to 90, maybe 100-mile-an-hour winds. The potential for large hail, wind-driven large hail. Can't rule out spin-up tornadoes, a lot of heavy rain, and flooding. East Texas, you know, Texarkana to Tyler. Let's do about midnight to 3 a.m. Same thing for y'all. Damaging straight-line winds, 60 to 90 miles an hour, maybe a bit higher. Damaging winds in spots. Large hail, heavy rain, and flooding. Spin-up tornadoes. Kelly Matlock, thank you for your Texas Storm Chasers merch order. And Slade, that was way too much. Thank you very much. That was very kind of you. And Mike Say, thank you for your Texas Storm Chasers merch orders. Y'all are being way too much and too generous. Thank you. Leanne West, same to you. So this is what we're expecting. And again, we've already had 100-mile-an-hour wind gusts this evening in the last hour out here with these storms in Haskell. These storms now are approaching the city of Abilene. We've got storms from northwest of Abilene to Throckmorton. And all this is going to be moving off to the east. Hey, Radar, I know you hate me, but can we load there? Go ahead and put some storm tracks on this. Thank you, Mark Story, for your Texas Storm Chasers merch order and donation. Very appreciative of all of y'all. And thank you to Jerry Ashlock as well. All right, so here's what we have. This line of storms, and let's just do this. Again, I want to have some animation on here so y'all can get a sense of the timing. This is the last hour. You can see storms are moving east, east, southeast now. They're generally moving it now at about 40 miles an hour, and yes, some of these, if not a lot of these, are now producing winds of 70 to 80 miles an hour. Anson up to Throckmorton, we're seeing very strong winds with this activity moving south-southeast. Those of you in Looters to Abilene to Albany to Fort Griffin, get ready for 60, 70 mile an hour winds. This section of line here, and I can switch over to the which way the wind's blowing mode. You can see, guess what? Let me get rid of all these lines here. You can see the radar is estimating we have winds of near 90 miles an hour southwest of Throckmorton. Now we're looking about 3,000 feet above the surface here, but we've seen measurements of 100 miles an hour already. Back near, or back around Seymour earlier. Thank you, Ron Constantine, for your Texas Storm Chasers merch order. Appreciate it. We're seeing winds of 60, 70, maybe even 80 to 90 miles an hour showing up on radar around Throckmorton, back southwest and near Looters. Winds have come down a bit near Anson and Hawley. That activity has calmed down a bit for now, but it may not last. I don't think it will. Clint and Melissa, thank you for your Texas Storm Chasers merch order. And again, all this activity is moving east, east, southeast at about 40 to 50 miles per hour. Not everyone's going to get crazy wind damage here, but we're going to have some problems. We note, let's look at the Red River area. We're going to switch to the Fort Worth radar. Justin Selvin, thank you very much for your Texas Storm Chasers merch order and donation. Appreciate it. We're going to take a look at these storms in East Texas in a minute. That one near Jefferson's perking up a bit. Let me turn radar off so you can see. We have multiple tornado warnings now in southern Oklahoma. One east of Ardmore, several on Highway 69, which is 75 in Texas, from the Red River through Durant up through Caddo, south of Atoka. Those are tornado warnings north of the Red River, so we're going to have to watch for that. But this activity...
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Baylor, Ford, and Knox County in Texas.
Is moving east, east, southeast at about 30 miles an hour out here. So again, all this activity that you're seeing is going to start to shift and expand and move more quickly south. All this, it's going to do this, move east. Some of this is going to be moving southeast over the next few hours. So that's what we're going to be dealing with. And again, the strongest of these storms will be producing, at times, hurricane-force winds over 80 miles an hour. We could still have plenty of hail and spin-up tornadoes and heavy rain. Thank you, Melissa and Bree, along with Todd Godden, for your Texas Storm Chasers merch orders and donations. Appreciate it. Thank you. So that is what we expect. We'll show you there's nothing in DFW right now. We've still got some time. DFW, you're probably still got at least another hour. Northern DFW, at least an hour. We are definitely going to have some stuff approaching after that, but you can see the radar here over the last hour. This activity is accelerating off to the east, east, southeast. And again, the strongest of these storms are producing, at this point, quarter to golf ball size hail, damaging straight line winds of 60, 70, 80, 90, even the 100 miles an hour. Now, does that mean everyone out here is doing that right now? No. But as these storms continue, we'll do our best to indicate what's happening. At 8:45 p.m., we had a 86 mile per hour wind gust just southeast of Stamford. That's going to be with this storm northeast of Anson. So even though, look on the radar here, let me show you. Look, right here. Guess what? Notice how we have a break in the storm here? Even right here, where the radar doesn't look as, impressive, an 86 mile per hour wind gust was measured 8 minutes ago. And that's going to continue to be an issue. Mark Nagil, thank you very much for your Texas Storm Chasers merch order and donation. Let me see if this will show that local storm report. Not yet. And Shelly Hicks, thank you very much for that donation. Appreciate it. All right, so these storms out here in the big country, extending from near Anson, Hawley, up through Fort Griffin to Throckmorton to Newcastle and Graham, are capable of producing 60 to 80 mile an hour winds. At times, we're getting gusts up to 100 miles per hour. A lot of wind damage with this is expected. This is going to keep moving into western North Texas. This segment is moving southeast, so it would be a western DFW threat. But we're seeing storms up here on the Red River intensify now as well. A new severe thunderstorm warning for Grayson County, which you'll hear in a minute. And as that activity continues and moves southeast, we do expect an increasing threat of severe weather here in northern DFW. Here we go.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Cook and Grayson County in Texas.
David and Tedessa Weaver, thank you very much for that generous donation. I appreciate it. Thank you. And you're very welcome. And Patty, thank you as well. Appreciate it. Okay, so let's take a look at this East Texas stuff near Jefferson. It looks like we've perked up a little bit. Now, this isn't the spaghetti-o kind of storm we expect out here. This looks like one of these storms that might have a little bit of hail with it now. Let's take a closer look, and we'll see. The radar's estimating we could have some hail, maybe near quarter size, maybe even ping pong ball size. This would be out here southwest of Jefferson on Highway 154 near Harlington. That's going to be moving southeast towards Nesbit, Marshall, Highway 80, and eventually Interstate 20 out here. So we may get a severe thunderstorm warning in just a moment for portions. Oh, wow. Speak of the devil, man, I couldn't have timed that any better if I had tried. You'll hear that in a minute, but again, it's going to be a severe storm warning for parts of Harrison and Panola counties in East Texas. Severe thunderstorm just southwest of Jefferson, back towards Harleton on Highway 154, moving south-southeast towards Nesbit, Hallsville, Marshall, Scottsville, Leah.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Caddo County in Louisiana, Harrison, and Marion County in Texas.
Again, this is going to be a severe storm capable of producing quarter-size hail at least, maybe a little larger, and localized winds of 60 miles an hour. So again, not a tornado, but just damaging winds, heavy rain, etc. moving towards places like Nesbit. Marshall could be there by 9:20 p.m. Wascom, 9:45.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Haskell, Shackelford, and Throckmorton County in Texas.
All right. Kylie Prather, Papa Wick, Sharon, and Emily, thank you all for your very generous donations and store orders. Appreciate it. Appreciate y'all joining us. All right, so that's the storm out on the border of East Texas. Let's go back to this new nasty severe warning.
A new flash flood warning has been issued for Fisher County in Texas.
This is going to be a severe thunderstorm warning for 90-mile-an-hour winds, tornado-like winds, quarter to golf ball size hail. This is going to be for the city of Stamford. We've got winds moving towards Albany, Luders, Fort Griffin. Woodson, 90-mile-an-hour winds. This whole line could have 90-mile-an-hour winds now. And Biltmore Roofing, thanks for your order and donation. Appreciate it. All right, so let's take a look. They've got these moving southeast now at about 50. So let's go ahead and update the storms track. And again, these are destructive severe thunderstorms now with a history of 90-mile-an-hour winds. Moving east-southeast at 50. Abilene, the next 15 minutes. Baird, about 9:25 to 9:30. Moran, about 9:25 to 9:30. Albany, about 9:10 to 9:15. The city of Breckenridge, about 9:20 to 9:30. Graham, about 9:10 to 9:15. Jacksboro, about 9:30. Mineral Wells, about 9:50. Runaway Bay, about 9:50. Cisco, about 9:45 to 9:50. Eastland, 9:50. Putnam, about 9:40. Clyde, about 9:25. The potential for extremely strong destructive winds up to 90, 100 miles per hour. Quarter to golf ball size hail. Extremely heavy rain, and yeah, there may be some spin-up tornado issues here, but folks, really at this point we're dealing with storms producing tornado-like winds on a larger scale. So here is the which way the wind's blowing mode. You can see we are seeing definitely wind gusts over 80 miles an hour in spots, and understand even where the radar is not necessarily showing the strongest winds, we're getting gusts over 80 miles an hour measured. These are not, radar indicated threats. These are being measured by multiple weather stations. Good gravy. Kate Priest, Marcus Phillips, Gary Ford, Carl Harada, Lori Gott, and Kate Priest again. Thank you very much, y'all, for your merch orders and generous donations. We appreciate all of it. Thank you. Y'all are actually getting to the point where I might have to, stop talking about it, because it's... I don't want to get too, excessive. I do want to express appreciation, but Carl Harada, thank you very much for your merch order. But boy, look at that scan that just came in there, Woodson. And again, Abilene, get ready for some winds. We're seeing winds probably near 90 miles an hour south of Throckmorton. Keely Hubbard, thank you very much for your very generous donation. Appreciate it wholeheartedly. These storms, again, capable of producing 70 to 90 mile an hour winds from near Newcastle and Young County back to Woodson and Fort Griffin in southern Throckmorton, northern Shackleford County, back to near Funston and Hawley, back into Jones County. These storms are moving southeast, east-southeast at about 40 miles per hour. Now, the good news is for Abilene, you might get skirted by this. This kind of shifted a bit to your north, so y'all might get lucky here in that the worst may stay just north.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Stevens and Young County in Texas.
All right, the Weather Service in Fort Worth has reissued the warning out here from Olney, Newcastle, Graham, Breckenridge. They have increased the winds to 80 miles per hour, which is a destructive severe thunderstorm. So heads up, quarter-size hail, 1 inch in diameter, and a destructive severe thunderstorm wind event underway. Heading your way. Carl Lingo, thank you very much for your generous order. Appreciate it. All right, so let's put the radar loop back on. I want to be able to give y'all at least an idea of what's going on here. And Reformed Roofing, thank you for your merch order. All right, y'all, I have turned that stuff off for now. We are going to talk weather. All right, so we got a line of storms now that is pretty solid, nearly 100% coverage, extending from near Windstar World Casino back on the Red River, southwest through Munster, St. Joe to Bowie, Montague, back into Young County, Graham, Newcastle, to Throckmorton, Fort Griffin, back to Anson, just north of Abilene. This line is going to be moving southeast, east-southeast now at about 30 to 50 miles per hour. The most intense of these storms are producing destructive hurricane-force wind gusts over 80 to 90 miles per hour. Large hail, we're seeing quarter to ping pong ball size. And we continue to monitor areas of low-level rotation. But to be blunt, at this point, the widespread hurricane-force winds are probably more problematic than any spin-ups we'd have in the embedded larger areas of damaging winds. So let's go over the latest wind reports. We had a 100 mile per hour wind gust measured at 8:10 p.m. About 4 miles north of Gore. That's southwest of Seymour in northwest Texas. 66 mile an hour wind gust at 8:20 p.m. Haskell. A 86 mile an hour wind gust just southeast of Stamford at 8:45 p.m. That's northeast of Anson. We're probably getting some very strong winds out here southeast of Throckmorton, moving towards Breckenridge as well. And then we're watching these storms up on the Red River. We note tornado warnings across Highway 6975, just north of the Red River, up in southeastern or southern Oklahoma. Circulation southwest side of Durant, north of Colbert. We have other circulations north of Durant. This line of storms now, we have a line of severe storms entering places like, well, Munster, Gainesville, almost to Sherman. We definitely are seeing some indications of a circulation, actually, near Windstar World Casino. Let me go ahead and take a closer look at that. And again, tonight's not a night I want to really nitpick for circulations. We're going to have a lot of damaging winds. And at some point, you know, it's just trying to pin the tail on the donkey. Damaging winds or tornadic circulations, kind of both the same here. But we do have winds being shown near 80 miles an hour near Windstar World Casino, Red River Bridge here on I-35. That line is moving southeast into northern Grayson County, so I suspect we're going to get a new warning here for Grayson and Cook County shortly. Line of severe storms from Windstar World Casino, just north of Gainesville, back to Bowie. This line capable of producing winds over 60 to 70 miles per hour, and that storm in Montague County near Bowie is most definitely showing indications of intensifying. You can see we're starting to see some enhanced wind velocities aloft. We're looking several thousand feet up. So as that happens, we're going to see these storms and their warnings expanded into DFW. And in fact, that is what is coming right now. So real quick, we're going to let that talk. I'm going to go visit the little boy's room real quick. We'll be right back here with continuing severe weather coverage on the Texas Storm Chasers.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Cook, Denton, Montague, and Wise County in Texas.
All right, let's keep on going. Let us continue with severe weather coverage here. It's going to be a severe thunderstorm warning. It's going to be for Montague, Cook, Denton, Wise counties in North Texas. It's going to be for winds up to 70 miles an hour and quarter-size hail. Line of storms from Bowie to Gainesville, moving southeast now at 45 miles an hour. This is going to be near Gainesville, Sunset, Lindsay at 9:10 p.m., Lake Kiowa around 9:15, Alvord about 9:20, Sanger to Ray Roberts Park around 9:25, Pilot Point 9:30, Denton and Decatur around 9:35, Aubrey and Crum about 9:40, Krugerville, New Fairview, Salina, and Crossroads around 9:45 p.m. Salvador Cunha, thank you very much for your generous donation. James Gardner, Amy Easterling, Hill City Chop House out in Tolar, Brittany Crosby, thanks for the merch orders and donations, y'all. Appreciate them. This line of storms extending from near Bowie out to the east in Gainesville is definitely showing indications of intensifying now as it moves off to the southeast at 45 miles an hour. So let's zoom out And I'm going to let this loop play just so we have the ability. As you can see, line of storms is intensifying now. North of DFW, moving towards northern DFW, and we're going to see some pretty strong winds with that as it occurs. Severe thunderstorm warning does continue out east. We have that severe thunderstorm warning now for portions of Harrison County, Nesbitt, Marshall. For those of you wondering about Millsap, his nasty line of storms is coming in your way. So in the next hour or two, you can expect some very strong winds out of the northwest, maybe hail, a lot of lightning, and heavy rain. All right. So this line is going to keep moving southeast now at about, they got 45 miles an hour. I guess we can do 50. So let's do this. Let's do a storm track on this whole line. Kevin Coffee, thank you very much for that merch order. Enjoy. All right, so I'm just going to do it like this. And again, moving about 50. It could be a little slower, but it makes life easier when I do it this way. So let's start east. Bonham, about 9:30 to 9:40. Ladonia, about 10 p.m. Honeygrove, about 9:55. Leonard, about 9:40 to 9:50. Celeste, about 9:50 to 10 p.m. Howe, about 9:20 to 9:30. McKinney, around 9:45 to 10 p.m. if that line actually keeps moving southeast as it should be. Sanger could be in the next 15 minutes to 9:30. Denton, about 9:30 to 9:50. Justin, probably about 9:45 to 9:55. Azel, around 10 p.m. Springtown, 9:45 to 10 p.m. Mineral Wells, about 9:50 p.m. Brackenridge, in the next 20 minutes. Cisco, about 9:50 to 9:55. Eastland, about 9:55 to 10 p.m. Ranger, about 10 p.m. Strawn, about 10 p.m. Putnam, 9:40 to 9:50. Clyde, about 9:30 p.m. Greg Colladin, thank you very much for the donation, and you're welcome. Abilene, storms rolling in the next few minutes. All right, so what we're going to do is, since we have so much going on, let's start from west to east. We're going to take a more in-depth, high-res look at these storms. They're all moving southeast at 40 to 50 miles an hour, so let's talk about where we can see some hot spots right now. We'll start with the how hard it's raining mode, and then we're going to switch over to the which way the wind's blowing mode to give us a better idea of what we have going on. So worst of the rain is off to the north of I-20 near Hawley right now. We're seeing a pocket of very strong winds. With that, could be over 60. Albany, you have problems. Albany, you have a area of winds likely approaching 100 miles per hour just north of town. That's going to be moving southeast. So Albany, get ready for extreme wind damage. The potential for the potential for tornado-like wind speeds near 100 miles per hour, rolling southeast into Albany here in Shackelford County. So Albany, take your tornado safety precautions. This is going to be tornado-like winds. Same thing up Highway 283 to near Fort Griffin. We're seeing winds of 80 to 100 miles an hour near Woodson. That's going to be moving southeast towards Breckenridge here in western Stevens County. So tornado-like, hurricane-like winds across Shackelford and Stevens counties in the next, now through probably at least 9:30 to 9:40 p.m. That all is moving southeast. Looking up further northeast, we could have some strong winds near Graham. Not as strong of a wind signature right now there as in Shackelford and Stevens County. So Albany, you're in trouble. Get into a safe place now. Get away from west and north-facing windows for sure. Winds of 80 to 100 miles an hour and hail rolling into Albany over the next several minutes. Y'all are probably going to lose power in town. Kind of a break here in the line across northeastern Young Jack counties. Not really anything too impressive. A few lightning strikes, maybe some 30 to 40 mile an hour winds. That is not looking impressive right now. We'll see if that fills in over the next little while. Let's take a look up here. We do have a stronger section of storm now located from, let's just say, southern Montague, southwestern Grayson counties. That's going to be moving southeast. We see very strong winds right now near Gainesville. Let's use radar. Let's see if we can get a good view from this. No. I wish you wouldn't do that. No, that's not valid. I don't know why it does that. We're seeing winds probably very near 80 plus miles an hour over the north side to Gainesville right now, up into Oak Ridge, Callisburg. We could be looking at winds of 100 miles an hour right now, Oak Ridge to Callisburg. How about we not do the 70s mode? Thanks, radar. We're seeing very strong winds right now. Gainesville, Callisburg, moving towards Gordonville, Whitesboro, Woodbine, here in western Grayson County. We could be seeing localized winds well over 80 miles per hour. Paige Robinson and Lucky Ryland, Michael Hogg, Greg Calden. Thank you very much, y'all, for those merch orders and generous donations. Humi, thanks for that super chat. So again, we're seeing a very strong area of wind now just east of Gainesville. That's moving east towards Whitesboro, Collisburg, Woodbine, Collinsville, and that eventually may make it into Pottsboro and Sherman. So we could be seeing tornado-like winds right now up here. So y'all go ahead and get into your safe places. That'll be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. James, thank you for the order and donation. You're very welcome. Extending back southwest, we're also seeing winds that could be 50 to 60, maybe 70 miles an hour, extending now from near Munster down towards Era, Leo, Sunset, just north of Alvord. Not as strong winds in this section right now, but we are definitely keeping an eye on it. A bit of a hail core near Bowie right now, maybe some nickel to quarter size hail. That is moving southeast at 45 miles per hour. And again, this is all going to be making its way into Denton County and Collin County eventually in the next hour. Thank you, Double R Highland Ranch, for your order and for the donation. Love Palo Pinto County. Brenda Sadberry, thank you for your order and generous donation. Appreciate it. And thank you to everybody, by the way, who has been sending in stars, super chats. Appreciate everybody who's just taken the time to hit the like button on the video and taken the time to share the videos with their friends and family in places out here who may be getting impacted. We are live on the Texas Storm Chasers website, the Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. You can scan that QR code above my head to get our free mobile app, or just search for Texas Storm Chasers where you download apps for your device. You don't even have to be on social media. Oh boy, Albany. Albany, y'all need to be in a safe place. This thing's bringing in 100, 110 mile an hour winds into town right now. It's not a tornado, but it might as well be. This thing's going to do a lot of wind damage in Albany. So Albany, be in a safe place immediately. Same thing goes all the way up to Fort Griffin, up to Woodson. Very damaging winds near 100 miles an hour moving towards western Stevens County and the city of Breckenridge out on Highway 183 down to Highway 180. It's just not good, but it is what it is, unfortunately. We're going to have a new severe thunderstorm warning issued for parts of Cook and Grayson County. That's going to set off your alarms. That's going to be for 80 mile an hour winds.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Cook and Grayson County in Texas. A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Baylor, Ford, and Knox County in Texas.
All right, so this is going to be a new severe thunderstorm warning for places like Whitesboro, Collinsville, Tioga, Sherman, Gainesville, South Maid, Gunter. This is going to be for 80 mile an hour winds. So it's going to set your phones off. It's going to go yippity, yippity, yippity doo. Uh-oh, spaghetti-o. What the heck's happening to you? We also have probably going to blow the sirens, all of that. So, yeah, that's your indication for very strong winds and to treat it like a tornado. Mark A, thank you for your merch order. So Sherman, Collinsville, Sadler, Howe, Tioga, Gunter, Dorchester, everyone on 82, 56, 289, 377. Up here in Grayson County, from Sherman west to Whitesboro, Callisburg, down Collinsville, Tioga, Gunter. Go ahead and treat this like a tornado warning. It's going to be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Hard sole shoes and helmets if you got them. Otherwise, it's fine. Let's take a look at the terminal Doppler weather radar. This is going to be showing us the winds near Whitesboro right now. And again, this is very strong winds. We're seeing winds here indicating approaching 100 miles an hour at 2,500 feet from Callisburg to Oak Ridge. We'd advise folks up here not to do this in a mobile home or trailer. Those may be rolled. So again, Whitesboro, Sadler, South May, Collinsville, Sherman. Tornado-like winds coming east down Highway 82. The potential for straight-line winds of 80 to 100 miles an hour with tornado-like wind damage. So we need to be very mindful of all that, and we need to be mindful of the fact we are going to be dealing with significant issues here. So everyone up here, Eastern Cook County, Grayson County, treat it like a tornado warning. It's going to be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Callahan and Shackelford County in Texas.
Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible, especially west and north facing windows. We're going to have a lot of trees coming down. We're probably going to have major power outages. We don't want folks being hurt by broken glass or anything like that. So again, very strong winds being shown by the terminal Doppler weather radar up in areas east of Gainesville, western Grayson County. All right, these storms that are moving towards northern parts of the DFW Metroplex, Denton County, Wise County, we are seeing winds up here in excess of 50 to 60 miles an hour. I realize that this isn't your pretty radar. Anything that's blue or purple is winds of 60 miles an hour or higher. We're seeing those winds closer to 80 to 100 here near Oak Ridge, but we still have winds from Gainesville back to Era, Valley View, towards Leo, winds that are over 60 miles an hour to 65 miles per hour. That is moving southeast down Highway 287, down Interstate 35 towards Sanger, Valley View, Denton, Ponder, Decatur, Albert, Albury, Pilot Point, Tioga. So get ready, and it's certainly possible those winds end up being even higher than that. Blanket thank you to everybody who's picking up Texas Storm Chasers merch, picking up stuff like that, Star Super Chats. I'll be honest, we're going to have to focus on this for a while, so please don't take my lack of acknowledgement as insults. We'll go back later and individually thank folks. But Albany, you could be getting hit by 80 to 100 mile an hour winds right now. We're seeing winds probably close to 90 miles an hour in parts of western Stevens County. That's going to be unfortunately moving down southeast towards the city of Breckenridge. So Breckenridge, get ready. You could have damaging straight line winds of 80 to 90 miles an hour. The potential for hurricane force winds, a lot of wind damage, power outages, trees coming down. Albany, you're probably getting hit right now with extremely strong winds as well. Back southwest towards Abilene, we're doing okay right now. We have storms that have a lot of lightning, heavy rain, but the worst is staying north of Abilene for the moment. So Abilene, we're doing okay so far, but we still have storms coming in from the north, showing indications of some hail. Quarter-size hail. We do notice severe thunderstorm warning back up here northwest of Seymour. And by the way, it's possible we may end up having multiple rounds of severe storms here. Hail and strong winds. But clearly, we're going to be focusing on what's going on right now, and we'll just roll with the punches. All right, let's go back, quickly check on what's going on here in the Marshall area. Storm moving from Nesbit to Marshall. Looks like that is still capable of producing some strong winds near Nesbit. We might have 40 to 50 mile an hour winds, maybe some 1-inch diameter size hail. That's quarter-size hail. That storm's moving southeast at about 35 miles per hour. So as that continues, heads up, that may be crossing I-20, make things slick. But let's get back into North Texas. Let's talk about what's going on. Our Derecho is now underway. We have multiple storms producing winds of 70 to 90 miles an hour. We've had isolated gusts up to 100 miles an hour. We have a confirmed tornado now just north of the Red River, southeast of Durant. This is going to be near Acaley. The Weather Service in Norman is saying this is now an observed tornado. It had an update on here yet, but they're saying this is an observed tornado south of Durant. So We'll keep an eye on it. Line of storms intensifying quickly now from Sherman to Whitesboro, south of Gainesville to Valley View to Bowie. These storms are producing winds of 70 to 90 miles per hour. Y'all need to be in a safe place, lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. We're hearing about large-scale power outages now in eastern Cook County, east of Gainesville towards Whitesboro. Gust of at least 60 miles an hour in Callisburg with power out to the city. That is up here. And folks, thank you. Eric S., thank you. PSWTHLUV, thank you for those super chats. Thank you to Marilyn, Christina, and John. Lim, thank you to Daniel Reddick, Jason Danner, Amber, and Larry Merritt. Shannon, Mark, thank you everybody. Brenda Sadberry, thank you to everybody placing merch orders, helping support the channel. Donation, super chats, appreciate it. All right, so Bowie to Gainesville, moving south, damaging winds of at least 60 miles an hour. We have winds probably closer to 80 right now in western Grayson County. We probably have winds near 80 in Whitesboro. In fact, I'll just show you this on the map. This is a better look. These are blues, these dark blues here from Collinsville up to Whitesboro on Highway 289. Those are going to be winds probably in excess of 80 to 85 miles an hour, tornado-like winds. Southwest, we have strong winds moving into Valley View, Sainer, Slidell. Could be winds of 50 to 60, maybe 65 miles per hour. Back over here on Highway 287, north of Alvord, south of Bowie, that storm has the potential of producing damaging winds of 60 to 65 miles an hour. Let's go back into western North Texas in the Big Country. We have storms now extending from Graham to Woodson, Albany. Albany, y'all are getting absolutely walloped right now with winds likely in excess of 80 miles an hour. We're seeing very strong winds, pockets here over 70, 80 miles an hour from Albany now, almost towards the city of Breckenridge. We're seeing a pocket of wind northwest of Breckenridge of 80 miles an hour. That's going to be moving southeast towards the city of Breckenridge over the next several minutes. Shane Jennings and Jose Gallegos, thank you very much for your super chats. These storms, again, capable of producing winds of 70 to 80 miles an hour. They're going to be moving southeast at about 45 miles an hour. So places like Eastland, Ranger, Strong, Gordon, Putnam, Baird, Clyde, these storms are heading your way. And they got wind. Larry, if you're listening, that includes you. Again, for like the 20th time in the last month. Stop it. All right, back west. More of a hailer west of Hawley. Not as strong winds right now, though there are gusty winds, probably 50 to 60 west of Hawley, back to south of Ruby. Y'all are seeing some winds, probably 50 to 60 miles an hour, and pockets of hail. So, heads up, DFW. Simple message is the wind is coming, and it is about to come down Interstate 35 and Highway 75. Renee Hillman, thank you very much for that very generous super chat. Appreciate it. We appreciate everyone who's joining us this evening. We're really here to help do our best and give severe weather information to everyone who is dealing with this nonsensical storm this evening. Jake and Rhonda, thank you very much for that generous donation. All right, we now have winds reported up to near 90 miles per hour in western Grayson County. Those of you in Whitesboro, Howe, Sherman, tornado safe place now. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. We're going to treat this like a tornado because this is producing tornado-like wind speed. So Sherman, Howe, Whitesboro, Dorchester, Gunter, Southmaid, Knollwood, Howe. Tornado shelter, now. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Get away from windows. We don't want you trying to look outside when this hurricane hits. We're going to be worried about flying debris. We don't want tree limbs coming into windows and breaking out windows. If we have hail with this, we definitely have the potential for wind-driven hail to break windows. But again, the potential for 80 to 90 mile an hour winds in Collinsville up to Whitesboro right now. Moving east down Highway 82, Highway 56 to Southmaid, Sherman, Knollwood in the next 15 minutes. Dorchester, Gunter, Howe, y'all are next within the next 10 minutes. The potential for hurricane force winds of 80 to 90 miles per hour. This is a life-threatening situation. All right, we're going to get a new severe thunderstorm warning for Palo Pinto, Stevens, Young counties in western North Texas.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Palo Pinto, Stevens, and Young County in Texas.
And for folks asking about DFW, Tarrant, Fort Worth to Dallas, Den to McKinney, guess what? We're going to get wind tonight, so pay attention. It's just not here yet. Let's talk about the new severe thunderstorm warning. Let's show you the fancier radar. This is going to be a severe thunderstorm warning out in western North Texas. We'll switch back to the super duper awesome blossom. Hey, I can make up marketing idioms to weather radar. It's going to be a severe thunderstorm warning for Young County, Possum Kingdom Lake, Hubbard Creek Reservoir, Necessity, Murray, Caddo, Harpersville, Breckenridge, Eliasville, Lake Daniel, Possum Kingdom State Park, Ivan, Eloan, Gunsight, Crystal Falls, South Bend, Palo Pinto Mountain State Park, Highway 80 near the Shackleford, Stevens County line, and the city of Graham. A line of severe thunderstorms producing winds up to 80 miles per hour, quarter-size hail. This is going to be a destructive line of thunderstorms moving southeast. Y'all need to treat this like you would any tornado warning. That's going to be the lowest floor. Center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Hard sole shoes and a helmet if you got time, but if not, don't worry about it. We just want you to get into a safe place, and that does not involve you outside. Be away from trees if you can. Lowest floor, center room. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. These are going to be some very strong winds. We're going to lose a lot of power. We're going to lose a lot of trees. And we're going to have stuff flying around. So again, Breckenridge goes for you too. We want you all in a safe place. Albany, it's still windy. Hang on. Moran, we've got probably 70 to 80 mile an hour winds hitting this Dias Air Force Base radar right now. We'll see if the radome ends up halfway to Stephenville or if we lose connection with it. But again, Breckenridge up to Graham. Heads up. Nasty, nasty storms with very strong hurricane force winds. Back west, we have storms producing nickel to quarter-size hail, winds of 60 to maybe 65 miles an hour. Harley, Looters, back west of Ruby. Some of these storms are producing hail. They're more haily than windy at this point, but that could change. Let's go back to DFW. Let's talk about it. We have the worst wind right now in parts of Grayson County. Winds up to 90 miles per hour from near South Maid and Whitesboro, west sides of Sherman, down to 289, Dorchester to Gunter. We'll switch back over to the terminal Doppler weather radar, assuming the stinking thing updates again. It looks like it is. We'll show you that. Anything, the blue here, that's going to be winds likely over 60 miles an hour. So we've lost some of those very spooky velocity signatures. Hey, radar, that wasn't very nice. Give me back my wind data. Bad. We're seeing winds up here of about 60 to 65 knots at about 2,000 feet. That is about 70 to 80 miles an hour. So we've lost some of those uh-oh winds, but we still have very damaging winds now from near Collinsville and South Maid and Whitesboro to Tioga, Valley View to Slidell. We note these storms are moving south into northern Denton County. Pilot Point, Sainer, Slidell, Decatur. Y'all are about to get some very strong gusty north winds. Moving southeast at about 45 miles an hour. We'll come back over here. Let's go ahead and draw a map of the super duper awesome blossom time of arrival. All right. Moving southeast at, we're going to do 45. City of Den, about 9:50 p.m. Salina, about 9:45 to 9:50. City of McKinney, about 10 p.m. Melissa, about 9:55. Anna, about 9:50 to 9:55. Trenton, 9:50 to 9:55. Leonard, about 10 p.m. Celeste, about 10:05 to 10:10. Wolf City, about 10:05 to 10:10. Bailey, about 10. Springtown, about 10 to 10:05. Keller, about 10:10. DFW International Airport, about 10:15 to 10:20. Louisville, about 10:05. Corinth, about 9:50 to 10 p.m. City of Den, again, about 9:45 to 9:50. Ponder, about 9:50. Justin, about 9:55 to 10 p.m. Boyd, about 9:55 to 10 p.m. Grapevine, about 10:10 to 10:20. Keller, 10:10 to 10:20. Saginaw, 10:10 to 10:20. Azle, about 10:05 to 10:15. Springtown, 10:10 to 10:10 or 10 to 10:10 p.m. North Richland Hills, closer to 10:15 to 10:25 p.m. North sides of Fort Worth, about 10:20 p.m. Carrollton about 10:15, Garland about 10:15 to 10:25, maybe a little later. City of Rockwall right around 10:30 p.m. Approaching downtown Dallas probably closer to 10:35 to 10:40 p.m. But we'll see exactly what we do with timing elements. There you go.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Eastland County in Texas.
All right, so it's 9:33 p.m. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. We're monitoring a nasty line of storms producing localized hurricane-force wind gusts over 80 miles an hour. We just had some west of Sherman near Whitesboro to Collinsville. That storm is kind of lessening for a minute, but is intensifying aloft again, so those winds will probably get worse. Albany, I'm pretty sure y'all just got clobbered by extremely strong winds. We're still seeing those winds now just east of town. Seeing some wind gusts close to 60 to 70 miles an hour. We're seeing some strong winds just north of the city of Breckenridge, west of the city of Breckenridge. That activity is moving southeast towards Eastland County. We got a severe thunderstorm warning now for Eastland County. That line of storms capable of producing, they're saying 60-mile-an-hour winds right now, so maybe it chillaxed a little bit, but we'll see. Clyde, Baird, Putnam, winds to 80 miles an hour possible out here. 60 to 70 miles an hour, Cisco, Eastland, Ranger, Carbon to Gorman here over the next little while. Severe thunderstorm warning now west of the city of Abilene. That is going to be for a severe storm located. Let's switch back to the how hard it's raining mode, and that'll probably make loud, obnoxious noise in just a second. And it's almost showing a little bit of a circulation, to be truthful.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Callahan, Fisher, Jones, Nolan, Shackelford, and Taylor County in Texas.
Okay, so that's going to be for a severe thunderstorm just northeast of Sweetwater, southeast of Ruby. That's going to be moving off to the east at about 25 miles an hour. They're saying this could have ping-pong ball-sized hail and localized winds to 60. So again, that's going to be this storm, not that storm, this storm out west, northwest of Trent, moving off to the east towards Hawley. Abilene, y'all are doing okay so far. Y'all have dodged the uh-oh-ville for the moment, but there's more storms up here. Note all these storms in northwest Texas we're seeing. Did we lose the Frederick radar? No, it's working on my end, so maybe this is just being a liar pants to me. Liar pants. Okay. Well, that was an interesting evolution. Let's never do that again. We do have this thunderstorm northwest of Seymour, moving southeast of 45, the potential for 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts. And yeah, we're still seeing strong winds with these storms.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Collin, Fannin, Grayson, and Hunt County in Texas.
And all this activity is going to keep moving southeast. It's possible we may get more than one round of nasty storms out here over the next several hours. So first round's moving into North Texas. Now, understand, we may get a second round behind it, perhaps. So, again, Abilene to Breckenridge to Graham. Those storms moving southeast about 45 miles an hour. We'll put a marker tracker on that. Ranger about 10:05 to 10:10. Gordon about 10:15 to 10:25. Putnam about 9:55 to 10:15. Cross Plains about 10:20. Gorman about 10:15 to 10:30. Areas north of Stephenville about 10:30. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to be for a good portion of Fannin, Hunt, Collin counties. This is going to be for a line of severe storms capable of producing 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. That's 1 inch in diameter. This is going to be a warning for McKinney, Allen, Greenville, Merritt, Blue Ridge, Celeste, Leonard, Whitewright, Bonham, Honeygrove, Ladonia, Commerce, Lone Oak, Cache, Lucas, Princeton, Farmersville, Copeville, Lake Levon, Anna, Weston, Salina, Prosper. All right. So that's for 70-mile-an-hour winds and maybe hail up to the size of quarters. They've got this line moving southeast at what, about 45, 55? Really? You think it's moving 55? Well, it might be. 60-mile-an-hour winds, 2 miles north-northwest of Tioga. That's up here in far southwestern Grayson County. You can see the line itself is starting to organize a little more as it moves off to the southeast at apparently 45 to 55 miles an hour. So let's do this. I'm going to put this on here, and we're going to let it track southeast. They say 55, so we'll do 55. Just understand if it's slower, it's going to be a little later. Prosper, about 9:50 to 9:55. Frisco, about 9:55 to 10:05. Fairview, about 10 to 10:05. McKinney, about 9:55 to 10:05. Melissa, 9:55 to 10:05. Van Alstyne, about 9:45, the next 10 minutes. Blue Ridge, about 10 p.m., maybe a few minutes before. Leonard, about 9:55 to 10:05. Trent, about 9:45 to 9:55. Wolf City, about 10 to 10:10. Greenville, about 10:15 to 10:25. Campbell, about 10:20. Commerce, about 10:15. Cooper, about 10:15 to 10:20. DePort, about 10:30. Bogota, about 10:35 to 10:40. Sulphur Springs, probably around 10:35. Rockwall, about 10:25 to 10:30. Wiley, about 10:15. Plano, about 10:10. Allen, 10:05. Pilot Point, or excuse me, not Pilot Point, Frisco, about 10 p.m. Prosper, 9:50. Salina, 9:45. So there is some basic information with that. And we do expect this activity will continue to push southeast pretty quickly. Stand by, tornado warning for Grayson County. It's going to be a tornado warning now for the city of Sherman.
A new tornado warning has been issued for Grayson County in Texas.
Oh yeah, we got a problem. It's going to be a tornado warning. We have a circulation now on Highway 289, very near Dorchester, southwest sides of the city of Sherman. So y'all up in Sherman, you definitely need to be in a tornado-safe place immediately. That's going to be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Seeing very strong indications now of a tornadic circulation. We have winds moving away from, or towards the radar at 70. Winds moving away at 40. That's 110 mile an hour gate-to-gate circulation there on Highway 289. A couple miles south of Highway 56. Let's take a look at the how hard it's raining mode. A bit of an inflow notch being detected here. So again, the possibility now of a tornado on Preston Road, Highway 289. Just southwest of Sherman. That's going to be moving east, east, southeast. So we need folks up in Dorchester, Howe, Luella, Tom Bean, Bells, and Whitewright to be in a safe place. That'll be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Again, the possibility of a quick spin-up tornado here. This does include the city of Sherman. And this is going to be moving off to the southeast, east, east, southeast at about 40 miles an hour. Can I help with something? Okay. No, I'm good. So, again, tornado warning for Grayson County. Possibility of a spin-up tornado approaching Highway 75 now, just about a mile or two east of Highway 289. That's going to be between Howe and the south sides of Sherman now, about 2 miles west of 75. You're going to see it pop up here in just a moment. We'll switch over to the terminal Doppler weather radar. In fact, let's just do that, and you'll see what we're talking about here. This is going to be your circulation. Again, there you go. I can put a loop on this. You'll even see it a little more clearly. Over the last few minutes, you could see that circulation spin up on Preston Road. That circulation is now approaching areas from Howe to the south side of Sherman, moving east at about 40 miles an hour. So we want folks in Luella, Howe, Tombing, Whitewright, Bells, Sherman. You should have already been in this safe place. We've been talking about this being like a tornado. Well, guess what? Apparently someone wanted a tornado, and now you get one. Possibly. So damaging winds and maybe a spin-up tornado now with this dangerous thunderstorm moving east towards Highway 75 between the south sides of Sherman and Howe. We'll see if we can't get some roads on here real quick. It's going to be Old Dorchester Road, West Shepherd Drive, probably a bit north of Smith Road. This is probably crossing over Farmington Road right now around Shepherd Drive. After that, this is going to be moving east to 75 towards Bennett Road, Harrell Road, Luella and Luella Road, Mary Fitch Road, Highway 11, guess what? Could have a spin-up tornado here. Even if we don't, we've got damaging straight-line winds likely in excess of 60 to 70 miles per hour. Let's see if we can't get this terminal Doppler weather radar to actually function on this program now. Nope. Well, actually, kind of, yes. There we go. You can see we're getting damaging winds now showing up in places like Collinsville, Tioga, Sanger. We're now seeing an increase in the winds here in Sanger. Sanger to Valley View, we're seeing winds now increasing to 65, 70 miles an hour. So this storm is intensifying this line as it moves into northern Denton County. We could have winds over 65 to 70 miles an hour moving south to places like Sanger, Pilot Point, Aubrey, New Hope, Denton, and eventually Little Elm over the next 20 minutes. Potential for a spin-up tornado here approaching Highway 75 and Luella. You can see it kind of on this map. That's where it would be in this general vicinity. Again, quick spin-up tornado, but circulation itself, damaging straight-line winds as well. All right, let's go back to the how hard it's raining mode. Let's go back and get the NEXRAD radar. Let's see what we have going on.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Brewster County in Texas.
So again, if we have a tornado, it is very near the south sides of Sherman, the north sides of Howe right now. Damaging straight line winds moving back into parts of southern Grayson County, northern Denton County, northwestern Collin County. Could be 60, 70, maybe even higher. Let's go check on the big country. Line of severe storms now from Graham to Breckenridge. Seeing strong winds here. Not as strong as earlier, but there could be some radar attenuation because of the storm right on the radar. Otherwise, we are seeing very strong winds with this activity back from near Abilene to Moran to Breckenridge up to the city of Graham, southeast of Graham. All this moving southeast towards places like Clyde, Putnam, Cisco, Ranger, Gorman, Strawn, Abilene. Could be 60-mile-an-hour winds in spots. Could have a little hail over Hawley. Could have some hail just northwest of Trent with these storms as they move off to the east. Seymour, we're seeing a strong storm near Y'all. Again, could begin another round of gusty winds over 60 miles an hour coming in from the west on Highway 82 and 114 towards Seymour. All right. So, again, we have a tornado warning. That's going to be for parts of Grayson County. Possible tornado near Highway 75 and Shepherd Drive, Old Dorchester Road here in northern Howe, southern Sherman. This is going to be moving off to the east, east-southeast at about 40 miles an hour. But we have a larger area of damaging winds now extending back into northern Denton County, northwestern Collin County. Let me see if we can't show you off the terminal Doppler weather radar. And here is what the winds look like from a closer radar. You're seeing, first off, circulation now right on 75 and Shepherd Drive, Old Dorchester Road, about to move east over Bennett Road, Harrell Road into Luella, Highway 11. South of Sherman by like a mile or two. North of Howe here on the map by maybe a mile or two. Circulation remains evident. Can't rule out a spin-up tornado. Damaging straight-line winds of 60 to 70 miles an hour showing up from Collinsville to Tioga. Moving towards Pilot Point and Gunter. This is moving southeast at about 45 to 50 miles per hour. We have storms near Sanger producing winds of 65 to 70 miles an hour, and that's going to continue as well. Unfortunately, moving southeast into more of Collin County, places like Denton, Corinth, Prosper, New Hope, Frisco, McKinney, Melissa over the next 20 minutes. We'll switch to this, see if we can't get a different angle. And again, we're seeing a very strong pocket of winds materializing now over Sanger. That's going to make its way down towards Denton. It's not known if these winds are making it down to the surface as, 70 to 80 mile an hour winds yet, but those winds are increasing aloft, indicating the potential that we may see damaging winds in places like Krugerville, Aubrey, New Hope, Pilot Point, Oak Point, Corinth, and Little Elm over the next 15 minutes. Possibility of a spin-up tornado now approaching Luella, just east of Highway 75. All right. Try this again, and here's the circulation again. Now just east of Highway 75, approaching Luella. We've got winds moving away from the radar. I mean, you can see it right there. We have a pretty strong circulation.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Collin and Denton County in Texas.
All right, so again, we got a lot of folks watching. If you want to know what's going on near you, TexasStormChasers.com/radar. We have interactive weather radar. We're focusing on the most intense, dangerous storms right now. And just scan that QR code at the bottom of the screen, the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. All right, Weather Service just issued a severe thunderstorm warning for Denton and Collin County. This is going to set off the sirens. This is going to set off your phones. This is going to be for 80-mile-an-hour winds observed. So I'm not sure where the 80 came from, but clearly someone up here just had an 80-mile-an-hour wind gust. So Denton, Crum, Corinth, Highland Village, Louisville, Flower Mound, the Colony, Frisco, Little Elm, the Prosper, Salina, McKinney, Fairview, Allen, Plano. A line of severe thunderstorms producing hurricane-force winds over 80 miles an hour is now moving south into your areas. This is a destructive thunderstorm with the potential for destructive winds over 80 miles per hour. Go ahead and take your tornado safety precautions, just like you would if this was a tornado warning. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. It's going to be just like we dealt with last May when those nasty line of storms rolled south through the northern DFW Metroplex at, 5, 6 a.m. This is a repeat of that, unfortunately, and these have some very strong winds with them that can cause some wind damage. So we want folks to be safe. We want to make sure folks aren't being hurt by breaking glass or flying debris. But again, we're seeing some extremely strong winds now on radar over 80 miles an hour up here in portions of northern Denton County and northwestern Collin County, moving southeast at 35 to 45 miles an hour. So those of you in Aubrey, Pilot Point, New Hope, and Denton, you are under imminent threat of hurricane-force winds gusting over 80 miles an hour. We still have a tornado warning now southeast of Sherman, east of Highway 75, near Luella on Highway 11. After that, that circulation, possible spin-up tornado will be moving towards Highway 69 from Bells to Whitewright. You're going to want to be in a safe place, the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. We're live streaming on the Facebook, the YouTubes, Twitch, X.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Floyd and Hale County in Texas.
Texas Storm Chasers mobile app, which you can get for free by scanning that QR code below my ugly mug, or just searching for Texas Storm Chasers, where you download apps for your device. TexasStormChasers.com/radar if you're looking for that. Winds of 70-plus miles an hour, maybe near 80, approaching Denton, Krugerville, New Hope. That's going to keep moving southeast now towards places like Corinth, north sides of Louisville Lake, eventually Little Elm, Lakewood Village within the next 15 minutes. Tornado warning continues now for eastern Grayson County. Possible spin-up tornado is going to be located near Luella, moving east towards Highway 69, Bells and Whitewright. Y'all are going to want to be in a safe place. That's going to be lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. What time is this scan? This was just a minute ago. So again, you can still see that area of circulation right there near Luella. Mary Fitch Road, Luella Road, approaching Highway 11. That's going to be moving towards Whitewright, Tom Bean, and Bells after that. So we want you all to be in a safe place. This is moving east-southeast. So Tom Bean, Whitewright, and eventually, if this continues moving southeast, this is going to be an issue for places like Trenton, Whitewright, Leonard. And again, not saying this is a confirmed tornado, but it very well may be a tornado down, doing some damage. Could also have a lot of damage in straight line winds here as well. So Tom Bean, Whitewright, and then eventually even down to Trenton here in the next several minutes. You're going to want to be in a safe place. That's going to be lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. All right? Back west, we're seeing very strong winds approaching Salina. We're seeing winds could be gusting over 60 miles an hour. Very strong winds right now, northeast sides of the city of Den between Loop 288 and Highway 377 from Krugerville to Aubrey. We're seeing winds up near Ray Roberts Lake, unfortunately, near 75 to 80 miles an hour. Hopefully, some of that is moderating before it's reaching the surface, but definitely the potential for damaging winds moving into places like Corinth, Denton, New Hope, Salina, Weston, Anna. Some of those gusts could be approaching 80 miles per hour. All right, let's switch back to the Fort Worth radar. Let's make sure we're not missing anything. We have a lot of storms going on here. Back west, we have storms in Wise County near Alvar to Chico. Could have some strong winds approaching Bridgeport, Runaway Bay, east sides of the lake out there. 60-mile-an-hour winds being indicated by the which way the wind's blowing mode on the NEXRAD radar from Fort Worth near Bridgeport, Lake Bridgeport. So if that's the case, we'll probably find out by the Bridgeport Municipal Airport. They've got a weather station there with a wind sensor on it, so we'll be able to confirm that. Let's go back out here into the big country. You can see a pretty nasty cluster of storms here in western North Texas, the big country. That storm near Merkel showing indications of hail aloft, a little bit of a low-level circulation as well, possibly. Just west of Merkel on Interstate 20, you can see the Weather Service showing the potential for 2-inch diameter size hail now with that. That is moving east down Interstate 20 towards Ty and Abilene. Going to have a new tornado warning for Fannin County. Stand by. Let's get through this big country stuff real quick. Still showing strong winds. Could have very strong winds over 70.
A new tornado warning has been issued for Fannin County in Texas.
Near 70-mile-an-hour winds near Potosi to Clyde, showing winds gusting over 60. Putnam, Cisco, Breckenridge. All this activity will eventually make its way towards Palo Pinto County, Erath County. All right, let's go look at the new tornado warning. This is going to be up in Fannin County. It's not on this map yet, but I can tell you it will include the community of Trenton, may very well even include Bonham. Oh, no, I'm sorry. It's a whole different storm. This is for a storm coming across the Red River. Oh, sweet mama May. Possibility of a spin-up tornado now being detected just southeast of Ravenna. This is going to be northwest of Bonham, moving southeast towards Bonham. So, hey, city of Bonham, tornado safety precautions now. That'll be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Hard sole shoes and a helmet. Otherwise, again, possibility of a tornado approaching Whitewright, Tom Bean, Bells. Possibility of another tornado now about... we're going to say 4 miles northwest of Bonham, about 3 miles north of Ector, 2 miles south of Ravenna. That's moving southeast at about 30 miles an hour. So places like Dodge City, Honey Grove, Ladonia, Bonham, tornado safety precautions. That's going to be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Hard sole shoes and a helmet if you got time. If not, go to shelter. And again, lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. If there's a tornado out here, you're not going to see it. It's wrapped in rain. It's the middle of the night. We don't want you getting hurt. These are moving very quickly to the southeast. So again, Bonham, tornado safety precautions, please. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. No mobile homes, no trailers. Sturdy site-built structure. Tornado warning includes Fannin County, Ector, Bonham, Dodge City on Highway 82. This includes Honey Grove and Ladonia on Highway 34. This may stay west of Honey Grove, but again, possible tornado now is going to be located about 3 miles northeast of Bonham, moving southeast. We're going to get a radar scan in just a second. This is the the which way the wind's blowing mode. Here's the how hard it's raining mode. And again, we're looking further from the radar, so we don't have the greatest look at the low levels, but we want folks to be in a safe place, so that's where we want you to be. Okay, so this storm's going to be moving southeast towards the city of Bonham. You're going to get the updated which way the wind's blowing mode scan in just a second, and you'll be able to see if we still have a very tight circulation or if it is weakened a bit. But regardless, damaging straight line winds of 60 to 70 miles an hour, the potential for, spin-up tornado here. And that's why we have a tornado warning until 10:30 p.m. for the city of Bonham, Dodge City, Windham, Honey Grove, and Ector. All right, back out here, we have a circulation approaching Tom Bean and Whitewright. That's going to be a tornado warning for eastern portions of Grayson County until 10:15 p.m. Again, could have a spin-up tornado anywhere from near Tom Bean to Whitewright. And looking back southwest, let's take a look at the terminal Doppler weather radar. We're going to have a circulation approaching, or circulation, excuse me, we're going to have very damaging winds in New Hope. We're seeing some very strong winds in New Hope right now. It could be winds approaching 75 miles an hour, unfortunately, and we're getting closer to this radar, so we're seeing it in the lower levels of the atmosphere. So Oak Point, up, what is that, 723 to New Hope. Guess what? Potential for damaging straight-line winds over 70 miles an hour. That's going to be moving southeast towards Little Elm, Lakewood Village over the next 10 minutes. The potential for destructive winds over 70 miles per hour. Many municipalities across northern DFW are going to be sounding their outdoor warning sirens. This is due to destructive severe thunderstorm warnings and or tornado warnings. This activity continues to move southeast at about 35 to 45 miles per hour. All right, back out west. Let's see what we have. We have severe storms extending from near Graham to east of Breckenridge now. That's going to be moving east-southeast towards Caddo, north of Eastland by a good way so far. Seeing some...
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Comanche, Eastland, Erath, Palo Pinto, Stevens, and Young County in Texas.
All right, that's going to be a severe thunderstorm warning for 65-mile-an-hour winds and localized damaging, 65-mile-an-hour winds and the potential for half-dollar size hail. It's a bit larger in the size of a quarter. That's going to, include all of Palo Pinto County, parts of Erath County, Eastland County. It's going to be approaching Possum Kingdom Lake around 10:05, Eastland, Ranger, Grayford, Palo Pinto Mountain State Park around 10:15, Lake Leon, Palo Pinto, Lake Olin around 10:20, Mineral Wells around 10:25, Lake Palo Pinto around 10:30, Gordon around 10:35, and Gorman around 10:40. And includes Interstate 20 between mile markers 324 and 389. So that nasty cluster of storms coming in from the west, moving towards places like Palo Pinto, Mineral Wells, etc. And that storm is moving more east now. That's not good because that storm is also showing intensification trends. So we're going to have to keep that in mind. The storm that is west of Mineral Wells is now moving due east and showing intensification trends. 75-mile-an-hour wind gust was measured southeast of Woodson, northwest of Breckenridge at 10:05 p.m. So let's go over what we have. We have a tornado warning for Fannin County, possible tornado approaching the city of Bonham from the northwest. Y'all in Bonham, Dodge City, Honey Grove, Ladonia need to be in a safe place. Now, that's going to be lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. That circulation is very strong. That is a strong circulation, y'all. I don't like the looks of that. That is not a good indication that we have something good going on. So please be in a safe place. And again, that's gone stronger. So Bonham, winds moving away from the radar at 60. Winds moving towards the radar at 60. That's 120-mile-an-hour gate-to-gate couplet. Possibility of a rain-wrapped tornado now just northwest of the city of Bonham, moving southeast into the city of Bonham. This will be crossing Highway 78 and Highway 82. Be in a safe place, Bonham. Bonham. If you know anyone up in Bonham, call them. Make sure they're in a safe place, all right? Shoot them our live stream link. But just make sure they're paying attention and they're in a safe place. 63-mile-an-hour wind gusts measured at the Texas Women University's Gwynn Hall at 9:44 p.m. So again, Bonham, very strong indications of a tornado now approaching the city from the northwest. Please be in a safe place. Even if we don't have a tornado, we're going to have damaging winds over 80 miles an hour. Here in Whitewright, we have that circulation between Tom Bean and Whitewright. It's not as prevalent as it was. That's good news. But again, still damaging winds. Can't rule out a spin-up tornado. Back west, let's take a look at what we have going on here in northern DFW. Let's pop on the... no, I don't know if that's accurate. Let's try this. There we go. Damaging winds here. Denton County down to Aubrey. New Hope, Oak Point, moving into Little Elm. Seeing a lot of winds that could be 60-mile-an-hour plus here. 65 to 70. So y'all be in a safe place here as well. If you're in eastern Denton County, very strong northwest winds are rolling in. Bonham, again, y'all need to be in a safe place. All right, now let's take a look at what's going on farther west. We do have a severe thunderstorm now entering parts of Palo Pinto County from Stevens County. The reason I'm concerned about the storm near Breckenridge is it's turned more to the east. It was moving southeast earlier. Now it's turned more east, which could bring more of western DFW into play and also indicate a bit of an intensification trend with this activity as it moves off to the east. So Palo Pinto County, eventually Parker County, Eastland County, Erath County, heads up, Hood County. This is going to be moving towards y'all. If this keeps doing this, we may see some threat of a tornado increase as well, along with hurricane force winds over 75 miles per hour. So we're going to have to watch for that very carefully. DFW, again, tornado warning for Fannin County. The possibility of a tornado now approaching the city of Bonham from the northwest. We're seeing a pretty impressive rotational signature. We're unfortunately looking like 8,000 feet up, but still the rotation is strong, and that's quite dangerous. So Bonham, we need you to please be in a safe place. We likely have some sort of damaging wind or tornado ongoing about to move into Bonham, about to cross over Highway 78 and Highway 82 here in Fannin County. After that, the circulation is going to be moving east, east-southeast, probably towards Ladonia, Dodge City. If it moves more east, it's going to end up being an issue for Honeygrove. So Honeygrove to Ladonia, Goober to Windham, Dodge City, and Bonham. Please be in a safe place. That'll be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. No mobile homes, no travel trailers, but it's kind of a little late at this point for that. So just be in a safe place, and we'll get you through it. All right. Back to the how hard a training mode. Leading edge of this line extends along Highway 121 from Bonham to Trend to Melissa to Prosper, back on 380 to Den. We're getting some wind gust here, over 60 miles an hour in spots. 82 mile an hour wind gust measured at the intersection of FM 922 and 2848 in Valley View back at 9:42 p.m. So that's where that 80 mile an hour wind gust came from. So Bonham, y'all be in a safe place. Very strong circulation there. Otherwise, leading edge of these strong north winds moving into DFW, extending from Frisco to Highland Village to Roanoke. We could have localized wind gusts over 60 miles per hour. We're not seeing any super crazy indications of, big, bad, very mad, 80, 100 mile an hour winds right now in northern DFW, but we'll keep an eye on it. It's still windy. We're going to have to watch this line coming in out of the west, that's for sure. This line in Stevens County moving into Palo Pinto County is probably going to start trying to organize more as it moves to the east, east-southeast. All right, so we also have storms now east sides of Abilene to Clyde. Could have some strong winds with that, maybe some quarter-sized to golf ball-sized hail with that. Merkel, we have the potential for a big hailer, actually. Merkel, you have a hailer. Could be, golf ball size or larger coming in from the west. That's moving due east down Interstate 20 towards the city of Abilene. So Abilene, heads up. Back on the how hard it's raining mode, y'all could have a hailer coming in over the next 30 minutes. That storm near Merkel moving east at about 30 miles an hour with the threat of very large hail. Radars indicating could be at least 2-inch diameter.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Garza, Lynn, and Terry County in Texas.
Back in West Texas, we have scattered severe storms capable of producing quarter-size hail, localized winds over 60 miles an hour. We have one storm just west of Floydada. That's moving into Floydada over the next few minutes from Muncie on Highway 70. That could move towards Dougherty. Crosby County, we have some storms, heavy rain. Back near West Point, west of Tahoka and Lynn County on Highway 380, we have some hail. That's going to be moving east. Those storms are moving east at 40. So like I said, some of these areas may get more than one round of storms tonight. We're at this point just doing nowcasting mode, keeping folks updated. But again, Bonham, circulation, possible tornado, very near town right now. I mean, that is not the look we want. The only good thing about this is we're looking pretty high up here. So that may hopefully mean this is simply a mid-level circulation and we don't have anything down. But again, we're looking 9,000 feet. That's a very strong mid-level circulation. And it is entirely possible we have a spin-up tornado or extremely damaging winds here across portions of the city of Bonham out here in Fannin County. After that, this is going to be crossing over Highway 56 near Dodge City. We want folks from Dodge City, Bonham, down towards Ladonia. Be in a safe place. That'll be the lowest floor. Center room away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Goober, Wyndham, same story. This is now going to be east of Ector. This should now be east of 121. Back southwest, we have a tornado warning still around Whitewright. I'll be honest, that is not as impressive of a circulation. But that doesn't mean there's nothing there. We're seeing damaging straight line winds. These transient low-level circulations develop along the leading edge of this line, all the way along 121 now, from Leonard and Trent back towards McKinney, Frisco, Louisville. Collin County, I'll be honest, you may not be getting too much crazy wind out of this right now. You may or may not, but we had multiple reports of 60 to 80 mile an hour wind gusts measured here up in the last hour in places of Cook County, parts of Denton County, and Grayson County. I'll put some of these reports on. I'll turn the radar off so you can see the background. And again, all these little blue things are reports. We had a 62 mile an hour wind gust in Collinsville at 9:42, an 82 mile an hour wind gust in Valley View at 9:42. Wind gusts of 60 to 70 miles an hour around Carlsberg. That was back around 9:30. 60 mile an hour at 9:19 in Carlsberg. Powers out. Had a 63 mile an hour wind gust measured at Texas Women's University on Gwynn Hall back at 9:44 p.m. So again, we are definitely getting some strong winds out of this. Now, is it the spaghetti-o hurricane force winds? Not necessarily, but you know, let's hope that doesn't change. We have more storms coming in from the west, by the way. This stuff out near Palo Pinto, we're going to have to watch carefully as it gets closer to DFW. All right. Pirate 8 Jack, Texas, thank you for your super chat. Appreciate it. Anana Mir, Eric Knight, Liz B, Brian Bradshaw, Jim McKee, Megan, Betty Pruitt, Kilo Bravo 5, Sierra Lima Foxtrot, and Weather Shield Roofing. Thank you all for your
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Callahan, Jones, and Taylor County in Texas.
And generous donations. So, all right, let me go ahead and loop this real quick. All right, Abilene, you've got a severe thunderstorm warning now. You've got a storm coming in from the west. That storm has the potential to bring tennis ball size hail, winds to 60 in Abilene over the next several minutes. So heads up to y'all. All right, folks, here's what we're going to do real quick. I'm going to take a quick 5-minute break, not because I want to, but because I need to visit the facility. So we're going to be back here in 5 minutes, hopefully sooner, with continuing severe weather coverage. And as always, you can keep an eye on the sky with the free Texas Storm Chasers interactive weather radar on our website, texasstormchasers.com/radar, or the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app.
severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Camp, Franklin, Morris, Red River, and Titus County in Texas. A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Dallas, Hunt, Kaufman, Rockwall, and Tarrant County in Texas.
Severe weather coverage. My apologies. I know the timestamp was out of date, but all right, we do have a severe storm entering the west sides of Abilene right now, and this is going to be a very big hailer, it looks like. So those of you in Abilene, heads up. Big hail, strong winds entering the city of Abilene from the west.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Fisher, Haskell, and Jones County in Texas.
Radar is estimating this thing could have at least baseball-size hail. I don't think that's how big the stones are reaching the surface. But understand, there's some big hail about to move into Abilene. All right, we got damaging winds. We know that thing south of Clyde actually has a bit of spin to it. We're going to have to watch that carefully. We may see some increasing wind with that. Otherwise, Eastland up towards Grayford, seeing strong winds with that. That thing near west of Mineral Wells near Grayford, we're going to have to watch that for increasing damaging wind potential as it moves towards Parker County. All right, line of storms now extends from southern Denton County towards Allen, Leonard, Ladonia. Seeing a little circulation west of Celeste. Good news is here in, well, technically I guess we do have a severe warning now for Dallas County, Kaufman County, Rockwall County, and southern Hunt County. The good news is we're not seeing as, well, I guess I would say as strong of wind gusts, but we just did have a 65-mile-an-hour wind gust measured here at Interstate 35E and 407 northwest of Louisville. So we're still getting strong winds out here. They're not the crazy, you know, super-duper strong winds, but they're enough to cause some wind damage. And we're still seeing pockets of strong winds aloft back here in Denton County. You know, Ponder Crumb. There still could be some strong winds trying to make it down to the surface there. Otherwise, we do have a tornado warning that does continue for portions of Fannin County. This is now going to be southeast of the city of Bonham. This is going to be probably southeast of Dodd City, southwest of Windham, moving towards Highway 34 between Honeygrove and Ladonia. So if you're in Windham, Honeygrove, Ladonia, along and west of Highway 34, southeast of Bonham, southeast of Dodge City, go ahead and be in your tornado-safe places. That's going to be lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Again, that tornado warning up here for eastern Fannin County continues for another 12 minutes. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning up in northeast Texas. This is going to be for a severe thunderstorm on Highway 271 from Bogota to Talco to Mount Pleasant. This area has the potential of seeing hail larger than the size of quarters and localized damaging straight line winds over 60 miles an hour. So we'll keep an eye on that. Those thunderstorms as a whole are moving off to the southeast at about 25 miles an hour. I'm going to reset this program real quick. Josh S. D. Dodson, another drummer, thank you very much for your super chats. And thank you to Taylor Peterson for your Texas Storm Chasers merch order. Appreciate it. All right, so that is the issue with the storm near Mount Pleasant. We'll keep an eye on that in case that tries to spin up. Looking from the Shreveport radar, one could definitely see the circulation much better and more easily south of Dodge City. That storm moving towards Ladonia, Highway 34, Honey Grove along and south of Highway 56, and point south towards Highway 50 and the Ladonia area. So heads up with that. Back into DFW. Line of storms moving southeast from near Louisville, Allen, Farmersville, Celeste, capable of producing winds of 40 to 50 to 60 to even 70 miles per hour. That activity will continue moving southeast at about, let's see, 45 miles an hour. So places like Carrollton, Irving, Dallas, Mesquite, Garland, Heath, Rockwall, West Tawakoni, Roy City, Terrell, Oak Ridge, Kaufman, Combine, Seagoville, Wilmer, Hutchins, Mesquite, Garland. Y'all are going to begin in on some rain, some gusty north winds to locally damaging north winds, and quite a bit of nonsense over the next 30 minutes. Some of those wind gusts could be damaging. Back west, we have a line of thunderstorms now extending from near Grayford to Palo Pinto, Metcalf Gap, down towards Strawn and Ranger. This line is now moving east towards places like Parker County, Hood County. That means those of you from Weatherford, Springtown, Granbury to Stephenville, keep an eye out. This line's heading on in from the west, and it may intensify further as it moves in. You can already see we're starting to see some enhancement to the winds showing up on the which way the wind's blowing mode here, just north of Palo Pinto itself, out towards the Grayford area, north of Metcalf Gap. So we're going to have to watch that carefully for increasing winds and maybe a little bit of low-level wind shear or rotation.
A new flash flood warning has been issued for Haskell and Jones County in Texas.
All right, back southwest. Abilene, you're about to meet your maker in terms of the hail threat. Severe storm with golf ball size hail, maybe larger, now moving into the city of Abilene. From Ty, you can see the radar is actually estimating the hail is ridiculously large. I don't think it's softball size, but I do think y'all are probably going to be getting some big stones out of this. Could also get some localized wind gust over 60 miles an hour, but get ready for some heavy rain and a bit of hail. Seeing the same thing here south of Interstate 20 near Bayard and Clyde. Could be getting some pretty big hail about to cross over Highway 283 north of 36 up to Interstate 20. That storm's generally moving east-southeast. And then you can also see this activity up in Palo Pinto County moving towards Mineral Wells and Grayford, showing a bit of rotation. Thank you, Aaron, for your donation. Appreciate it. Back in West Texas, this activity moving off to the east at about 35 miles an hour. Floyd data, you just had a hailer move through. That's moving east of town now towards Matador. Have a severe thunderstorm now approaching Tahoka to O'Donnell. These storms capable of producing quarter-size hail and wind gust of 60 miles per hour. All right, let's check on northeast Texas. Tornado warning continues until 10:30 p.m. for southeastern Fannin County. A circulation showing up southeast of Dodge City near Windham. Moving towards Highway 34, Ladonia to Honey Grove. Continue to remain in your safe places. That'll be lowest floor. Center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Hard sole shoes and a helmet, you got them handy, but if not, that's okay. Just give us a few more minutes of your time, and you could go on about your day. All right, just had a report of a 80-mile-an-hour wind gust in Dodge City. Trees down in Dodge City. So Dodge City reporting 80-mile-an-hour winds and trees down in Dodge City. That's east of Bonham. We have a report of thunderstorm wind damage and debris along Highway 82 near Highway 78 and Highway 121 in the city of Bonham. So Bonham to Dodge City, we're getting reports of wind damage down trees. We got debris in roads, stuff like that. So it sounds like we did have at least some very strong straight line winds move through y'all's area. That storm is now approaching Honey Grove and Ladonia on Highway 34. Line itself extends back southwest through Collin County, Hunt County, into eastern Denton County. Celeste to Farmersville to Paca to Flower Mound. Yeah, I can say Paca with that little accent. This line's going to be moving off to the southeast at about 45 to 50 miles an hour with localized 60 to 70 mile an hour winds. Not much in the way of hail. We have very heavy rain, and of course these scenes are shooting out quite a bit of cloud-to-ground lightning. Thank you, Kami London, for your Texas Storm Chasers merch order. Appreciate it. Enjoy the gear. All right, back west here in Palo County, we're starting to see some enhancements to the winds between Metcalf Gap here at 16 and 180 up to Grayford. Bit over Possum Kingdom Lake out here in northwestern Palo County. This storm moving towards Mineral Wells. So Mineral Wells, heads up. Line of storms approaching from the west. The potential for 65-mile-an-hour wind gusts. Maybe some quarter-size hail. Back southwest of there. We're going to take a look at these again. Then we're going to take a look at the high-res rapid refresh model for tonight to give you all downstream a sense of the timing. Allison Roberts, thanks for becoming a member. Welcome to the family. We have a severe thunderstorm near Baird on Highway 283, just south of Interstate 20. And we have a severe thunderstorm moving into the west sides of Abilene. An impact. That storm near Abilene, west sides of Abilene, showing indications of producing some pretty big hail. Could have quarter to golf ball size hail. Now moving through Abilene over the next 5 minutes. That storm is moving off to the east at 35 miles an hour. East-southeast storm now on Highway 283 near Baird down to near Roden is moving off to the east, southeast at 35 miles an hour. That storm's also showing a pretty good hail signature. Courtney Kessinger, thank you very much for your donation, and you're very welcome. Thanks for tuning in this evening. We have additional hailers on 180 east of Roby to Anson. Those could have some, quarter to golf ball size hail as well. A lot of hailers kind of out here in the big country, West Texas right now. You can see the lightning show from storm chaser and meteorologist Jason Cooley. All right, so let's do this. Let's zoom out and look at the HRRR.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Dawson County in Texas.
So to do that, we're going to take everything off the screen. We're going to go to a statewide view. We'll load the HRRR. Hoss Green, thanks for your Texas Storm Chasers merch order. Appreciate you. All right. Patty Knight, same to you. Thanks for your merch order. Enjoy the gear. All right, let's load the HRRR. We're going to look from midnight through... we'll do 8 a.m. Stacy Salazar, thank you very much for that generous donation. You're very welcome, and thank you for tuning in this evening. All right, so let me clear some of this off. This is what the HRRR model is showing this evening overnight. You can see it continues moving this line of storms southeast across parts of North Texas, the big country. Thank you, Tracy, for your donation, and you're welcome. Welcome back to Texas. I guess 6 years ago, but still. Line of storms will move southeast overnight. Now, it'll probably slowly weaken as it makes it into parts of central Texas, the hill country, the Brazos Valley, southeast Texas. But the potential for some of these storms to remain severe in places like Waco, Austin, Georgetown, even Bryan College Station. We may see some strong winds overnight into the pre-dawn hours, midnight to 5 a.m. So you can see this is some... it's going to be a loud night with the most intense storms producing heavy rain, 60, 70 mile an hour winds, or maybe some higher winds, yes. Hail, yeah.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Collin, Delta, Fannin, Hopkins, Hunt, and Lamar County in Texas.
See you later, 5600K and Jason Darwin. Thanks for the super chats and thanks for the reports, and you're also welcome. So again, this is what things look like. East Texas, the Brazos Valley, Central Texas, even the hill country, it looks like now. Y'all are going to get a line of storms moving in from the north. Bethany, thank you very much for the merch order. And from Josh, Bethany, apparently Josh loves you. And TJ, thank you very much for that generous donation. Appreciate y'all. All right, we're going to have some new severe warnings. We have no tornado warnings right now. Those have gone adios home as well. I'll be saying goodbye, much like my hairline. Abilene, it'll be interesting to see if y'all get any hail out of that. Evan Glasgow, thank you very much for your Texas Storm Chasers merch order. Appreciate it. All right, let's pop over, pop this on, say what's up, and sing a psalm. And this is where Jason gets the mallet out. It's like, no psalms, no singing. All right, we're going to loop this over the last hour. This is just to give a good idea of what we've got going on. Makes life a little easier when we can do that. All right, so you can see we've got a line of severe storms. Brooke Calling, thank you very much for that very generous donation. You're welcome. And I agree, we have an amazing team. All right, so leading edge of these storms now extend from Honey Grove to Ladonia, Commerce down to Greenville, Nevada, Richardson, Plano, Murphy, Carrollton to north side of DFW Airport. We have no tornado warnings. We do have some storms that have fired up a bit ahead of these storms from Pittsburgh to Mount Pleasant to Talco to Bogota there on Highway 271. These storms are moving off to the southeast at about 45 miles per hour. Jessica Moore, thank you very much for that super chat. Appreciate it. David Gonzalez, thank you for that Texas Storm Chasers merch order. Appreciate you as well. All right, so line moving southeast about 45. Let's take a quick look. While I talk about this, you can see some views from Storm Chaser and meteorologist Jason Cooley. He's in Santo, which is going to be on Interstate 20 in southeastern Palo Pinto County. Tanya McGee, thanks for your order in the Texas Storm Chasers merch store. Enjoy. So that Storm Chaser meteorologist Jason Cooley, he's in Santo, which is right here. Whoops, I'll show you on the map. Right there. Southwest of DFW. So leading edge of this line continues to move southeast from, again, DFW Airport to Carrollton, Murphy to Nevada, Caddo Mills to Greenville, Commerce up to Honey Grove. These storms are producing localized wind gusts of 40 to 50, 60, in some cases 70 to 80 miles an hour. I want to emphasize, we don't seemingly have any super crazy hurricane force widespread winds right now that are at least being detected on radar. These are very powerful storms producing a lot of lightning. Tia, thank you for your TSC merch order and your generous donation. Appreciate it, and thanks for tuning in. This activity will continue moving southeast at 45 miles per hour. So let's put a storm track on it, and we'll give you some timelines. And this is going to be for the main line. I know we have some storms that are ongoing ahead of this now, but we'll talk about those. All right, so Paris by, 1040 to 1050. Cooper, about 1040, 1045. Bogota, about 1110 to 1115. With the main line, Talco, about 1120 to 1130. Mount Vernon, about 1120 to 1130. Winnsboro, about 1120 to 1130. Lance, thank you for that donation. You're very welcome. And Caesar, thank you for your merch order. Appreciate it. Enjoy, and thank you very much. About 1120 to 1130 for Winnsboro. Como, about 1110. Quitman, about 1120 to 1130. Grand Saline, about 1120 to 1130. Alba, about 1115 to 1120. Emory, around 1105. Samantha Stelmach, thank you very much. Wills Point, around 1105 to 1110. Terrell, about 1055. Jerry and Malene Braun, thank you very much for your donation. Appreciate it.
A new flash flood warning has been issued for Collin and Denton County in Texas.
All right. Hoffman about 11:10, Combine about 11:05 to 11:10, Seagoville about 11 p.m., Forney about 10:50 to 10:55, Mesquite about 10:50, Hutchins about 11 p.m. And again, this is for the line capable of producing some 50 to 60, maybe 70 mile an hour wind gusts, lightning, little bit of hail, not much hail. We note the Weather Service has issued a flash flood warning for Denton and Collin counties. This includes places like Denton, McKinney, Louisville, Allen, Plano. Y'all remember, turn around, don't drown. Whoops. Santo folks, thank you very much for that donation. Appreciate it, and you're very welcome. That's going to be a flash flood warning for Denton and Collin counties. And again, that is going to be for the potential of a lot of street flooding, quick rises on creeks and streams.
A new severe
Maria,
thunderstorm warning has been issued for Erath, Hood, Palo Pinto, Parker, and Somervell County in Texas.
And thank you, Stephanie, for that super chat. All right, so that's going to be a new severe thunderstorm warning now. This is going to be for portions of Parker, Hood, Somervell counties. This includes places like Glen Rose, Granbury, Lipan, Weatherford, Millsap, Aledo, Crescent, Springtown. This is going to be for a line of thunderstorms producing wind gusts of 50 to 60 to 65 miles an hour and maybe some quarter-size hail. Moving east at about 45 miles an hour. Amanda Alf, thank you very much for your Texas Storm Chasers merch order. Appreciate it. Right now, the leading edge of the strongest of this line is going to be located along Highway 281. We're seeing some pretty good winds showing up here around Mineral Wells. Radar is detecting winds of about 60 miles an hour, give or take. Same thing with this activity west of Mineral Wells into southwestern parts of Palo Pinto County.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Callahan County in Texas.
Deborah Boyd and Jill Arnett Ellis, thank y'all so much, along with Justin and Peyton for your Texas Storm Chasers merch orders and donations. Appreciate it. So again, this line's going to be moving off to the east at 45. Let's put a timer on it. Now, let me redo that. That was nasty sauce. Okay, moving east at about 45. So this is going to be rolling into Springtown around 11 p.m. Millsap in the next 10 minutes. City of Weatherford right around 11 p.m. We're going to be rolling into Lipan around 10:45 to 10:50. Granbury about 11:10. Tolar 11 to 11:05. Aledo about 11:15 to 11:20. Benbrook around 11:25. Lakeside 11:20 to 11:25. Azo about 11:15. Reno 11:15. Newark around 11:20. Hazlitt around 11:30. And again, this is from the line of storms moving in from the west now, west to east, into the Metroplex. So, Geoff Swam, thank you very much for your generous super chat. Thank you, Deanna and Bonnie Sue, along with Jay, for your Texas Storm Chasers merch and donations. Appreciate it, y'all. Starting to see a little bit of a circulation develop south of Mineral Wells, I think. We're starting to see a little spin with this. It's going to be crossing over Highway 281, moving east into western Parker County, and the Millsap Weatherford area. Jay and Perkala, thank you very much for your generous merch orders. Appreciate it. Enjoy the gear. So we'll see what that does. But again, there's some pretty good wind with that as well. All right, let's go back out into the big country. We have severe thunderstorms now. One severe storm is going to be just east of Abilene, moving out of the city. John and Rachel, thank you for that ridiculously generous donation. Really appreciate it. You're very welcome. And thank you. All right, so east sides of Abilene, moving towards Clyde, the potential for damaging straight line winds over 65 miles an hour. Some heavy rain. There's probably some golf ball size hail with this in spots. It's going to be riding I-20 out east towards Clyde and Baird, crossing over Highway 283 into Cochrane County. First storm ahead of it, though, from Baird to Putnam down to Highway 36 northwest of Cross Plains. That storm could also have some quarter to golf ball size hail with it as it moves east at 40. Otherwise, we have this storm extending from roughly Desdemona up on Highway 16, up Interstate 20 to Strong. Melissa Early, thanks for the Texas Storm Chasers merch order. Enjoy this activity from Gordon up to I-20. Let me put some city labels back on here if I don't have them already. This is going to be moving east up 281 to Mineral Wells, and then that all is moving east at about 45 with some damaging winds of 60 to 65. Maybe some quarter-size hail. We're going to watch it. Back west, guess what? A whole bunch more storms on Highway 180 from near Anson back to Ruby. Strongest hail cores are going to be just south of 180 moving towards Hawley. But again, could have some 50 to 60, 65 mile an hour winds with that. And maybe some quarter to ping pong ball size hail. We got heavy rain falling, flash flood warnings here. We have flash flood warnings across Fisher County, Jones County, Haskell County, a lot of street flooding. Julia, thank you so much for that donation. Appreciate it. Stay safe in Weatherford. Keep an eye on that storm coming in from Mineral Wells. Could get pretty windy here. Virginia Allen, thank you for your Texas Storm Chasers merch order. Appreciate it, y'all. So again, flash flooding ongoing here in western big country. Benjamin, Haskell, Stanford, Anson, Hawley, Rotan, Ruby, Hamlin, flash flood warnings. Kaylin Green, thanks for your Texas Storm Chasers merch order. Enjoy. Back here, parts of the Permian Basin, West Texas, we've got some storms. I guess this is more of West Texas. Storm with hail on 87, just north of La Mesa, up to O'Donnell, Tahoka. This storm moving off to the southeast at 45 miles an hour. The potential of 70 mile an hour winds and quarter-size hail. Breezy, thank you so much for your merch order, and thank you for the kind words. We do try to keep folks updated without scaring the pants off them. 65 mile an hour wind gust back at 10:07 p.m. near Garza. And then these storms moving off from west to east. In fact, let's do this. Let me put this in motion for y'all. Give a sense of the timing. That's probably better than just staring at a static image. You can see these storms are actually cooking and booking. The Carlsons, thank you very much for your donation and kind words. We are so happy to do it. So again, we got storms ongoing, big country, West Texas. Strongest of these right now producing quarter to ping pong ball size hail, winds of 60 to 70 miles per hour, and heavy rain. No tornado warnings in Texas right now. I can't say we're not going to have any more, but we're not doing too bad right now. Storms could be a lot more organized. That's not to say we don't have wind and we don't have issues. Liz Haney, thank you very much. We are glad to do it, and thank you for your order and donation. Appreciate it.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Eastland County in Texas.
Courtney Watson, thank you for that Texas Storm Chasers merch order. All right, let's switch to this radar. It's going to be a severe thunderstorm warning for Eastland County. It's going to be for this storm coming out of the Putnam and Baird area, moving east. That could have ping pong ball size hail and maybe some wind gusts to 60. We're definitely starting to see a little more wind now with this line moving into Parker County, the Millsap area for Mineral Wells. Radar showing winds that could be near 70 miles per hour here in the Mineral Wells area. We'll switch over to the which way the winds are blowing mode, and I'll show you that. I'll try to show you that. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong radar. Hold on. There you go. This will help. Hi, Josh Gappelberg. Thanks for watching tonight. And thank you, Madeline. All right, so we're showing winds now. Could be above 70 miles an hour around Mineral Wells, down to Interstate 20 here, just east of the just east of the Palo Pinto, Parker County line. Seeing some pretty strong winds. Mike and Leah, thank you for your generosity, and you betcha, we're glad to be Texas Storm Chasers and doing Texas weather coverage. So we're showing winds here of about 55 to 65 miles an hour from here near Bennett, western Parker County, to Millsap, to near the Palo Pinto, the Mineral Wells Airport. So Mineral Wells, you may be getting some pretty nasty winds right now. This is going to be moving east down Highway 180 and Interstate 20 towards Millsap, Cool, and Weatherford. Let's see what the scan update here in a second does. We're maybe starting to see a bit of an uptick in the damaging wind concerns here in western DFW. So if that happens, we're definitely going to be, well, babysitting this for a while. While we wait for that, let's check. Wow, it's loading now, so we'll look real quick, and then we'll check back on storms northeast. Yeah, that's not good. We're seeing a big uptick in winds now. Mineral Wells radar showing winds now closer to 75 to 80 miles an hour. It's going to be moving east down Highway 180 towards Cool, Millsap, western Parker County, Gardner. Heads up, you now have the potential to see increased damaging straight line winds. Could be seeing some winds out here now in excess of about 75 miles an hour. Jose Rodriguez, covered by Mario and Spyro Ninja. Thank you for those super chats. We're going to go look at Fannin County in just a second. We are seeing winds now over 75 miles an hour on radar near Mineral Wells. So Parker County, the damaging wind threat's increasing. Catherine Mayberry, thanks for your Texas Storm Chasers merch order. Enjoy. All right, so Weatherford, heads up. That could begin a little rowdy here soon. All right, we're going to switch to the radar out of Shreveport for northeast Texas. It gives us a better idea. This is a pretty classic mesoscale convective system look. You can see all this is kind of just feeding off some of the inflow into this big line, but this is going to be your big old line of storms now, moving off to the southeast, lean from near Paris to Cooper, Lake Creek down towards west of Sulphur Springs, Brashear to Lone Oak, Cache, back to Heath. Now, it's a lot of rain, and it is pouring, it is storming, and I wish I was snoring, but I'm not, and many of you aren't either, I'm afraid. Let's look at the wind. Now, we are seeing a pretty good surge of wind from Cooper back towards Greenville to Rockwall. We could be seeing localized winds here over 60 miles an hour, and it's warned for 70-mile-an-hour winds from the National Weather Service, so we're going to have to keep an eye on it. But again, leading edge from Paris, Tierra Cooper, Cumbie to Quinlan, moving east-southeast at about 45 miles an hour. LT and Ray, thank you very much for your merch orders and donations. Enjoy the gear. So let's do this. Let's switch over and show you the loop, just to give an idea of the timing on this for y'all. You can see this line is cooking and booking southeast pretty quickly. Yeah, it's moving southeast now, probably, 50 miles an hour, if not faster. So, Paris to Greenville, to Cache, to DFW Airport, Arlington. Best chance of damaging winds right now looks to be on the Highway 69 corridor, Highway 19, moving towards Sulphur Springs, and Lone Oak, Emory. Could see winds gusting over 60 miles an hour, enough to knock down trees. A lot of cloud-to-ground lightning, heavy rain, maybe a little bit of hail. We are seeing some storms out here along Highway 271 from Bogota to Talco, just south of Clarksville, to Mount Pleasant. These storms generally aren't moving that much, with heavy rain, maybe a little hail, gusty winds. Not really seeing any low-level rotation this second, but that's not to say it's impossible. A lot of damaging wind is going to be what we expect going into the next hour. All right, let's go back to west of DFW. Sean Soup, thanks for your super chats. Handcrafted Insurance, thanks for that order. Enjoy your merch. All right, let's go back here. Weather Service did just increase the wind potential out here in Parker County to 70 miles an hour. We'll take a look at the radar. Kimberly Joe Neal, thank you very much for that generous donation. Millsap, yeah, y'all are getting clobbered right now. We're seeing straight line winds, could be near 80 miles per hour. So if y'all in Millsap are watching, heads up. Stay away from the west-north facing windows and let us know after the fact if you end up with any sort of wind damage. But yeah, we're seeing winds that could be over 75 miles an hour right now around Millsap, east side of Mineral Wells, cool. Down south of Interstate 20 towards Lipan. This is going to be moving towards the city of Weatherford. So Weatherford, heads up, the threat of a damaging windstorm now increasing, with the potential of winds over 70 miles an hour coming in from the west over the next several minutes. And we're going to have to make sure none of this tries to, spin up into any sort of little spinny doom action. That's just something we don't need to deal with tonight.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Borden and Dawson County in Texas.
Glass Cow, thanks for the super chat, and you're welcome. Glad you love our app. And folks wondering, scan that QR code. Free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. Get your local weather radar, local interactive weather radar, your local weather forecast, live Texas severe weather coverage, and more. Yeah, I'm getting a little worried, I will admit, about this little thing southwest of Weatherford. I don't like it when we start seeing these going from a north-south orientation to like this. If you watched our coverage before, when we're looking for these little squall line circulations, you may remember that as long as we're dealing with a north-south oriented shift in the wind, kind of like up here, cool to Millsap.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Delta and Hopkins County in Texas.
We're dealing with straight line winds typically. Now, Mineral Wells, that's not to say y'all aren't dealing with nonsense right now. We are seeing very strong winds out here near Millsap right now of, 75 to 80 miles an hour. But I'm a little worried we're trying to get a little surge in this line southwest of Weatherford. And if that happens, this thing may try to start to spin up a little bit of a circulation. Those winds near Millsap now showing over 80 miles an hour. The potential for destructive winds is increasing for the city of Weatherford, Millsap, Cool, and everyone in between on Highway 180. But I also don't necessarily like what's happening down here, southwest of Weatherford. I'm getting a little worried that's trying to kick out and spin up a little circulation. So we're going to have to watch that carefully. But we're seeing an increase in the damaging wind threat here across western Parker County. Could see winds now over 75 to 80 miles per hour as they move east towards the city of Weatherford, Annetta South, Willow Park over the next 20 minutes. All right, we have a new severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to be for Sulphur Springs, Cooper, Mount Pleasant, Cumbie. Weather Service saying the potential for 80-mile-an-hour winds out here. So that's what we're going to take a look for. And Eric M., thank you very much for your merch order. Hope you enjoy. All right, and the Weather Service, let me see if we can get a better look at the velocities. Yeah, they put the warning out here for Cumbie, Sulphur Springs, Cooper, the potential for damaging winds over 80 miles an hour. We just don't have great low-level radar coverage out here, but yeah, you can definitely see out here the potential for winds now over 80 miles an hour from Tira down towards Sulphur Springs, Cumbie, damaging straight-line winds, the potential over 80 miles per hour as this little line segment moves southeast at 60. That's 60. Ruby and John, thanks for the Texas Storm Chasers merch order. Appreciate the donation as well. Y'all have a good night, and thank you for watching. Appreciate it. So again, Weatherford, damaging straight-line winds, could be in excess of 75 miles an hour. Same thing goes. Cooper, down Highway 24, or 154, hold on. Highway 154 from Cooper to Tara to Sulphur Springs. Moving off to the east at about 60. Mount Vernon, Winnsboro, heads up. Weather Service saying there could be 80 mile an hour, or 70 to 80 mile an hour winds with this line coming on in. Back in DFW, we're still seeing storms bring quite a bit of heavy rain, a flooding threat. Brittany McClure, thanks for your Texas Storm Chasers merch order. Heavy rain in Greenville to Quinlan, McLendon, Chisholm, Rockwall, Plano. I'll put this on a loop, so at least we have some loop. Line's going to be moving off southeast pretty quickly. The potential of localized damaging winds of 60 to 70, maybe 75 miles an hour. Heavy rain and flooding in DFW. I suspect we'll have a flash flood warning soon for the Tarrant, Dallas County regions. And then we've got this nasty line coming in from Mineral Wells, Highway 281, moving into Parker County, moving towards Weatherford. Seeing a little bit of rotation now increase, about 5 miles southwest of Weatherford, but it's definitely a lot of damaging straight-line winds over Millsap I'm most concerned about right now coming in. But again, DFW, it's storming. Weatherford, it's about to storm a lot more, and that's going to make its way towards Aledo and Willow Park over the next 20 minutes. Damaging wind threat may be increasing for places like Tarrant and Johnson counties here in western DFW. But again, this line out here in northeast Texas, we have damaging straight-line winds likely occurring around Tira, Sulphur Bluff, Sulphur Springs to Como. The potential for damaging winds over 80 miles per hour, and that's moving off his southeast. And Mary Hedgefeld, thanks for the order. Thanks for the super chat. And apparently, and I'm going to quote this, tell Lance his wife donated more than he did. Ouch. Couple competition. I like it.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Camp, Cass, Franklin, Gregg, Harrison, Marion, Morris, Rusk, Smith, Titus, Upshur, and Wood County in Texas.
Did we issue a warning for, like, the entire stinking northeast quadrant of Texas? Good gravy. Well, we'll see when that pops up. Alright, they just put out a big warning for Parker.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Parker County in Texas.
All right, this is going to be the Parker County. Tyler Cave, thanks for your merch order. Enjoy the TSC gear. All right, so they just issued a severe thunderstorm warning with that destructive tag for 80-mile-an-hour winds. That's what sets off the alerts on your phones. That's what can make sirens go off. The Weather Service doesn't control those. Those are set by local jurisdictions. But, oh yeah, Weatherford, we got a problem. Weatherford, do me a favor. Take your tornado safety precautions. That's going to be lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. We have hurricane-force winds now moving into the city of Weatherford from the west over the next 5 minutes. These wind velocities have come up considerably, and we're now seeing winds indicated of 75 to 85 miles an hour. These are going to be just east of Millsap, riding east on Highway 180 and Interstate 20, about to move into the city of Weatherford. So those of you in Weatherford, yes, it's going to be a tornado-like situation with the potential for 80-mile-an-hour winds and a bit of hail. But again, Weatherford expects significant wind damage and the potential for tornado-like winds over the next 5 to 15 minutes. This is going to be coming in from the west, so heads up Weatherford. That eventually will continue moving east right towards Aledo. All right, let's see what's going on up here. And yeah, the Weather Service did out here issue a pretty large severe thunderstorm warning.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Henderson, Rains, and Van Zandt County in Texas.
All right, it's going to be a severe thunderstorm warning. At this point, this warning goes Van Zandt County, Rains County. Let me just tell you by cities. It's probably easier. It's going to be a severe thunderstorm warning from Sulphur Springs to Mount Pleasant on Interstate 30. It runs all the way down through Interstate 20, Canton, Tyler, Longview. It runs down to Athens, Bullard, White House, to New London, Lakeport. And that's for this whole big, bad, very mad cluster of storms coming in from the northwest. The potential for wind gusts of 60 to 70 miles per hour. Very heavy rain. A little bit of hail, not much of a hail threat, but a lot of rain, and definitely the potential for damaging straight-line winds over 60 to 70 miles an hour in places like Canton, Chandler, Brownsboro, Murchison, Tyler, Noonday, White House, Troop, Arp, Overton, I'm going to have to say these really fast, sorry, Selman City, Kilgore, Lard Hills, Rolling Meadows, Lakeport, Longview, Liberty City, White Oak, East Mountain, Harleton, Diana, Ore City, Betty, Gilmer, Lone Star, Pittsburgh, up to Diegerfield, Mount Pleasant, Winsboro, Arp, not ARP, but technically ARP, Argo, Wilkinson, Talco, Como. Potential for damaging straight-line winds over 60 to 70 miles per hour, and heavy rain that could cause some flash flooding. This activity is going to be moving in from the west and northwest over the next 30 minutes or so. So heads up to all of y'all out here. Now, let's go back and take a look at this nasty storm approaching Weatherford. We've got some very strong winds being indicated. Shannon McMillan, thank you for your merch order. Enjoy. Weatherford, guess what? Unfortunately, the news is not good. Looking like we could be seeing winds of 75 to 85 miles an hour rolling in from the west over the next 5 to 7 minutes. This is likely to result in a significant issue. Just had a 85 mile an hour wind gust measured about 5 miles south of Brock out here in Parker County. So we just had a 85 mile an hour wind gust measured southwest of Weatherford by a weather station from a storm chaser. So with that, we are now expecting winds of 80 plus miles an hour in the city of Weatherford all the way to Annetta South, Annetta, Willow Park, and Aledo over the next 20 minutes. And I am a little worried we're seeing a circulation spin up down here in southern Parker County. It really doesn't matter at this point. You know, weak spin up tornado damaging straight line winds. Both are, you know, quite problematic. But again, if that gets any stronger, they may have to put a tornado warning out for Parker County, which would just add a little more annoyance to what's going on. So again, I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. A damaging hurricane-force wind event about to move into the city of Weatherford out here in Parker County. Could have winds of 75 to 85 miles per hour about to move into Weatherford. That's then going to move across Highway 171 from Weatherford to Crescent, Aledo, up to Willow Park, Annetta South over the next few minutes. This line moving off to the east at about 40 miles per hour with the potential of damaging straight line winds over 80 miles an hour. And again, these very strong winds being indicated now moving into the city of Weatherford. So Weatherford is about to get clobbered by very strong winds, and we may have a little bit of a circulation trying to spin up now about 5 miles south of Highway 171, Interstate 20 here in Parker County. So heads up, y'all, in Tarrant County, Benbrook, Fort Worth, this is all moving your way. Angie Lockman, thank you for the very kind words. Enjoy the Texas Storm Chasers merch, and thank you for the donation as well. All right, so we're going to keep an eye on that. Let's go make sure we're not missing anything. Back to the how hard to training mode. Kyle Dowdy, thank you very much for your Texas Storm Chasers order. Enjoy.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Callahan, Jones, Shackelford, and Taylor County in Texas.
All right, so here we have line of storms from near Dallas to, I'm just going to read it off here. What was that wind? 69 mile an hour wind gust measured at the Mineral Wells Airport. So that validates those very strong winds. Line of severe storms extending from Terrell to Emory to Como to Sulphur Bluff to Detroit, moving southeast at about 50 miles an hour out here in northeast Texas. Winds of 60 to 70, 75 plus miles an hour possible. The potential that we could lose a lot of trees out here, so please be in a safe place as these storms arrive. Don't park under trees tonight. And if you've got trees near your house, make sure folks aren't, sleeping in beds near those exterior bedrooms when this storm rolls, and we don't want trees falling on folks. Lynn Dooley, thank you very much for that generous super chat. Appreciate it. Michael, thank you for your Texas Storm Chasers order, and thanks for being a fan. All right, so meteorologist Jason Cooley, I'll pop his feedback up. He is riding up Interstate 20, I believe, heading through Parker County, trying to get back ahead of this thing. And yeah, we got a tornado trying to develop. All right, we're going to have to deal with this. Let's go back, and we do have a tornado attempting to develop now in southern Parker County. I have very little doubt about that now, unfortunately. So let's get the radar back on. You can see, boy, that was a bright flash. That circulation we're seeing, that's going to be this thing right here. And again, notice how the velocities went from, or vertical oriented when they change over to left right. That's a sign of a circulation. So we do have a developing tornado attempting to develop. This is going to be about on Highway 51, 7 miles south of Interstate 20, about 10 miles southwest of Aledo. I suspect the Weather Service is going to put a tornado warning on this shortly. Even if we don't have a tornado here, we have extreme straight line winds in excess of 90 miles an hour. Weatherford, the news is not good. We're seeing winds here of 80 to 90 miles an hour in the city of Weatherford now, based on radar data. And this is going to be a dangerous situation. So we very well may have a tornado warning issued for southern Parker County and southwestern Tarrant County shortly. This storm is moving east towards the radar. Those of you in Crescent, Benbrook, Crowley, start getting ready. You may have a dangerous storm approaching soon. Willow Park, Annetta, Aledo, same story. The potential for hurricane force winds of 75 to 90 miles per hour is increasing now as this storm rolls in from the west over the next several minutes. And this is going to be a pain in the butt, but again, it is what it is. We just have to give out the information the best we can. It doesn't mean I'm happy about it. You can see we're getting a new velocity scan coming in, and that's going to give us the latest update. But again, we do have a dangerous situation now across portions of southeastern Parker, eastern Parker, moving towards western Tarrant County.
A new flash flood warning has been issued for Camp, Franklin, and Titus County in Texas.
Winds of 80 to 90 miles per hour being indicated by weather radar here in Weatherford. I suspect much of Weatherford is going to be losing power shortly. We probably have very strong, damaging winds coming in from the west in Weatherford. We have storm chaser Chad Casey in Weatherford, so I suspect we're going to be hearing from him shortly, assuming the cell grid doesn't get taken out. And again, looking at the how hard the rain is falling mode, you can see that little hook appendage right there. That's going to be coming up to Highway 171. That's east of 51 now. This is going to be crossing over Highway 171 about 10 miles southeast of Interstate 20, or only about 5 miles northwest of Crescent. So we're seeing damaging winds with that. We do also have indications of damaging straight line winds with this thunderstorm into Hood County. Not as extreme. All right, this is going to be a tornado warning for Tarrant, Johnson, Hood, Parker. Stand by. So it's going to be, this will cut me off in a second, but we have a tornado warning now. This is going to include Annetta, Benbrook, Godley, Crescent, Joshua, Crowley. The tornado warning now. Southeastern Parker, southwestern Tarrant, northeastern Hood, northwestern Johnson. At 11:10 p.m., a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located near Annetta or 10 miles south of Weatherford, moving east at 45 miles an hour.
A new tornado warning has been issued for Hood, Johnson, Parker, and Tarrant County in Texas.
All right, it is 11:11 p.m. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. We have a tornado warning now for a dangerous thunderstorm capable of producing a spin-up tornado. This is going to be about 5 miles northwest of Crescent, moving east at 45 miles an hour. This is going to be near Annetta South, 10 miles south of Weatherford. Those of you in Benbrook Lake, Godley, Annetta South, Crescent, Tintop, Western Lake, Benbrook, Joshua, Burleson, Lake Granbury, and Fort Worth.
A new
Southwest
severe
Fort Worth,
thunderstorm
tornado
warning has been issued for McCurtain County in Oklahoma. Bowie, Cass, Franklin, Morris, Red River, and Titus County in Texas.
Okay, so this is going to be a tornado warning if you're in Benbrook and at a South Crescent. You are in Godley, Joshua, Crowley, Benbrook, Annetta South. You are in a tornado warning. Seek shelter now. A dangerous storm capable of producing the tornado is located on Highway 171, about 4 miles northwest of Crescent, moving east, just north of the Hood, Parker line. We have a storm and this is moving towards southwestern Tarrant. I want to emphasize an equally dangerous situation in Weatherford. We have hurricane force winds likely exceeding 85 miles per hour in the city of Weatherford right now. Damaging winds with the possibility of a quick spin-up tornado down 171. I'll be honest, I'm more concerned about the hurricane force winds in Weatherford than I am the threat of that spin-up. That spin-up signature is already almost completely gone, but definitely are going to be concerned about this. Alex Martinez, thanks for your Texas Storm Chasers merch order. Enjoy. This activity from Weatherford down to just northeast of Granbury, moving east now at about, they've got it moving east at 45 miles an hour. So let's go ahead, let's get some tracks on this. Now, DFW, I know it's storming, but guess what? You got more storms coming in from the west, and these pack a punch. So let's get a storm track. Let's get her done. Moving east at 45. Leading edge of this will be in Crowley about 11:40 p.m. Forest Hill 11:45. Downtown Fort Worth 11:43. River Oaks 11:39. Saginaw 11:40. Colleyville 11:55. Bedford 11:57. North Richland Hills 11:50. Mansfield about 11:53. Briar Oaks 11:42. Burleson 11:41. Joshua 11:35. Godley 11:25. Interstate 20 and Spur 408 about 12:10. Interstate 30 and the President George Bush Turnpike 12:05. Highway 183, the George Bush Turnpike about 12:08. Southside DFW International Airport about 12:05. Colleyville 11:58. Saginaw 11:42. Lakeside Eagle Mound Lake about 11:30. This is going to be the potential of a damaging straight line wind event. Winds over 70 miles an hour, could be higher And we could see intermittent brief spin-up tornadoes. So this is going to be a pretty nasty storm coming in from the west. And again, we do have a tornado warning now for southeastern Parker, southwestern Tarrant, northwestern Johnson, northeastern Hood County. This is for a circulation that spun up very quick, but has also already spun back down. That doesn't mean we won't see more, but we have very damaging winds up here in Weatherford. That's going to be moving east along Interstate 20 towards Willow Park, Aledo, making their way towards Benbrook, White Settlement. That activity will continue off to the east. This is already east of you. Millsap is clear from this storm. You may have some more storms later, maybe. Okay, so here's the latest velocity, and there you go. We're still showing some strong winds.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Dickens, Kent, King, and Stonewall County in Texas. A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Hill, Hood, Johnson, Parker, Somervell, and Tarrant County in Texas.
All right, it's going to be a severe thunderstorm warning for all the counties you just heard. That essentially means the western half of the DFW Metroplex. Mildred, thank you for your Texas Storm Chasers merch order. Penny Lee, thank you for your Texas Storm Chasers merch order. Y'all enjoy. All right, so leading edge of this line extends from near Crescent to east sides of Weatherford, Willow Park, Netta, moving east at about 43 miles an hour, so 45 miles an hour. This line is going to be capable of producing winds of 60 to 75 miles per hour. The possibility of maybe some small hail. It's not a high threat for hail. And here's a loop just over the last half hour. If I can get this stinking thing to work. There we go. And we are going to go look at other areas now. I know I've been hyper-focused on western DFW. We'll go look at northeast Texas next. But again, you can see quick tornado warning. That's going to be for Crescent area. This can't rule out a spin-up tornado. We have damaging winds over 60 to 70 miles an hour. Moving into Aledo, Willow Park. Weatherford, you probably just got walloped quite a bit by this storm. We got damage reported just west of Mineral Wells. Sounds like we got roofs off, metal roofs off buildings. Okay, so... and it looks like we're about to get another severe warning for the storms moving out of Dallas County towards, well, areas south, so... let's go ahead, let's take a look at northeast Texas, though. They don't cut me off in a second, but we'll keep on going with it.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Ellis, Henderson, Kaufman, and Navarro County in Texas.
Alright, so here's the leading edge of the line of storms. At this point, essentially, it extends from DeKalb to Mount Pleasant, back to Alba to Kaufman. This line is moving southeast at about, 50 miles an hour. The strongest of these storms up here are going to produce damaging winds of 50, 60, 70 miles an hour. A lot of heavy rain and flooding. A little bit of hail. The hail threat's not high. There may be some hail, but I think the flooding threat's higher, along with damaging winds, heavy rain. So let's do this. Let's put a track on this. And we'll give you all up here some times. And I know the radar is very busy now, so I can at least give y'all some times on this. All right, about 50. And again, we do have a quick tornado warning for southwestern Tarrant, northwestern Johnson, southeastern Parker, northeastern Hood. There is a circulation that is about 3 miles northwest of Crescent, moving east towards Highway 377. It's going to be then riding east down FM 1187 towards Crowley. Can't rule out a quick spin-up tornado. Also seeing very damaging winds moving across eastern Parker County. Maybe a little circulation near Willow Park now. But let's go ahead and talk about the timing for this line out here. Mount Pleasant, line coming in from the northwest in about 15 minutes, 11:30 to 11:35. Pittsburgh around 11:40.
A new flash flood warning has been issued for Dallas and Tarrant County in Texas.
About 11:55 to midnight in Daigerfields, Lone Star around midnight, or City 12 to 12:05. Gilmer about 11:55 to midnight, Gladewater around 12, Longview 12:15, Kilgore about 12:10 to 12:15, City of Tyler 11:55 to midnight, White House around 12:05 to 12:10, Bullard around 12:10, Frankston about 12:05 to 12:10, Athens around 11:45. 11:50. City of Canton, it's arriving now. Gun Barrel City, 11:35. Further north, New Boston, about 12:05 to 12:10. DeKalb, around 11:55. I know it's already storming in these places, but the line will still come in from the west, 11:40. We do have a significant flooding threat. We've had a lot of rain out here already. These storms are still producing a lot of rain, and we have quite a bit of we have more rain coming in. So flash flooding is a significant concern. Damaging winds, yes. Lightning, yes. A bit of hail, yeah, not much, but some. A few spin-up tornadoes, yes. But the flooding threat, the lightning, and the damaging wind, that's going to be the issue here, in my opinion. Looks like the tornado warning has been canceled. Tarrant, Johnson, Parker, Hood, tornado warnings canceled. But we still have dangerous storms moving into western DFW. Now, by the way, we have flash flood warnings. DFW. Flash flood warnings. Whole Metroplex is under flash flood warnings. We're going to have a lot of flooding here. These storms over Dallas are just dropping loads of rain, and we got more storms coming in from the west. So flash flooding, some of y'all may get 3 to 5 inches of rain the next hour. This is going to be a problem. A lot of flooding. But we've also got damaging winds coming in across parts of Aledo, Willow Park, east sides of Weatherford, moving towards Benbrook, White Settlement. We could have winds gusting over 70 miles per hour. Let's go back to the high-res radar. And you're going to see it here. These blues are going to be your nasty sauce. This is going to be winds near 80 miles an hour from Willow Park, east sides of Weatherford, coming into Aledo. All this is going to be a damaging wind event moving in from the west. So Aledo, we're now actually seeing winds probably even higher than that. You can see we just got an update. We're getting a scan here that's indicating winds. We could be seeing winds of near 90 miles per hour near Aledo right now. These are moving towards the near the I-20/30 split on the west side of Fort Worth, about to enter West Fort Worth, West Tarrant County, Benbrook. These are going to be riding east, I-20, I-30, the West Loop, the potential for 80-mile-an-hour winds, the equivalent of a weak tornado. So heads up. And West C, you're very welcome. Thanks for that super chat. Okay, so again, Benbrook, White Settlement, Westover Hills, Southwest Fort Worth, Crowley. Prepare for damaging straight-line winds over 80 miles an hour over the next 15 Interesting. Interesting. Well, it's back now at least. Apologies. Don't know why that suddenly went out, but it is what it is. Apologies. There's some very nasty winds moving into southwestern Tarrant County now from Willow Park to Aledo. And this is going to be making its way into the Metroplex, southwestern Tarrant County, with 70 to 80 mile an hour winds coming in from the west. As this continues moving off to the east, we have plenty.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Tarrant County in Texas.
Yeah, it's going to be for destructive straight-line winds over 80 miles an hour, so heads up. A lot of y'all's phones are going off now in southern Tarrant County. Benbrook, the potential for 80-plus mile-an-hour winds coming in from the west right now. Just a lot of flooding here in North Texas. Quickly, let's go look at the big country. We haven't been out here in a while. Take a look at this. Again, these storms here on I-20 from Merkel, Ty, Abilene, Clyde, Putnam, Cisco could have quarter to golf ball size hail, maybe some strong winds, a lot of lightning and heavy rain. I'm going to put a loop on here just to make life easier. So, Abilene, guess what? You're getting more hail, more wind. Benbrook, get ready for possibly 90 mile an hour winds. So again, Abilene could have another hailer coming in from the west. A hailer on the east side of Abilene towards Emdale, moving towards Clyde, Bayard, Putnam, Cisco. More hailers. Those could have quarter to golf ball size hail, winds over 70 miles an hour. Back in West Texas, we have a line of thunderstorms now, producing hail, maybe some strong winds, approaching Jayden. Just east of Claremont. That'll be moving out towards Aspermont again. Those storms have the potential of producing wind gusts of 60 miles an hour, quarter size hail that's 1 inch in diameter. We also have some storms back in Gale and Borden County near Gale. Alright, let's go to northeast Texas. Y'all have a big old nasty line of storms just making a ruckus out of everything, flash flooding. Here you go. We've got a line of severe storms now that is approaching areas of... had a 78 mile an hour wind gust at the West Texas Medicine Station at the ACU at the Abilene Christian University campus in northeast Abilene, 11:19 p.m. So those storms definitely have wind, noted. We have a line of severe storms producing 60 to 70 mile an hour winds extending from Clarksville to DeKalb, Mount Pleasant, back to Winsboro, Quitman, Grand Saline to Canton. Those storms have localized winds of 60 to 70 miles per hour. Potential for damaging straight line winds galore. Abilene, you just got put under an 80 mile an hour wind warning, so now all of y'all's phones are going yippity-doo, yippity-yay, my oh my, what a wonderful day to wake up half the city. So that's what's going on out here and why y'all's phones are going helloville. These storms now have the potential of producing quarter-size hail and winds to 80 miles an hour. So Putnam, Clyde, Bayard, Roden, Cross Plains, Elmdale, Abilene, Ty, Merkel, Impact, View. All these storms out here have very unhappy winds and are moving southeast. east-southeast at about 30 miles an hour. All right, let's get back into DFW. We need to deal with this pretty high population area. It's going to be a severe thunderstorm entering the city of Benbrook now, Highway 377, Interstate 20, showing hurricane force winds now over 90 miles per hour entering the city of Benbrook from the west, along with southwest Fort Worth. This wind has the potential to cause significant damage, knock down a bunch of trees, a bunch of power lines, and all sorts of nonsense. So again, those of you in the city of Benbrook, go ahead and treat this like you would a tornado warning. That's going to be lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. That wind got even worse. Southwest Fort Worth, Benbrook, Edgecliff Village, Everman, Crowley, Forest Hill, City of Fort Worth. Treat this like a tornado warning. That's going to be lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Hard sole shoes and a helmet if you got one handy. If not, just go to a safe place. We have a high likelihood of this activity producing hurricane force winds of 75 to 90 miles an hour in the city of Benbrook, Fort Worth, Edgecliff Village, Everman, Kennedale. This is winds probably up to 90 miles an hour, moving east right down I-20 and I-30. Fort Worth, Benbrook, Forest Hill, Edgecliff Village, Kennedale, Burleson, Crowley. 75 to 90 mile an hour winds coming in over the next several minutes, over the next 10 to 15 minutes. This line is going to be moving east very quickly. It's moving east probably about 50 miles per hour with a high probability of producing destructive wind gusts. That's what all these blue colors here are. Winds 80, 90 miles an hour, and we're looking like right next to the radar site, so we're looking very low to the ground, which means this is likely what we have on going. So that's not a good thing. All right, so back to the how hard it's raining mode. We have heavy rain and flooding. Dallas County, some of these storms probably producing strong winds over Dallas County. Canton, Quitman, Winsboro, Mount Pleasant could have localized 60 to 70 mile an hour winds, heavy rain, flash flooding, not much hail. Going into northeast Texas, and all these storms moving east, southeast at 50 miles an hour. The line goes up to Mount Pleasant, Avery, Clarksville. That activity, and we're seeing a nasty surge of wind right now from Quitman to Winsboro. Could have winds gusting over 75 to 80 miles an hour. Winsboro down Highway 37, that's going to be moving east towards Gilmer, Pittsburgh, Dyeurfield, Lone Star, Ore City, Hawkins, Gladewater. The potential for 70 to 80 mile an hour winds moving off to the east very quickly, so heads up. That's going to knock a lot of trees down. That's going to cause significant damage. We don't want folks being hurt by trees falling through their homes, so please treat it like you would a tornado warning. That's going to be the lowest floor. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. No windows. All right, so there's that. Let's go back to the big country. We had a 77 mile an hour wind gust at Abilene Christian University at about 11:19 p.m. That is resulting in most of these storms out here now being warned for 80 mile an hour winds and the potential for quarter to golf ball size hail. So one storm about to enter the west sides of Abilene again near Ty. That's moving east in the city of Abilene. That storm could have 80 mile an hour winds. Those of you in Clyde, the potential for 80 mile an hour winds. Baird, Putnam, same thing. 80 mile an hour winds up to, and maybe up to quarter to golf ball size hail. Those storms moving to the southeast at 35 miles an hour now actually warned for tennis ball size hail and 80 mile an hour winds. Oh, good, because that makes it any better. So again, the potential for tennis ball size hail and 80 mile an hour winds. Storm near Ty, moving east-southeast at 35 miles an hour. Storm near Clyde, moving southeast at 35 miles an hour. Storm near Putnam, moving east-southeast at 35 miles an hour. All these could be producing golf ball to tennis ball size hail and winds of 70 to 80 miles per hour. Dangerous, dangerous, dangerous. Oh, and then the thing near Eastland probably is too, just because it seems appropriate to mention it, given the fact, well, it's 3 siblings off to the west are. Alright, let's deal with the Benbrook area. We don't have a radar update yet, it looks like. I hope the radar didn't get eaten.
A new flash flood warning has been issued for Callahan and Taylor County in Texas.
Flash flood warning for the Abilene region until forever. So, there you go. Alright, we've got very nasty winds. Oh boy, y'all, that's not good. Latest velocity in now showing winds of over 105 miles per hour entering the city of Benbrook. We're seeing very destructive winds. These are approaching, bad. So Benbrook, for all intent and purposes, you've got a tornado coming into town now from the west, crossing over Highway 377, Hawkins Home Boulevard, Beach Road, County Road 1042, Wiscott Road, 377 just southwest of Interstate 20. Tornado-like winds over 100 miles per hour. This is an extremely dangerous situation. There's the latest scam. We're still seeing very strong winds in the city of Benbrook now. Winds of 80 to 85 miles an hour. That's going to be riding across southwest Fort Worth, moving east along Interstate 20 towards Forest Hill, Edgecliff Village, Crowley, Oak Grove, Everman, Kennedale, Forest Hill, Rendon over the next several minutes. So again, y'all need to be in a safe place. That's going to be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Hard sole shoes and a helmet wouldn't be the worst thing y'all have ever done. So be in a safe place. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Is that why the microphone wasn't working? Hold on. Stupid microphone. Let me switch back to the fancy mic. I think I accidentally just hit the mute button on it, and that's why it wasn't working. So if not, we're going to find out here in just a second. But, well, technology is technology, and I hate technology. Stand by. Mo. Hot dogs are cool, and I like snow. Cool, it looks like it works. Merry Christmas to me. All right, so we have potential for 80-plus mile-an-hour winds now moving across Highway 377 in the city of Benbrook. This is going to be moving east along Interstate 20 into southwest Fort Worth and Fort Worth as a whole. Downtown Fort Worth, this is going to try to say hello to you. We're likely going to have a considerable number of power outages across Fort Worth into Benbrook. This is not going to be a good situation in terms of tree damage, power infrastructure damage. This line is moving off to the east at about 50 miles per hour. Very heavy rain, the potential for gusty winds over 60 miles an hour extending down into Johnson County. This thunderstorm line down here has the potential to produce 70 mile per hour winds, with 80-plus mile an hour winds being indicated around Benbrook right now, moving towards Interstate 35W. Old Granbury Road, University Drive. All right, and technically this whole line from Midlothian to Kemp to Canton up to Pittsburgh is severe, with winds over 70. They just upgraded this line from Tyler to Longview to Kilgore to 80 mile an hour winds. Unfortunately, that means a lot of y'all, necessarily or unnecessarily to be determined, just got your phones going off like a hyena. So let's talk about what's going on. We do have winds now being indicated southwest of Pittsburgh at over 80 miles an hour. This is going to be a line of severe storms producing winds of 70 to 80 miles an hour now from, well, Highway 154 west of Gilmer all the way through up to near Pittsburgh, Mount Vernon. So Pittsburgh down to west of Gilmer all the way to Mineola. You now have a line of intensifying severe storms producing winds of 70 to 80 miles per hour. That's going to be moving off to the east at about 50 miles per hour. So Pittsburgh, Gilmer, 80 mile an hour winds inbound. Tyler, Longview, Mount Pleasant, Kilgore, White House, White Oak, Gladewater, Gilmer, Mineola, Pittsburgh, Winsboro, Leesburg, Lindale, Mount Vernon, Dyegerfield, Overton, Bullard, Troop, Quitman, and Lone Star. Y'all are now under a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. That's why your phones are going off. That's why many of you may hear outdoor warning sirens. It's because this line of storms is now producing hurricane force winds over 80 80 miles per hour. We likely have winds of 75 to 80 miles an hour now in Benbrook, west sides of Fort Worth, about to move into Crowley, Everman, north sides of Burleson, Edgecliff Village, Fort Worth White Settlement, Westover Hills, Eagle Mountain Lake, maybe as far north as Lake Worth. So heads up, this whole line now, East Texas, is doing all sorts of nonsensical nonsense and producing hurricane force winds. So let's put some times on this, give y'all an idea of when this is going to be rolling on in. They say it's moving east at 50. Okay, so Lone Star about midnight, Avenger about 12:10, Jefferson about 12:25, City of Marshall 12:35, Lakeport 12:23 to 12:25, Longview about 12:15 to 12:20, Kilgore about 12:15, Gladewater about midnight to 12:05, Winona about 11:55 to midnight, City of Tyler about 11:55 to midnight, Lindale in the next few minutes, Hawkins the next few minutes, Dyeurfield next few minutes, Overton about 12:15 to 12:20. Line of storms moving in from the west. The potential for winds of 70 to 80 miles an hour. That's why your phones have gone yippity-doo, yippity-yay, my oh my, what a wonderful night.
A new thunderstorm warning has been issued for Fisher County in Texas.
And again, the potential for damaging, destructive straight-line winds of 70-plus miles an hour. Hail. And yes, the possibility for tornado-like winds in spots. We're going to have a lot of tree damage here, unfortunately, which means a lot of trees are going to be coming down. We're going to have a lot of roads blocked by downed trees. We're worried about trees falling on buildings and vehicles, so please be safe. Treat it like a tornado warning. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Stay away from windows. And do not touch downed power lines, even if they appear to be de-energized. We don't want you getting electrocuted or turned into a overcooked squirrel. Caroline Sexton, thank you very much for that merch order. Hope you enjoy. And this is just a loop over the last hour, so now y'all can understand just how quickly this line of storms is moving. Benbrook, Forest Hill, South Fort Worth, potential for 75 to 80 mile an hour winds. Now, seeing a little bit of a circulation spin up near Cleburne. That's annoying. Alright, so that's what's going on with the East Texas storms. Let's quickly look at the big country, because everyone wants to play Who Wants to Be a Hurricane tonight. These are going to be storms out in the big country. The potential for hail up to the size of, let's see, do they still have it? Tennis balls? Please don't be tennis balls. Oh, good. Potential up to tennis ball size hail. Localized damaging straight line winds up to 80 miles per hour. That means a lot of wind damage. If you get wind-driven hail, that's just going to make life even worse. One storm just passed southwest of Abilene. Strongest storm over Clyde to Baird. Weaker storm near Putnam. And there's still more storms out in parts of West Texas with some hail and very strong wind gusts. We're getting videos and pictures out of Benbrook. Alright, so y'all in Benbrook should be in a safe place. I don't want to be getting videos out of Benbrook right now. I hope y'all are at least away from windows and stuff. That's not a good omen. After Benbrook, the storm, with all its anger and rage, will be moving towards Arlington, Dalworthington, Gardens, and Mansfield. All right, let's go back to the high-res radar. Let's take a look down here near Cleburne. We were seeing a little bit of something that could be remotely qualifiable as a circulation. That's not even the right radar. Let's use the right radar. Thank you. Seeing a bit of spin now near Cleburne. Don't like that. A little bit of a hook echo on the how hard it's raining mode. See that little appendage there south of Cleburne approaching 171? Could see a quick spin-up tornado with that. If that intensifies further, the Weather Service is going to put a tornado warning out. That would include Grandview towards Maypearl, Maybe Itasca, we got winds moving towards the radar at about 30 miles an hour, winds moving away at about 60. So a 90 mile an hour gate-to-gate circulation, likely seeing winds of about 60 to 70 miles an hour now on the south side of Cleburne. And there may have to be a tornado warning issued for that in a second. All right, still seeing very strong winds here in Benbrook, White Settlement to Fort Worth. Now making their way towards Kennedale, Highway 287, south or Arlington, down Worthington Gardens. Kevin, Laura, Stephanie, Brent, and Jamie, thank you all very much for your merch orders, donations. Really appreciate it. Wouldn't be shocked if we're going to get a tornado warning here for parts of Johnson County shortly. That's going to be moving east towards city of Grandview. Still seeing some very strong winds here in Benbrook. Back over to the how hard it's raining mode, and you can see it's just flooding. DFW is flooding. If you're not getting rain and lightning, you're getting pouring rain, and it's flooding. So everybody out here is flooding. Some of y'all are flooding with wind. So you're either flooding or you're emulating a hurricane. You're getting flooding with wind. Now you know what it's like to be in a hurricane. But again, circulation now about 2 to 3 miles southeast of Cleburne, moving towards Grandview. If you're in Grandview, don't be surprised if you end up under a tornado warning. Regardless, threat of damaging straight line winds is increasing for y'all. Could have wind gust over 70 miles per hour. All right. So let's pop over to the Shreveport radar and see what we got going on out here. Let's check in out here in northeast Texas, East Texas.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Borden, Mitchell, and Scurry County in Texas.
All right, so we're going to have the leading edge of this nasty line out here in northeast Texas, East Texas. This line has the potential to produce 60, 70 to 80 mile an hour winds. For crypto, thank you for that super chat. Appreciate it. Philip Shumway. Thanks for your merch order. Enjoy. Okay, lean edge of this nasty line. Let's just talk about where the worst of the wind is on radar. And I'm going to show you this animation, then we're going to zoom in and look at where the winds are. But Pittsburgh to Betty, Gilmer to Hawkins, y'all have really bad winds coming in. Could be 80 mile an hour plus, and that's enough to cause significant tree damage. I'm worried about trees getting knocked down out here. I'm worried about trees falling on homes and buildings and blocking roads. And if people are driving, they're going to get trees falling on them, and we don't want that either. This is a hazard that's more unique to East Texas than elsewhere in the state because, well, East Texas and Northeast Texas is the forested part of our beautiful state. Guess what trees like to do when there's hurricane-force winds? They like to fall. And that is unfortunately exactly what we're seeing right now here on Highway 271. From Pittsburgh down to Gilmer, we're seeing winds of 70 to 80 plus miles an hour being indicated by the weather radar. This is going to be moving off to the east at 50. Lone Star, Hugh Springs, Avenger, Ore City, Gilmer, East Mountain, even out to Linden, Jefferson, Dangerfield. Tornado-like winds coming in over the next 30 to 45 minutes. The potential for winds out of the west at 80 plus miles an hour. That's going to cause considerable tree damage, widespread power outages. We don't want folks being hurt or killed when trees start falling down. So please treat it like a tornado warning. That's going to be the lowest floor. Center room away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. If you know folks out here, Daggerfield, Lone Star, Highway 259 down to Ore City, Diana. What?
Dangerfield.
It's Dangerfield?
Yes.
Out east to Douglasville, Linden, Jefferson. Make sure they're aware of what's going on. Shoot them a text, give them a call, make sure they're awake and know there's Very dangerous storms coming, and they need to be in a safe place as they arrive. Potential for 80-plus mile-an-hour winds to bring down trees. Widespread power outages. A lot of damage is expected out here. Upshur County, Harrison County, Cass County, into even parts of Smith County. Potential for winds over 70 to 80, 85 miles an hour, with the worst winds right now showing up here in the area approaching Gilmer, Lone Star, Dangerfield, and Ore City. So y'all get ready. Lone Star, Ore City, Highway 259, Dangerfield. Gilmer, Deanna, Longview. Tornado-like winds inbound over the next 20 minutes. You need to take your tornado safety precautions. That'll be lowest floor. Center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Cindy and Bruce and Bonnie Shaw, thanks y'all for those very generous donations. Really appreciate it. Y'all stay safe tonight. Okay, so that's what we're dealing with here in East Texas. We still have severe storms back. Big Sandy, Lynn, Can to Gun Barrel City and Kemp. Those storms probably have damaging winds as well. Ore City, again, tornado-like winds inbound with winds that could be exceeding 80 to 90 miles an hour. Back in DFW, we have very strong winds likely continuing across southern parts of Tarrant County, moving east. In fact, let's just switch over to the Terminal Doppler weather radar, get a different look. Well, the good news is some of those winds really have calmed down. Rigo, thanks for your order. Hope you enjoy your Texas Storm Chasers merch. But still, strong winds. Holtom City to east sides of Fort Worth, approaching Pantego to Kennedale. Looks like a lot of those winds may have calmed down now, but, well, we'll see. Activity will continue moving off to the east at about 45 to 50 miles an hour. We still have very heavy rain and thunderstorms across the southern Dallas County region, northern Ellis County. Moving towards Gun Barrel City, Ennis could have gusty winds with that. Still seeing some very strong winds approaching Covington and Grandview, northern Hill County, southern Johnson County. Getting winds probably of 60 to 65 miles an hour right now from Rio Vista to Alvarado. There on 35W. That activity continuing to move south-southeast. Back west, you can see we have scattered thunderstorms now from Rotan to the city of Abilene to Baird to Clyde and Eastland. Tennis ball size hail was reported at 11:47 p.m. near Dias Air Force Base. A 78-mile-an-hour wind gust was reported at 11:19 p.m. at Abilene Christian University. We also have severe thunderstorms still underway back out into parts of the western big country and west central Texas. We have storms approaching Snyder and Scurry County. Rotan to Aspermont, we have storms that could be producing winds over 70 miles an hour. Also seeing some indications of quarter-size hail or larger. Let's do a statewide view. I'm going to try to get the radar data to load with this. I might have to reset the program, truth be told. And if I do, that's okay. Christopher Poorman, thanks for your Texas Storm Chasers merch order. Appreciate it. All right.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Ellis, Hill, and Johnson County in Texas.
All right, folks, here is what I'm going to do real quick. I'm going to take a very quick break to go visit the little boys' room. We're going to be back here in just a few minutes with continuing severe weather coverage. Sorry, but I'm not willing to take y'all into the little boys' room with me, so I'm just going to have to deal. We'll be back in just a few minutes. Not going anywhere, but we will be right back. So we'll be back with more severe weather coverage.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Callahan, Jones, Shackelford, and Taylor County in Texas. severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Eastland and Stevens County in Texas.
To the radar here, and y'all will see that we do have some damaging winds continuing across East Texas. The severe warnings for Tarrant, Dallas, Collin, Den, Collin, Tarrant, Dallas counties are gone. Flash flooding continues there, as is par for the course. Damaging to destructive hurricane force winds across portions of East Texas now. We have nasty sauce wind entering Ore City, Gilmer, East Mound, and Gladewater. The potential for some of these winds to exceed 80 miles per hour. Very nasty winds out here, so y'all be in a safe place. If you're in Ore City, out to Jefferson, to Hallsville, Longview, Marshall, Nesbitt, damaging winds moving southeast, could be 75 to 80 miles an hour, moving southeast at 55 miles an hour. Leading edge of this line from Tyler to Gladewater to Ore City. Tyler is also seeing the potential for some very strong winds. Have a report of a tree on a house 3.5 miles southwest of Pittsburgh, Texas, up in Camp County. Danny Walker and Kimberly Preston, thank you very much for your merch orders. Appreciate it. Same with Courtney Humphrey, Melissa R. Chestant. Appreciate it. Thank y'all. Alright, so again, damaging winds, hurricane force winds. We don't want you looking outside. We want you to be in a safe place. That's the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible, because we don't want you to be hurt if trees fall on your buildings and breach. Words are difficult.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Camp, Cass, Cherokee, Gregg, Harrison, Marion, Morris, Nacogdoches, Panola, Rusk, Shelby, Smith, Titus, Upshur, and Wood County in Texas.
And how many people did we just wake up with their wireless emergency alerts going berserk is a good question. And is that all completely necessary? I don't know. We'll just smile and wave, but this is going to be a severe thunderstorm warning that includes places like Jefferson, Marshall, Tatum, Beckville, Carthage, Gary City, DeBary, Mount Enterprise, Rusk, Maydale, Jacksonville, Henderson, Concord, Price, New London, Troop, Bullard, Kilgore, Longview. This is going to be a line of severe thunderstorms capable of producing hurricane force winds of 80 plus miles an hour. The potential for quarter-size hail, that's 1 inch in diameter. And yes, spin-up tornadoes are possible. Seeing very strong winds now entering Ore City from the west. Could be winds of 80 to 90 miles an hour. Same thing in Gilmer, 75 to 80 miles per hour. Seeing winds very strong in Hawkins, all the way back towards Tyler as well. But the strongest winds will be entering communities like Avenger to Ore City, Diana, Harleton, Upshur, that's Upshur County, Gilmer, Glenwood, East Mound, White Oak, down Highway 155 to Winona and Owentown. Caitlin McDonald, thank you very much for that merch order. Hope you enjoy. And again, this line's going to be moving southeast. The Weather Service says this is going to be moving southeast at about 40 miles per hour. So let's give some times on here. You want me to go downstairs? City of Marshall about 12:40, 12:45. Longview in the next 5 to 10 minutes. White House around 12:20. Bullard around 12:20 to 12:25. Jacksonville about 12:45. City of Carthage around 1:05. Tatum about 12:25. Beckville about 12:50 to 12:55. Easton about 12:35 to 12:40. Gallatin about 12:55 to 1 a.m. Jacksonville about 12:45. This would be entering the city of Rusk shortly after 1 a.m. Carthage about 1:05 to 1:10 this morning. Marshall again about 12:40 to 12:45. So that activity is moving off to the southeast at 50. The potential for 80-mile-an-hour wind gusts, quarter-size hail, and can't rule out spin-up tornadoes. But again, not everyone's going to get 80-mile-an-hour winds out here. Definitely some concern, though, that we have that ongoing across portions of Upshur County and northwestern Harrison County, moving southeast at 50. That's 50 miles per hour. Back in the DFW, the threat of severe storms has ended in Denton County, Tarrant County, Denton County, Collin County. Tarrant County, you're doing a lot better right now. You have gusty winds, but the damaging winds have dissipated. Flash flooding, yeah, we got flooding in Dallas. We got flooding in Tarrant County. We got flooding all over the Metroplex. That's going to be the main issue now in Tarrant, Dallas, Collin, Denton counties is going to be flooding. We do have very strong winds being indicated down here in Johnson, Ellis, Hill counties. We're seeing some winds near Maypearl that are probably approaching 70 miles an hour. Same thing from Waxahachie towards Midlothian and Venus could have winds over 60 to 70 miles an hour. Seeing winds down near Itasca probably closer to 55, 60 miles an hour. That's going to be moving east-southeast towards places like Italia, Forreston, Milford, Carl's Corner, City of Hillsborough, Bardwell. Seeing some very strong winds near Maypearl right now, unfortunately. Latest scan showing winds getting closer to 75 miles an hour. Maypearl down towards Grandview, Itasca. Again, a lot of 70, 75 mile an hour winds. Itasca, seeing winds on radar closer to 70, so damaging winds likely ongoing down there right now. Could also have a bit of hail, but likely just a lot of heavy rain and wind. Abilene, it looks like your threat of having, big hail has ended for now. Still another storm rolling through Abilene. The flash flood threat's higher. Could have strong winds. We're seeing these larger hail now with a cell near Eastland, east of Highway 183, moving towards Ranger. We're seeing hail near Putnam. We're seeing hail southwest of Clyde. That activity is going to be moving off to the east at 30 miles an hour with the most intense storms producing damaging winds over 70 miles per hour and the potential for some large hail. All right. Looks like the Facebook stream timed out. That's okay. Facebook has an 8-hour limit on live videos, and we hit it. So we're still live everywhere else, and we're going to be. But again, leading edge of this nasty line extends from near Sweetwater and Baird to Itasca to Rice, out to Tyler, Longview, up towards areas west of Linden. I'm going to actually try to do this. So here is what the radar loop looks like over the last hour, and you can see the strongest of these storms, again, are producing damaging straight-line winds over 70 to 80 miles an hour. Some hail. The hail threats really come down here. And we're still dealing with thunderstorms producing damaging straight-line winds for sure. Excuse me.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Eastland County in Texas.
All right, so we continue to monitor a line of nasty storms. By far the nastiest of the damaging winds do appear to be across East Texas now, approaching Interstate 20. Storms in Johnson, Hill counties definitely have some oomph to them. Approaching Carl's Corner, Milford, damaging winds, seeing very heavy rain continuing. Johnson County, Ellis County. The threat of severe weather has ended for DFW proper. Tarrant County, Dallas County, Collin County, Denton County. That severe weather threat for y'all has ended. Worst of the storms have moved south of DFW there. Storms still continue out west in parts of the big country with a elevated axis of instability out on Interstate 20 and Highway 180 from Snyder to Rotan down to Abilene, east to Baird, Cisco, Eastland County. Those storms, the largest of which continue to produce hail up to the size of $half to golf balls and localized damage to straight line winds over 70 miles per hour. We'll go ahead and take another look at these storms out here in parts of East Texas. You can see nasty line here with damaging winds over 70 to 80 miles an hour southeast of Ore City now, just east of Highway 259. That's going to be moving down Highway 154 towards Nesbitt and Marshall. Strong winds moving into Gladewater, Longview. This activity continuing to produce wind damage, knocking down trees and power lines. Those trees may fall on buildings like your home. So that's why we encourage folks to be in a safe place, the lowest floor, center room, away from windows, just because we don't want you getting hurt. You know, trees fall down, trees like to squish. So be safe with that. And a lot of roads are probably going to have blocked, or going to be blocked probably because of down trees out here.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Fisher, Nolan, and Taylor County in Texas.
And again, I can turn the radar loop back on. You can see the leading edge of these storms are entering places like Lassiter, Avenger, Arlington there on Highway 154, the city of Longview, down to New Chapel Hill, moving through southern sections of Tyler towards Noonday, White House, New London, back west on Highway 31 towards Malakoff, Athens, Corsicana, and then we have storms extending all the way back towards places like Rice, Italia, Hillsborough, with strong winds, a lot of lightning, heavy rain, and flash flooding. The threat of severe thunderstorms has ended for the DFW Metroplex. Tarrant, Dallas, Denton, Collin, Grayson, Cook counties. It's over. Still raining. The flash flooding threat continues. That hasn't ended at all. That continues to be a problem and will continue to be a problem for several hours. But the big, bad, very mad threat's over for y'all. So the worst of the damaging winds for sure in the state right now do seem to be across parts of East Texas, extending from a corridor from near Avenger to Harleton to Longview, maybe back to the south sides of Tyler. We're going to have a lot of strong winds out of the north-northwest, could be 50 to 60, 65 to 70 mile an hour winds, maybe 80 in spots, but I'm hoping we're going to start calming things down soon. That being said, this is still a nasty line that's going to knock down a lot of trees and cause all sorts of headaches in terms of there being blocked roads. Some of these storms are going to continue producing hail, heavy rain, etc. So what we're going to do real quick is we're going to take about a 5-minute break. I'm going to drink some water, and we'll be back with your next severe weather update here in about 5 minutes. We have no tornado warnings. And, you know, with luck, maybe we won't again tonight. That's not a guarantee, but we'll be back with your next severe weather update here in just about 4.5 minutes here at the Texas Storm Chasers. Hope you'll stick around. We'll talk to you again in just a few.
Autumn rain falling on the rooftops, calling birds of summer back south to wander. It's a chance to start again on the wing of remember when. All the plans that we made in summer, they are
Texas.
How we feeling? Still there's something special in the spell of the night. It's elemental, wild world in its perfect mess. It's the little things that make it all worth it. How we feeling? Still there's something special in the spell of the night. It's elemental, wild world in its perfect mess. It's the little things that make it all worth it. That make it all worth
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're back. It's 12:26 a.m. on the 9th of June, 2025. We're continuing with our severe weather coverage this morning. A line of intense severe storms continues to move across portions of Marion, Harrison, down towards Panola, Rusk, Smith counties up here in East Texas. This line is showing indications of producing damaging winds, especially in places like Harleton, west of Jefferson, moving down Highway 154 to Nesbitt, Hallsville, to near Kilgore. This activity continuing to move southeast at about 40 to 50 miles an hour. So folks like Kilgore, Lakeport, Henderson, Jacksonville, Carthage, you're going to be getting hit with this pretty soon. Expect wind damage, a lot of lightning, very heavy rain. Strongest winds probably are going to be in this corridor along Highway 59 from Marshall up to Jefferson. We're seeing a pretty good little signature bow here right now, and that is definitely a little concerning, especially with a little bit of a circulation trying to develop southwest of Linden. But the good news is, so far, that has not happened. We're being very mindful of that, though. You can see how this is kind of bowing out. Doing that, yeah, that's a pretty nasty looking bow. So that activity has the potential of producing winds of 60 to 70 miles per hour in places like Jefferson and Marshall. Over the next several minutes, we're also seeing indications of strong winds back southwest of Kilgore and Tyler. Let's go back west. We note a intense small segment of thunderstorm activity now moving across parts of Italia down to Milford. Weather Service in Fort Worth has gone ahead and upgraded this to a destructive severe thunderstorm warning for winds of 70 to 80 miles an hour. That's going to be moving southeast across Mertens, Blooming Grove, here on Highway 22, Frost, Blooming Grove, Mertens, Barry, down southwest of Malone, Hubbard, Dawson, and southwest of Corsicana. and that activity will continue moving southeast at about 50 miles an hour. And again, hail is not a super big concern with this. Tarrant, Dallas, Denton, Collin County, severe threats done. We have severe storms out here in the big country. This activity is continuing to produce winds of above 60 miles an hour. Anson down to Sweetwater, we're seeing some hail. Storms around Eastland County, Cisco, down Highway 183, the Rising Star. Pretty good surge of wind there. We could have winds of 70 miles an hour plus of that out of that. And then we have activity, again, still moving east-southeast. So let's go ahead and we're going to take a look at our expectations here over the next couple of hours, as I am just about out of steam. All right, so let's take a look out at the state. Let's give you all an idea of what we're expecting. Oops. And to do that, we're going to load the high-res rapid refresh model.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Ellis, Hill, Limestone, McLennan, and Navarro County in Texas.
Here we go. You can see this model actually suggests storms are going to make it down into the Brazos Valley, central Texas, southeast Texas. Not as strong, but still the potential for some of these storms to create quite a ruckus overnight into the morning hours, with the potential of the most intense of these storms to produce damaging straight line winds of 60 to 75 miles an hour, the potential for hail. Some of these storms may still produce hail. We could see hail sizes dime to nickel quarter. There may even be a few golf balls here and there. So again, Bryan College Station, you may have storms rolling in by, 3 to 5 a.m. Some of those storms could have quite a bit of strong wind gusts, heavy rain. The potential certainly exists that we could even have some strong storms rolling to Houston between 7 and 9 a.m. The potential of those storms to produce extremely strong winds of, maybe 40, 50, 60 miles an hour, very heavy rain. The potential that we could see quite a bit of localized flooding as well. Hopefully not too much. At least the storms are going to be moving, but it is what it is, and well, we all know Houston and rain ends up with, it doesn't take much to start flooding some things. So what we're going to be doing here in just a few minutes is we're going to be moving everyone over on YouTube to our 24/7 live radar stream. We've got music, we've got audible weather warnings and storm reports. And with that, we're going to be able to keep folks up to date overnight using our technology. As you might be able to tell, little Baldy-in-Chief here is just about out of steam. And I am hoping, knock on wood, we are past the worst of this. But we're definitely going to be keeping a very close eye on things. We're going to be watching for nasty sauce, and our automated technology will be posting updates as needed overnight. But again, those of you in Jefferson and Marshall, 60 to 70 mile an hour winds inbound. We've got pockets of angry wind in Maypearl down to Forreston, Italia, Milford, moving towards Mearns and Blooming Grove. That activity, damaging winds, could be 70 plus miles an hour. And we still have storms out in the big country, western North Texas, producing large hail. Could have a few quarter to golf ball size hailstones in Eastland, out towards Callahan, Taylor counties. But again, we'll be doing our best to keep an eye on things, but I'm afraid we are just about tapped out here for live coverage tonight. But it is our hope we're past the worst, but we're still going to have some severe weather issues heading into the morning. But that's why we have technology. That's why we've got our 24/7 radar live stream with music. We've got the automated weather updates, and you know what? We have ways for folks to keep an eye on things as well. The free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app, that QR code above my head, interactive weather radar. You can click the ... and more tab. We got a second radar in there. Your local weather forecast and that live stream. So, what we're going to do is just about signing off here. I do want to say a couple words. It's been a long day, and we had a lot of folks join us. I want to thank you, seriously. It's very tiring. You know, it's physically exhausting doing this kind of work. And, you know, we have an amazing team of moderators here who really have built a great community. And we want to thank each and every one of them. We want to thank each of you for joining us. If you haven't already, hit that subscribe button. Join our family here. Get notified when we have new live coverage videos. If you're watching us on the Texas Weather Center David Reimer YouTube channel, we do videos every day, almost, with forecasts. So thank you so much, y'all, for joining us. And we're going to go ahead now and transition over to the 24/7 live channel. If you're watching us on YouTube, you should get notified for that. Otherwise, you can go to texasstormchasers.com/live and find that video there, or just search for David Reimer Texas Weather Center, and it'll be that live video you see with the live radar thumbnail. If you're watching us on other platforms, just head over to texasstormchasers.com/live. You'll find the video there. So thank you so much for joining us, y'all. Hopefully we are done with the worst overnight, but again, rowdy weather will continue through the morning in the Brazos Valley, parts of East Texas, Central Texas, with some storms producing frequent cloud-to-ground lightning, damaging straight-line winds, pocket change size hail, maybe some bigger hail, a lot of heavy rain with risk for flooding. All right, thank you, y'all. Really appreciate it. It is a great responsibility, but one we thank you for giving us. Thank you very much for joining us, and y'all have a good morning and a good night. Thank you so much. It's been a long day. Thank you. God bless.